the county of Kent. Kent have won one, Leicestershire have won one. It's all set for a big day today, Richard. Kent have won the toss and will field first, so Leicestershire batting first. One change for Kent with Nathan Gilchrist, injury prone during the year or blighted by injuries, back in for Matt Quinn. And Richard, Leicestershire unchanged.
Yeah, morning Matt, good morning everybody. From, you tell me Kent, feels very much like London, but
ceremonial Kent.
Ceremonial
in terms of cricket, it's Kent, most definitely.
So those who come from these parts are Kentish men rather than men of Kent.
Well, that would be right, yes. Yeah.
Okay, well, the men of Leicestershire are unchanged, I can tell you, from that win at the Oval. A spectacular win against Surrey for the Foxes, who have been relatively unaffected by 100 call-ups. Just two members of the Leicestershire first team squad have contracts in the 100, so the Foxes almost at full strength, such as their full strength is, and they are batting first. Rishi Patel and Sol Budinger heading out into the middle in red. Do you like our sort of reddy orange strip in this?
I do. I'm very keen on
green stripe, on
colours that look different from each other. So many teams playing in light blue and dark blue now, but I mean, Kent started it, frankly. They were the first ones, always trendsetters. But yes, I do. It's nice. I do like a kit with a stripe down it, to be honest. I'm not exactly a kit badger, but
no,
it's good looking.
People find it quite attractive, quite popular amongst us. It's probably not much more than 60 metres.
Looks like James Bazley from the City end to start. The Australian playing his second game for Kent. Two slips in O'Riordan and leaning behind the batter, and that will be defended into the onside. I feel like I'm coming back at myself here. I can hear myself in three or four different ways. I've probably got my laptop on, chasing, checking everything's going right.
Sure volumes are switched off.
Apologies, everybody. If is that that's on my phone.
That's your
so yeah. Richard very obligingly turning everything of his off. It's me. Bazley bowls. It's another defensive shot.
It's usually me. It's usually me.
So.
There's a nice button with live stream has appeared on my computer.
There we go.
With no video signal as yet.
No, they are working tirelessly. I can vouch for the fact that the Kent staff were here before we got here, which was about 2 hours before play, wasn't it, to wire everything up. So they are working. But audio on the stream at the moment. And but they'll be working on the pictures as well.
We'll have to paint a clearer picture even than usual.
This is Bazley to. Is it Patel taking first?
It is.
It is. Just making absolutely sure I get my numbers right. But yeah, another, I would say, circumspect shot. That's a drive up towards Joey Everson at mid-off. He of the 136 against Yorkshire in that record-breaking stand for Kent anyway for the 5th wicket.
And briefly of Leicestershire last season. Joey looked like he was going to sign. He's a local. He went to school locally in nearby Stamford.
He's a very fine young cricketer, 21. Ridiculous age to be so good. Bazley is tucked into the onside by Patel. Compton goes after it. He also got himself a ton. They'll come back for a comfortable 2 though. Wide playing surface, as Richard was saying here, particularly to our right as the strip itself is pushed. We're more or less at a third man to a right-hander here as Patel looks down. So pushed towards the left of this ground as we look from the Beckenham, the town end.
And there's one of those permanent / temporary stands which looks pretty permanent.
Yeah, this one's permanent, yes indeed, yeah. It's as Bazley bowls once again down the leg side, just spraying a little bit. Actually, spraying's unfair, isn't it? He's just looking for that line into the pads, and has erred down the leg side, taken by Harry Finch. Leicestershire, as you said, had a thumping win against Surrey. Kent's was less dominant, it has to be said. The weather intervened. The game changed actually in the last 4 or 5 balls with a wicket from Bazley, which changed the Duckworth-Lewis target. Fantastic low catch from Harry Finch, and Kent won by 2 runs. That's a good shot. Finds the wide open spaces on this offside for Patel. And Parkinson's not getting round there. They will get 4. So this over already up. Digital scoreboard across the way. resplendent. That's 7 for none so far. Sorry, I beg your pardon. I mean, saying it's James Beasley. It's Grant Stewart from the far end. I will. My excuse.
I didn't want to say.
My excuse is they are. Well, you'll see when Beasley bowls. They're
very similar.
Very similar in stature. They're both Australian. They both play for Sandwich Town. So,
I've seen Stewart a few times, obviously for Kent, but not Beasley. So Sandwich Town.
Indeed, so Beasley's been playing cricket there as well. Also for the Brisbane Heat in Australia. This one's left outside the off stump. Gets a bit of bounce outside the off, through to the wicketkeeper. Though I think it's fair to say we haven't seen, from what I can see anyway, any movement, lateral movement at all from Stewart in that first over. It looked fairly comfortable.
It didn't look particularly fast, did it,
no.
the pitch? But that is the way it tends to be without ground sometimes.
Yeah, you usually get a bit of bounce here, but there are always runs in this pitch. So yeah, and I was talking to Simon Cook, the head coach, before, and saying, is it day to bowl because of day to bowl? Because it's been a little bit wet around, and as we get feed from BBC Radio Kent. And he said, still to be decided, he said, you might think so, but we did that with Durham the other year and they scored 400. Are we going to be updating BBC Radio Kent listeners? We've gone Sussex on BBC Radio Kent. There we are. We're getting very cosmopolitan. So I might just take the first part of this over, because I think we'll be doing an update. Our newsreader, Sharon Terry there, telling everyone that we'll be underway from 11, and we are indeed. It's 7 for no wicket here on BBC Radio Kent, BBC Leicester, BBC Sport Online. Here is Gilchrist, right arm over the wicket. He's quick, but it's cut away there. Actually just offered the bat there, down towards backward point, or a wide third. Stewart fields, and there's a run there, 8 for none. Great to see Nathan Gilchrist come back. He's managed just one game for the first team so far this season. Has been hampered by injuries. Great hopes for him after a great finish to last season. A little bit quicker than anything else in the Kent attack. Tubey grip, long bandage-like tubey grip on his left arm. 17 on his back. Bit of a change in the field. No, just a bit of a stays. Patel's now on strike after that single. Down the leg side, umpire Harris, yes. Takes a moment to consider it, but it is wide. So 1 to the total, 8 for none. So Gilchrist will be a little bit quicker, as I said, than the rest of the Kent attack. But nothing's beaten the bat as yet, which is great news for the Leicestershire openers. Looking already secure on this pitch. This update coming for BBC Radio Kent radio listeners. And the ball into the onside. I'll come back for 2 for Patel. Yes, cloudy with a bit of breeze here, but the sun breaking through. Kent have won the toss against Leicestershire and put the opposition into bat here. Early signs are this is a cracking wicket to bat on. No movement for the bowlers whatsoever so far, but the Foxes are taking advantage of it certainly. 11 for none in just the second over. Nathan Gilchrist is bowling for Kent. He bowls a no ball as well now, so that'll add to the total, and 2 more runs to Patel as well. He goes on to 10. The Foxes, I think, on 15 for none now. The one change is Nathan Gilchrist, who's been hampered by injuries this summer, the Kent quick bowler. He is back in the team for Matt Quinn. Kent looking to make it 2 wins out of 2 in the group stages of this competition. The defending champion Spitfires, but Leicestershire had a big win at Surrey, and that takes something to do in their first match, so will be stiff opposition as well. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. Gilchrist still in his first over, makes himself room. Patel there, carves it through the offside, or slams it through the offside, back and across, and half fielded by Ben Compton, and they'll come back for 2, and the runs are absolutely flowing here, Richard Ray, early on in the piece.
This is the way that Leicestershire will approach it. Bodinger will pretty much throw his hands at everything. Patel has been in cracking form this season. It's been a real sort of breakthrough season for him. In those terms, and he is in good touch.
Here is Gilchrist then, drive by Patel on the front foot up to Matt Parkinson, who fields at mid-wicket. Should probably go through the 2 sides, shouldn't we? Should we wait till the end of the over to do that?
Probably be as well.
Don't want to get in anybody's way. So a left-right combination for Leicestershire as they open here. And Gilchrist then to bowl to Patel. Offers the bat to that one. And into the offside, fielded by Compton. The two boundary fielders are behind the wicket on both sides. So a deep third and a fine leg. Spectators still coming in here.
They look a long way away, don't they? That deep third and fine leg from this perspective.
They do indeed. We're low down at a sort of, well, long on to Patel here. He drives up to mid-off this time where he finds Joey Everson. Dot ball to end, so a bit of a recovery from Nathan Gilchrist, but it is 17 for none. The Foxes after 2 overs here at Beckenham.
Yep, still 10 from that first Gilchrist over, and too many excuses for a front foot no ball in the circumstances. However, Patel, as I've been saying, is in pretty good nick. He was cross about missing out against Surrey. Both he and Budinger had a start and neither were able to go on, but Patel, 890 runs in the county championship so far, averaging over 50. And he's already got 4 centuries to his name and a couple of 50s in first class cricket. Also has a T20 100 to his name this season, so all forms. Budinger, 33 he made against Surrey. Hasn't been able to establish himself. Gentleman walks straight across the sight screen, right in front, absolutely oblivious before umpire Rob White, who's standing at that Beckenham end. The sorry, no, that's the City end. Get it the right way around, Richard. In comes Stewart, and bowls flashed away down towards wide third man by Budinger. A little bit of width offered by Stewart, short of a length, and as I say, Budinger will pretty much throw his hands at everything, and if he comes off, he will score very quickly. His problem, former Notts man, has been that he's had a few starts for the Foxes, but hasn't really been able to go on. But this should be his sort of competition, really. 20 for 2, says Matt Parkinson. You can probably hear him in our effects, Mike. He's down at third man for the right-handed Rishi Patel. Budinger, a left-hander. Third man and long leg again are the two outfielders at the moment. Out of the circle, that is. Stewart, that sort of bustling run, comes in and bowls outside off stump. May just have moved away a fraction there. A little bit hard for us to tell from third man. We haven't got a video signal as yet, so still working on that one. I can't tell how much movement there is really, but just the reaction of Finch behind the stumps there suggests there was a little bit there. Just the one slip at the moment. He's got matching heels on his cricket boots, light blue to match the Spitfires shirt as Stewart is in, and just leaning forward with an awful lot of time is Patel, blocking the ball back out into the offside. No run. Unfamiliar for myself and probably most other non-Kent supporters to see a Kent side without Joe Denley in it, but Denley at the moment has a bit of a side niggle.
Should be captaining the side, certainly appointed as captain for the Wonder Cup, but has that side strain, so they were hoping to get him back for this one, maybe for Blackpool.
Clearly not far away then. In goes Stewart and bowls, again good length delivery. Leaning forward is the tall Patel, solidly built man. He's blocking it out into the offside. Again, no run. It's a sort of light blue I was going to say checkered, but it's not really checkered affair. Is it a sort of picture of it, of some sort of?
Well, it's kind of swirls, pools maybe. I was going to say puddles, but that doesn't sound very good, does it?
No.
Pools.
Stewart is in, bowls. Patel is driving in the air. They don't mind going aerial, and he's got it through the covers. It's going to be a chase back for Ben Compton from cover down toward deep-ish extra cover in front of some of the food outlets down there. Gets to the ball, gets his throw away. Patel just settles for a couple. Obviously haven't had quite as much rain here yesterday as we had up in the East Midlands, but the outfield is still a little soft, but still amazing condition. I'm not absolutely certain we'd have played at Grace Road today. So much rain fell on Leicester yesterday. It was the Caribbean Festival on Victoria Park, and I felt so sorry for them. They were sort of bedraggled. It just rained for about 12 hours non-stop. Stewart is in. Patel leaves outside off stump, goes through low to Finch, end of the over. A rather more successful one in terms of runs conceded from Kent's point of view. Just the 3 from it. Leicestershire after 3 overs then are 20 without loss. 14 to Rishi Patel and just a couple to Sol Budinger, who's only faced 1 ball.
Yeah, I was going to say for his.
I think he's just
Oh,
faced.
no,
it must
be 2.
Must have been a couple
yeah.
because he's on 2 not out. 20 without loss after 3.
Obligingly given the strike, isn't he, in the previous over to. But yeah, it's 2 from 2 for. He's going. I mean, the strike rate's fabulous, but he's barely faced a ball, and but he will get the opportunity now. Yeah, he took a single, didn't he, off the first ball from Gilchrist in the last over down to deep third, and Gilchrist bowls to him again, and Budinger, yeah, he does swing the bat at that one, as Richard was saying. He will play his shots and getting his hands through the ball up towards Parkinson, who grabs the ball at a mid-off, and there's no run off the left-hander.
An intensely frustrating player because he sort of plays his shots kind of correctly, but at everything, and you think, oh, you've got such talent, and it never seems to be able to go on.
So in the power play, that might be the perfect thing. Just checks that into the leg side square of the wicket, and Compton picks it up. He's more or less patrolling, as far as I can see, between square leg and mid wicket there. So a decent area if the left-hander manages to turn that ball. There are gaps there. 20 for none. The Foxes here. So 2 teams with proper nicknames for the One Day Cup have not wavered. The Foxes against the Spitfires. That's down the leg side, helped down it by Budinger with a swirl of the bat. Risty flicks it for 4. Umpire Harris signals that, and that's 4 more. Feel like if he hadn't helped that on its way, it would have been a wide anyway, but 24 for none. Budinger might as well make hay while the sun shines, metaphorically at least. He's 6 now. Patel has 14. The Foxes are 24 for none in the 4th over here. So great start. As we look out as well, there's a lot of new building around this part of metropolitan Kent, particularly to the far side, as this is tucked into the onside, so suggesting there are what space is there for Budinger, and he takes a comfortable 2, and Compton obligingly goes and gets the ball, but sort of 3/4 of the way to the boundary, hurls it back in, and that's a comfortable 2, 26 for none. So big aircraft hangar looking building. Belongs to Crystal Palace, so that's their indoor training centre. Their outdoor training centre has been for many, many years. Behind us here, it feels like this ground is being a bit squeezed, if it's a land grab by the Premier League side. A swing and a miss, worth an appeal, I'd say, from Gilchrist, because nothing else has beaten the bat, I don't think, in his first 3.5 overs, but we can't see quite the line he's got there. Didn't feel the most convincing appeal, and Budinger didn't look, from his body language, in any worries at all. 26 for none, but I suppose some encouragement for Kent, Richard, as they've finally beaten the batters.
Indeed.
So the ground filling in nicely.
Yeah, probably the best part of 1,000 people in here.
That's a big stand
like
across
that.
the way.
Is.
Someone will tell me what the capacity is now, but I think it's up near 2.
I was going to say there's a good 100,
People
150
that.
people in there already.
Yeah.
And also scattered around what looks like 3 pavilions, but aren't.
It's Gilchrist bowls, and it's just adjusted the shot at it, actually, Budinger, to run it up to mid-off, and a very quick run taken as well. They go on to 27 for none. So there is the pavilion where the players are, just to our right with the balcony, then an indoor school and hospitality area as well, which is relatively new here at Beckenham. So Kent have invested quite heavily in the facilities here, not least because from this part of the world, it's quite a hike to Canterbury. They're keen to obviously get as much of the young talent as they can from this area, which has done pretty well in the past. I'm thinking of Zach Crawley right now, obviously, is from this part of the world. So, but yeah, this is their most established out ground now. I know supporters will be very sad to see that we've not been at Tunbridge Wells for some time. but not since COVID.
Stewart to continue from the City end is in. Budinger carves it away through extra cover. Has it got the legs? It has got the legs. Just it trickles over the ropes at deep extra cover, again through his hands at it. It was offered a little bit of width from Stewart. It wasn't quite at the pitch of the ball, but as I've been saying, neither of these two Leicestershire openers afraid to hit the ball in the air, and Budinger got plenty of that. Drove it away, and there's a biggish gap between Compton at extra cover and, is that Gilchrist at mid? No, it isn't. Who's at mid off? Can't quite see from here. It's a long, long way away. Stewart is in and bowls straighter this time, but just turns his wrists on it. Budinger, he's got it down behind square. It's a long run around from almost the boundary there for Kadri, and by the time he gets there, Budinger picks up a couple.
So that is Baisley. No, honestly, it is. There we go. He's just doing some toe touching there, but looking very much like Grant Stewart, you know. There we go. They're almost doubles. So he's slightly taller than Stewart, to be fair, but there we go.
Budinger also in double figures now. Stewart is in. Down the wicket he goes. He sort of sees him coming, Stewart, but he still swings the bat. He's got a thick inside edge. Kadri has to run around right down to his left, down to deep backward square, almost wide, long legs. It's a thickish inside edge, but a lot of inside edge. And it very nearly went all the way for 4. Budinger picks up 3 as a consequence. Now we do have a digital scoreboard alongside the permanent temporary stand in front of the Crystal Palace training ground. It is quite a long way away. However, Budinger has moved on to 18, it is telling me. Patel has 14. Good start from Leicestershire without taking any obvious risks. Stewart is in. Good delivery, length delivery on off stump. Leaning forward is Rishi Patel, blocking the ball out into the offside. Kadri, who's come up for the right-hander to cover point, runs into field, and there's no run. Started perfectly, the weather here this morning, but it's just begun to cloud up a little bit. I have to work out exactly which direction, whether we're looking sort of north and south. I'll have a look at the compass on my phone in a minute. Stewart is in and bowls fuller and stroked by Rishi Patel off middle and leg, but didn't really put his weight into the shot. Ran out fairly comfortably to Baisley at mid-on, and there's no run.
Yeah, the forecast suggesting, well, you never, actually Scarborough last week, 3 major weather apps saying contrary things, so perhaps you can't hang on to that too much. You should just look above us, but as you say, cloud coming in.
Stewart is in length and Patel leans forward rather elegantly, forward defensive. Big man sort of waiting in place, ball thumps into the middle of the bat, bounces out into the off side. Leicestershire, we're pretty pleased with this start because both opening bowlers have conceded plenty. Let's have a look, see. 36 without loss after 5. And Gilchrist has conceded 17 runs from his 2 overs. Stewart 19 from his 3.
Yeah, it's been, and they haven't really looked troubled, as you said. Very calm out there.
We are looking directly north, absolutely directly north. There you go.
Before the as Gilchrist comes into bowl, I could do that thought in a second. Budinger faces, hearty drive, but not quite timed up towards Parkinson at mid-off, and there's no run. She's sitting down before the new training centre for Crystal Palace was built. You could see the tops of the buildings at the city, so Canary Wharf across, which will be northwest. Well, that would make sense, wouldn't it? I don't know why I was saying that, because this part of southeast London, metropolitan Kent, northwest, the city, taking on the full and cut away. Actually, just looked a bit dangerous in the air for a moment, but I don't think the fielder Alex Blake, good as he is, was getting near that, and that's 4 runs, and that's a gimme. To say from Nathan Gilchrist's point of view, was saying no excuses for holding a front foot, no ball, but he's had very little cricket for Ken so much hopes on him as well, especially when Matt Milnes left in the summer, that he would take over and be the leader of this attack, but he's been blighted by injuries. Great to see him back. He played just one county championship match, nothing in the T20, so as much as anything for Kent, I suppose this competition does give them a chance to usher Gilchrist back. They have major issues, of course, in the county championship, but they are the defending champions as well. So as Richard goes off to do an update, we'll bring in Marshal Sir Patrick Hewitt to the commentary of this parish, and from the Caribbean Cricket podcast as well. Gilchrist is just adjusting his field, is he? Yeah, they're bringing Grant Stewart up into the circle. They've pushed a man out, deep backward square now, and long leg as well. So Gilchrist round the wicket to the left-hander. Different angle of attack, and that's beaten him actually. That's a play and a miss by Bunninger. Maybe just a little bit of movement off the pitch there through to keeper Finch, and there is no run. Just checking if you can hear a hum behind the sound, just making sure it's not on our kit. I mean, it is on our kit, because I think there's generators, there's all sorts of stuff around here at Mount Ground. So Gilchrist round the wicket then to Bunninger. And shorter this time, and it's a top edge, but absolutely low risk there. It's gone over the keeper for 4 runs, and it's a no ball as well. That's really frustrating, and Gilchrist just not getting into his rhythm at the moment. But he takes a moment to think about it. We'll bring in Mash now, I think. How are you? Good morning.
I'm very, very good, and this looks like we're going to be early days, but we're looking at 300 plus runs.
He's called it. I feel like we've been pussyfooting around it, Michelle, but yeah, I think it's fair to say there was plenty of runs in this pitch. There's not much has troubled the batters so far. Gilchrist bowls, it's a free hit, and that one is smashes it for 6 over long on. Yeah, that's carried. Umpire Harris signals that. Just a nod. She nods towards the scorers. Yes, that's 6, and the 50 up already for the Foxes in the 6th over. This is a bit of a battering, and as I said, it's not great for Gilchrist, but it's really one of his first bowls this season of trying to get himself back in. I'm not going to make excuses. I think it's fair to say Leicestershire have taken full advantage of the conditions out there so far. Yeah, most definitely. I think Nathan's struggling a bit to find his radar, but perhaps understandably so. It's been a frustrating season. Frustrating season for him. And it's unfortunate, because he had a good season last year. Wanted to build on it, and it's just kind of been so stop-start. So he comes round the wicket now to Bunninger, trying to pierce the defences, but that's gentle drive into the offside, fielded by Blake, coming in from the point boundary, and that's one more to the total. But it looks really procedural out there for these two batters at the moment. But I guess they'll be aware, as you're saying, this is a pitch with plenty of runs in it. They've got to score early. The power play is one to really put the pressure on Kent here, try and put scoreboard pressure on them as well. This is too full as well from Gilchrist, actually taken on the fill on an off stump, turned to the onside, and Blake fields. They come back for the most comfortable of twos there. Bunninger has 33 now. He's raced that 16 for Patel. They are 55 for none off 6 overs here, and Gilchrist struggling a bit, but Kent struggling a bit to try and make any inroads here. And I was talking to Simon Cook, the Kent coach, before the game started, and said, is this one you bowl on because it's been wet yesterday? And he pointed out that Durham have made 400 against them here, batting first. There are plenty of runs in it. Yeah, most definitely. And whilst we have to wait for the full allocation of the 50 to be bowled, I don't think Kent should be thinking that this 300 plus score that I'm predicting is out of reach. But it will be Grant Stewart to bowl the 7th over, his 4th of the proceedings. Yeah, none for 19 from his 3 so far. And Stewart in, and that's tucked into the offside for no run there, and good start. Any dot ball at this stage is
is a bonus.
I feel like, yeah, Kent might have gone T20 at this point. Dot balls are the new wickets or whatever, but yeah, Leicestershire was untroubled since then. But yeah, defensive shot by Budinger into the offside. It's a win.
Stewart at the top of his mark and back in again. And this time Budinger goes for the pull. It's gone deep into, well, it's just plugged into the onside. He'll come through for 2 runs. He's come back for 2 runs, in fact. And I wanted to say that was a bit of an opportunity, but no one was ever going to get round to that.
I know what you mean, but I suppose, yeah, it's risk reward, isn't it? That side is the longer side of the ground, and he's cleared the infield, so he's pretty much safe there. And obviously the other reward he could have got, he's hit it, didn't quite time it, did he? If he's timed that better, that's 4 at least, or 6 runs.
So. I caught the toe end of the bat a slight bit there, but gets away with it. Currently batting at 183 strike rate. It's always important to look at that strike rate. Stewart in again. Budinger tries to guide that down to third man, but that's stopped. And there'll be no run there.
Yeah, so 57 for none. Bit of cloud overhead now, moving pretty quickly.
Yeah, based on the rain yesterday, I was under the impression this might be a rain-shortened game, but actually it looks like it's going to be clear all day at this rate.
I did wonder how quickly we get on as well, but as Richard said, didn't have quite the rain here that it did near the Midlands and North.
And again, it's a similar shot to the one 2 balls ago, and it's gone completely out of the ground. Well, it's cleared the boundary. Maybe out of the ground is an exaggeration, but it's gone for a 6. And Budinger is, well, he's going, I don't know how we want to describe his innings at this moment in time. He's 35. He's 41 of 21 deliveries.
Yeah, that was just a pick up off the pads, wasn't it? I just saw Kadri running after it towards the boundary. He was never interested in it. He was just almost like he was watching the planes coming in and out of City Airport there. That one absolutely tall and handsome as a shot. And Budinger racing away, as you said. Great strike rate. Kent struggling here. 63 for none. The Foxes, though, imposing start.
It's hard to... They're going to have to find some way of building pressure, getting some kind of control. It's not happened in the first 7 overs. Budinger still on strike. Stewart looking for a different kind of delivery here, and Budinger just tucks that one into the onside. Clever batting there. He'll try and... They hustled quickly. Thought about 2, but they'll only come for 1.
Yeah, slower ball, I think, from Stewart. Just took a little bit of pace off there, but you're right, Budinger had an age to wait for that, didn't he, to decide where he was going to put it. Took the single off it. 64 for none. It's BBC Radio Kent and BBC Leicestershire, our BBC Sport Online, BBC website, a sport website and app. So that's Matt Parkinson we can hear in front of us. I haven't run my microphone right to the boundary rope because I found here at Beckenham that you sometimes intrude rather unfairly on private conversations. The coaches and 12ths come round to talk to the fielders. So
Rishi Patel on strike and tucks that into the onside. They'll run quickly through for 2 here. No, it's just 1.
So yeah, we're forever running to the boundary rope when we got the microphone right out there, just to tap a coach on the shoulder or a 12th and just say, "There's a microphone right there." Just protecting the innocent and protecting our listeners, just in case there's any rich language, I suppose one might say.
There was 10 off that Grant Stewart over, and at the end of the 7th over, Leicestershire are 65 without loss, currently going at 9.3 per over, taking full advantage of the opening 10.
Look at this batting lineup. So Lewis Hill and Peter Hanscom to come then Colin Ackerman being Mulder as well. There's some
it's very strong
deep batting and strong batting as well. James Baisley then, I gave him his first delivery when Grant Stewart ran in from the far end, so there we go. James Baisley is really going to bowl, and had a good day against, not with the bat, he came in late after the Lawmare show, the 200s, but with the ball, his wicket caught by Harry Finch changed the game in the last couple of minutes at Scarborough when the rain came in. The Duckworth Lewis, this one's defended. Patel has a little bit of a look at him, but to say again, there's no great pace in this pitch, is there? Doesn't look like there's much carry. You get a bit of bounce here at Beckenham, but sometimes you do get a bit of carry as well. But this pitch, it's a bit of a sit up and beg for the batters, it seems to me, at the moment.
Yeah, it might be the guile of Matt Parkinson that will be necessary on this track. Obviously, you can only bowl 10, but pace doesn't look like there's no gremlins in the pitch for pace to take advantage of.
Feel like no, they've not been taken by surprise by anything so far. Baisley bowls to Patel. He's right on the front foot there, showing the confidence in the strip up towards Joey Everson. But I suppose in that way, it looks like it might be a very good pitch to bat first on, because you set a target, don't you? And that scoreboard pressure sometimes could force errors chasing, but. I suppose equally, I'm just arguing with myself here. Equally, you know what you're going at. But
I was about to say Kent opted to field.
they did, yes, yeah. But it's Leicester's job, isn't it? Yeah, to build a imposing total here, and that one's just defended by Patel, giving that one some respect from Baisley, the Australian, who's been playing for Sandwich Town. Updating BBC Radio Kent listeners, very short. And Everson and Gilchrist having a brief chat with each other at mid-on and mid-off respectively. Handing the ball to James Baisley now. Over the Brisbane Heat in the Big Bash. Queensland as well. It's Baisley bowling to Patel. Defensive shot, and there's no run. Has he not conceded a run yet? I don't think he has, no. No runs off this over yet, so it's almost a surprise, but it is in context of what's come before. So Baisley just slowing things down, even if it's just for 4 balls at the moment. That update coming for BBC Radio Kent listeners right now into Andy Garland's programme on Sunday mornings. Also on BBC Leicestershire via the BBC Sport website and app, of course. Baisley bowling to Patel. Driven through the offside, that'll be 4 runs. Yeah, it's a bit of a parade at the moment for the Leicestershire opening batters, and the 69 for no wicket. Patel goes on to 21. Sol Budinger has been swinging for the fences here. He has 42 not out of 20 odd balls. Kent won the toss as well, decided to field first. This pitch looks like it's got all sorts of runs in it. Kent have tried 3 quicker bowlers so far. None of them have really beaten the bat to any great extent. Doesn't look like there's anything in this for the bowlers so far. They've got to find a way, Kent, of taking some wickets here. But the Foxes at the moment of Leicestershire, 69 for no wicket. A rematch of last year's quarter-final, which Kent won in Leicestershire, the defending champion Spitfires here. Look like they might be under a bit of pressure when they come to bat unless they take quick wickets here. 69 for none then, the Foxes at Beckenham. And commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. So, yeah, 69 for none. Budinger on 42, having a brief conference with Patel out in the middle. End of that James Baisley over, but in the context of what we've seen so far, just has kept the runs down at least. 69 for none, the Foxes, and Joey Everson, I think, is going to come on the City here.
Yeah, it made sense for a double change here, with no disrespect to Nathan Gilchrist or Brian Stewart. Nothing was happening in those first 7 overs, and it's right to have a look at someone else. Joey Everson, he's been on form.
Yeah.
As of late, in fact, you could argue being Kent's best, one of Kent's key players.
Yeah, I mean, certainly with the bat, that's explosive 136 against Yorkshire, quite something. Yeah, it looks like prodigious talent. But still learning the trade bowling, I think, in one-day competitions.
Coming in to Sol Budinger, and Budinger goes for a cut, but that's stopped at cover, and there'll be no run.
You just wonder if maybe pace off the ball, making the batters generate their own, as you were saying, with the spin as well, and Everson might be able to do that, maybe even taking pace off his medium pace, just to at least change things up in terms of the batting here.
Everson in again, and again Budinger goes, well, I thought he had got something on there, but no, it's gone through to the keeper, and there'll be no run there as well.
I thought there was a little noise as it went past. It might have just been bat against pad, but or maybe just wishful thinking from a Kent point of view. Leicestershire fans, you'll be wondering what on earth's going on, but yeah, it's a top ball through to Harry Finch. No slips in, almost needless to say at this point. Still in the power play, so only 2 fielders allowed outside the circle.
Everson once more, and again, no run there again. Oh, it's called a wide. It's called a wide. Bowl down the leg side. Budinger tried to get something on that. I mean, he's in see-ball, hit-ball mode, but that was too wide for him to hit that.
You just take a bit of pace off there, Everton. I noticed it bounced before it got to Finch as well, so just trying to change it up here. But yeah, the fielders are on the leg side for Budinger. They've seen how he likes to lift the ball over square leg, so square leg Kadri there and mid-wicket too.
And tucked into the onside there, and they'll come through for one run. But as you say, Matt, I think Everton bowling smart here, taking a bit off, bowling into the pitch, trying to get some cutters in there, I believe. But Budinger, given he was going at a strike rate of 180 prior to this over, kept quiet. Got to break this down into segments, Kent, at this stage, and see each over as some kind of individual battle and win.
Yeah, little victories, as you say. Matt Parkinson was doing the adding 2 wickets to any score every other ball.
Rishi Patel advances down the trap, but that's a forward defensive into the onside. There'll be no run there, and it's a good over from Joy Everson to back up James Bazley's over, which only went for 4. Fans listening to us thinking, what do you mean only went for 4? But, well, in the context of the first 7 overs, this is 2 good back-to-back overs here. 1 more remaining.
Gilchrist went for 36 off his 3 and 29 off his 4 for Stewart.
And Rishi Patel tries to go for the cover drive, but that actually only gets that through to mid-off even. And there is no run there as well. 1 more ball remaining of Joy Everson's first over.
So Leicestershire in a similar position to Kent in terms of, I suppose, spending power or buying power in the county game, but picking up someone like Rishi Patel, there's so much promise early in his career at Essex.
Yeah, it's well fielded by Kadri there, and again no run, and that is the end of Joy Everson's first over. But for the wide, it would have been. Oh no, there was a single earlier on as well. Sorry, so two off that first over. Very good over there from Joy Everson, and at the end of the 9th over, Leicestershire are 72 without them.
JB Reid on the PA there talking about the face painting tent somewhere, so if anybody fancies that, it is somewhere in the ground there. If you're listening to us on via the earbuds, welcome wherever you are, in fact, in the world. You can get in touch with us at BBC Kent Sport, kentcricket@gmail.com as well. If you prefer, as I always say, an email, you have a lot to say, really don't worry about it. Do get in touch. It'd be great to hear from you. The Wi-Fi is just a little bit patchy for us here, but I think that's because I'm running off the old 4G dongle here. I think it's working for the club. They're trying to get the pictures up with the stream as well. In fact, sorry, the pictures are up with the stream. I do apologise.
We have light.
Yeah, indeed so. That might have been for a while, so apologies if it's been up for a few minutes. There we go. I can pretend I wasn't tipped off. I don't think I was. Bazley bowls to Budinger. Oh, that's a pull into the onside. That'll be 4. Through mid-wicket. And dispatched by Budinger. Got close to him up near his chest there, but he has worked Bazley away there almost dismissively for 4. He looks in fine touch, Michelle. 47 he moves on to. He's closing in on what will be a very quick 50.
Yeah, most definitely. And I guess in some senses we shouldn't be surprised. I mean, Leicestershire chased down 326, I think, against Surrey. In 42 overs. Carrying on the fine form.
Budinger faces Bazley, pushes back just a hint. Maybe it might have got near the bootstraps of the bowler. on his follow through, but I think it was pretty much safe. And he takes a single there. Yeah, 33 in that game, Sol Budinger. And but yeah, and that was a good Surrey side as well. I was saying it shows the resources that Surrey have got. I don't want to go on about it, but I'm sure
please do.
I'm sure supporters of both these counties are only too aware. But you look at that as the second 11. Ben Folkes is playing, Rory Burns is playing.
Dom Sibley.
Indeed, so it wasn't a bad 11, as this one's just timed into the offside by Patel, and there's no runs. 76 for none. Yeah, that looked like a strong lineup, but Leicestershire, as Rich was saying, I think, could easily have scored 400 in that game and dominated it. And as we've been saying, Kent less so against Yorkshire. No one is saying they got lucky with the weather, Kent. They took wickets at just the right time. That's what I like to say.
They knew what they were doing.
Yes, Paisley to Patel. Does swing that into the onside, and it's no chance the field to make it Grant Stewart. He's patrolling the whole of the leg side outside the circle. He is indeed. And the power play. This is the last of the 10 over power play. So Leicestershire will be thinking about making sure they take as many runs as they can from that. Patel on to 25. Budinger has 48. They are 80 for none. It's a pretty good return if you're a Foxes fan listening to us. And have a wry smile on your face at this point. Again, clouds going over, blocking the sun at the moment. Patel just tries to drop that in the onside, but too fine. Kadri runs in to stop it. Took a fantastic catch. But Scarborough at point, one of those flying catches at point. He's not the tallest man. In fact, he's probably the smallest player on the field. But one of those where the field seems to be just a whirl of arms as the ball goes past. He's off the ground, throwing an arm at it. Incredible take from Hamid Kadri. He's filming a backward point inside the circle at the moment. Paisley, one ball to go off the power play. Then 80 for none. The Foxes defended by Patel, so the maths is easy. They're going at 8 and over. 10 overs gone here on BBC Radio Kent and BBC Leicestershire. BBC Leicester rather. Budinger has 48. Patel has 25. I think it's fair to say we both hail from the county of Kent, Michelle, but Leicestershire will be pretty pleased. I think the more pleased of the two.
Yeah, a quick look at the Boxer scorecard tells me that Leicestershire won that opening 10 overs. But there's a long way to go.
You're scoring it. Yeah. Is it a 10-8 or
It might be a 10. It might be a 10-8, 10-7. But Kent can come back strongly here now.
So yeah, 80 for none for the first 10 overs, and
it will be Joey Everson to bowl the first over outside of the power play. Bowled a very good over. First up, only 2 runs off it, a wide and a single, and he is into Sol Budinger. The field is now spread outside of the power play, and that one is stopped in the covers. And there'll be no run. We have to Sol Budinger. One man on the boundary on the offside, and is it 2? 2 just inside the boundary.
And we're looking through slightly opaque curtaining here on the front of the marquee. Just to give you an idea of the constraints on the site here.
And again, that's just tapped back down the wickets to Joey Everson. I think the two on the boundary on the onside is obviously for that pick-up pull shot that Budinger has played quite successfully. That'll be the trap if they can get him into it. Not much bounce in this wicket though, so it'll be interesting to see if that does come off. But again, Joey Everson thus far 2 tight deliveries in this second over. And Budinger carves that one through the offside for 2. For a boundary, sorry. And he moves to his 50. He moves to his 50 off 29 balls. 52 not out for Sol Budinger. He got there 29 balls, and it's been a quite destructive innings from the off. For those who follow strike rate, he's going at 170 plus off these 29 balls that he has faced, and it's been a fantastic show of batting thus far. And there's a quick tap and run there by Budinger, and he'll come through for a quick single, and that will bring Rishi Patel onto strike.
Yeah, it's a big head scratcher, isn't it, for Kent at the moment? Just how they, I guess, take wickets is by trying to stem the runs a little bit, isn't it, at this point?
It's got to be pressure, as much as you can build pressure. I mean, Rishi Patel at this point, relative to what Sol Budinger is doing, hasn't got off to a lightning start, but he doesn't have to, because Sol Budinger has done the heavy lifting. Rishi Patel 25 off 35 balls, and Joe Everson's into said Rishi, and he tucks that into the onside, and they'll come through for 1 run.
Yeah, he's not actually scored, or perhaps not faced that much, Patel, after taking the best part, I think, of the first 3 overs, where Budinger was essentially a spectator. I think he had 2 from 2, perhaps at the end of the 4th over Budinger, and Patel had gone into the 20s almost at that point. But yeah, now the boot was on the other foot, and Budinger has raced away to his 50. So yeah, plain sailing at the moment for the Foxes.
2 more balls left of Joe Everson's second over. Sol Budinger back on strike. The danger man, 53 not out. And again, has he tucked that fine enough for a boundary? He has indeed. It's tucked through the slip. Played fine through the slip region. There are no slips, of course, to Sol Budinger due to the nature of his attacking innings, and that's gone for 4. There'll be a change of. That's not the end of the over, but there appears to be. Or was that the end of the over? It wasn't. It was the end of the over.
Yes, sorry,
my apologies. Sorry.
No, don't worry. In your defence, the scoreboard is saying there's still a delivery to come, but it is the end of the over. And
I was wondering why they were suddenly walking away to have a drink. Like there's one more left here.
That makes sense. But yeah, Budinger on 57 now. They're just sure they're running on the hands there, but trying to keep the hands dry, obviously, inside the batting gloves. A bit of a change of gloves for these 2 batters as well. Just taking a short break, so 90 for none. Just looking at Budinger's high in this form of cricket. 89, yeah. I mean, Kent fans, I don't want to say that he's going to get there, but at the moment, he's looking like if he does, he'll be there in short order as well. So, great innings from him to start here.
If you wanted the track to get there, this is the one.
I can say exactly that. It's just, this is looking like a great strip to bat on. Fill your boots here if you're a batter. Is Baisley straight back at him from Patel. 1 bounce and parry with the right hand. Baisley, the big Australian, as he comes on his follow through. Kent announced the signing of Ben Lister until the end of the season. The New Zealand international. As I understand it, I mean, he can play one-day cup matches, but as with many overseas international players, he will play when New Zealand say he can play, if that makes sense to everybody. But definitely for the final 3 games of the county championship, most importantly for Kent. The bouncer there, yeah, the Patel saying, was that hittable? Umpire Harris says yes, but it is 1 for the over. Short ball, 90 for none. So I would read that as a possibility he might play games in this tournament. Ben Lister, the left arm seamer, rather than a probability. Just run down to 3rd. I think Patel thought maybe that was going to get bigger on him than it did, or higher up his chest, but just run it very gently down to the 3rd boundary, and that will be a single. 91 for none, the Foxes. But again, there's no real alarms or surprises, even given that he perhaps adjusted the shot. It shows you how much time he had to do that. So
there's an argument to say, though, that, I mean, Rishi's 27 off 39.
Yeah.
when Sol is in the form he's in today, rotate strike a bit more. Give Sol a bit more.
Yeah,
Give
it's probably
a bit
exactly
more
that
of the
thinking.
strike.
Just let him free his hands here. Perhaps play the ankle roll for Patel. So Bazley to Budinger, guides that into the offside. Forward a square. Stewart running on it. Think about the second. Well, they didn't really think about it very hard. Patel got a couple of steps outside his the bobbing crease, but just the single then. 92 for none. No, it's a very good point. And Richard was saying that this is the way Budinger plays. He will try and swing hard at everything. So generally, so Patel may have just set himself the task of being there, perhaps 40 overs and beyond. He's not scoring badly though, considering he has 27 or 40 or deliveries. 92 for none. The Foxes. Bazley now bowls to Patel. It's a short ball, and he's just sort of gently tennised that into the offside. Just deflected it, but high outside his off stump, and has obligingly mimed that shot, and they take a single. More gloves? How many more do you need?
Might be water here. It was a quick run for whatever it was.
Yeah.
Oh, it's
What's going on? Bit of a, taking some sort of glucose, salt,
Yeah.
painkiller maybe. 93 for none. But yeah, he's quickly across. I'm sure the umpires will give them the hurry up. They've had one legitimate break for a drink, but Budinger.
Please show your appreciation for Hamid Kadri.
Hamid Kadri. So first spin. This will be interesting, won't it, Mashal? You were saying this maybe spin might be the key here. Pace right off, but the way these two have been trusting this pitch, I'd imagine particularly Budinger will go after Hamid Kadri, although he'll be spinning the ball away from him, I suppose, the off spinner. 93 for none anyway. Here on BBC Radio Kent and BBC Leicestershire, and we have had 13 overs so far.
Yeah, I think this is the right move. I'd even say that Kadri will want to kind of float this one up, dare them to go after him. That's almost, and high risk, high reward. Force them into a full shot. You never know. Anyways, Kadri into Rishi Patel, and Rishi just plays that down to long on for one run, and he will turn the strike over to Sol Budinger. So this is this is the battle that I want to see here. Will Sol free his arms, carry on his blistering innings here, go after the spinner?
And this is the matchup that Kent would want more, I guess, isn't it? It's the ball going away from the left-hander. So I say one ball, we'll find out towards the end of the over, I'm sure. But making him perhaps, as you say, stretch for it, just varying outside the off stump and come round the wicket. So yeah, field's changed, obviously, for the left-hander. Jack Leaning comes into backward square inside the circle, deep square leg, deep mid-wicket, long off there as well.
And Sol just tucks that into the onside. And there'll be one run there. Grant Stewart runs in.
After all that build-up, he's just gently nudged it into the onside, hasn't he? But there we go. But yeah, field changing over for Patel.
Kadri again, this time to Rishi Patel, who's back on strike. And oh, that's a great stop. That's a great stop in the cover region there. The gentleman.
Yeah, it's Jack Leaning.
Jack Leaning,
just
of course.
Getting down with the left hand, and that was
one-handed stop.
Yeah.
And earns the appropriate amount of applause by the Kent faithful. Kadri again, and again, that's another dot. Rishi Patel can only play that into the onside, and that's fielded. There'll be no run there. Good start so far.
I can understand them being a bit circumspect, the Leicestershire openers here, just having a look to see what it might be doing, I guess, for the spinner.
Rishi Patel goes after that one though, and just clears mid off, and they'll go down to the boundary for 4 runs. I think it was Joey Everson there at mid off, and it clears him, and it's a welcome boundary for Leicestershire. With one more ball to go, Rishi Patel moves on to 33 from 45 balls. There'll be one more ball of Hamid Kadri's opening over.
Just a hint of a chance there,
Yeah.
wasn't he? You were saying over Everson's head, but closer than Kent have been, perhaps.
Rishi advances down the track, beats the dive in the cover read. Oh, not coverage, mid-wicket read. Mid-wicket region. Oh, sorry, what is that? Yeah, mid-wicket region, sorry. And there will be no... Oh, sorry, 1 run there, sorry.
Yeah,
100
100 up then from 13, yeah. They're making brisk progress here, Leicestershire. Almost needless to say from those stats. Nick, thank you for your email earlier. Apologies, I didn't see it. My phone's not moving quite as quickly as it could do here at Beckenham, but you should be getting pictures now, I think, from the club stream. No, it wasn't a media blackout for any reason. He was making a joke about that, Nick, I think. But he said that's not good for me in Walsall. I appreciate that. But yeah, pictures are there. I can certainly see them on my laptop, so you'll have got them, I'm sure, for some minutes here. But it took me a while to get to your email. Baisley, 100 for none. Leicestershire Foxes making a good fist of this at the start. Just dropped into the offside and. By Patel, just looking for that little touch to perhaps rotate the strike once again for Budinger. He's on 59, but a dot ball. Baisley he's done okay here. He bowled well at Scarborough as well. It's like a good acquisition for Kent here. Still no wickets for the Spitfires. These early exchanges through 13 overs. Baisley over the wicket to Patel, who drives this into the offside. And there is a single to take. So Budinger back on strike now, 101 for none. 3 boundaries off Baisley so far.
I think with Baisley, he's bowling just a bit of a tighter line. He's not giving them any width to kind of drive through the line, as Budinger and Rishi Patel have done so to Gilchrist and Stewart, forcing them to have to create a shot.
Baisley then walks down the leg side, and well, there's the commentator's curse. Congratulations, Michelle, there. He has been bowling a tight line, but that one's gone down the leg side. So wide, in fact, that Budinger tried to hit it and couldn't get onto it down the leg side. So that, in any form of cricket, is certainly an extra one to the total. Basically just flexing the shoulder there, but the margins are small. I mean, obviously I'm making fun of that, but he's trying to make sure that Budinger doesn't have any to hit on a pretty placid surface here. And that's a good ball as well, as you're saying. That's the sort of line he's been bowling, isn't it? Very tight on middle and off. Budinger just trying to work it away in the offside, but straight to the fielder.
So if the commentator's curse actually does work, yeah. I'm now going to say the following. James Baisley has been bowling very waywardly.
There's absolutely no chance of him taking a wicket, is that what you're going?
Now let's see what happens.
I'm sorry, Leicestershire fans here. Michelle's trying everything. He's thrown away the lucky rabbit's foot for Kent at the moment. Here's Baisley to Budinger, and again, just tucks him up a little bit there. I thought that was straying on middle and leg. Oh, a little bit of a look from James Baisley. Haven't seen an awful lot of him. But yeah, there was, I don't think there was a word, but just a bit of a glare, as Budinger definitely tried to smash him into towards Canary Wharf. And there is no run. So
is that why you're calling it the City End then?
Yes, I mean, the city is sort of slightly askew to but northwest. So as Richard said, we're directly north here, so that's what we call it, the City End. Baisley, good length delivery. This is a good finish to the over as well, so far from Baisley. If I've commentated curse it, he's going to give a rank long hop down the leg side now, and Budinger's is going to help that one for 6. But good over so far. Kent just trying to put whatever pressure that they can on. With the score at 102 for none, you'll understand there isn't an enormous amount of pressure on Leicestershire here. And also be aware, though, this is a good pitch, and they want to make sure that Kent are under the pump when they come to bat. Here is Baisley then, final ball of this over, the 14th, chopped into the offside. Good finish from Baisley. None for 18 from his 4. It's a dot ball as Kadri fields 102 for none. The Foxes here at Beckenham. It's just about, I would say, that over as good as it's got for Kent in terms of accuracy. One wide, notwithstanding, kept it pretty much tight.
Yeah, and given how the game started, they've brought it back slightly. Current run rate is 7.37. They'd like a few more overs like that, I'm sure.
So Kadri's to continue from the City End.
Yes, Rishi Patel on strike to Hamid Kadri, and this a dot ball to start. Rishi Patel just tucks that into the onside, and there is no run there into the mid-wicket region. Kadri again, and nearly bowled him there. Rishi Patel advanced down the track, got nothing on it, and he's lucky to not get bowled. Harry Finch didn't take it cleanly either, but that's the first delivery where you can genuinely say has beaten the batter. And follow-up delivery, Rishi Patel plays that down to long on. And there'll be 1 run.
So I caused kerfuffle in the commentary box there by changing my headset. Richard thought that I was leaving. I mean, he had a big smile on his face because of that, and the listeners would have been very excited. But it's a bit like changing gloves here. Just a fresh headset that's been called for. I'm very pampered.
So Budinger back on strike, and Kadri into him, and Budinger tucks. They'll run that hard the first run, tucks into the onside, and they will come back for the second. I think it's Joe Everson coming in off the long on boundary, and there'll be 2 runs there. Budinger back on strike.
Must read this out as soon as we got it here. Dan, sorry, I've got your email a little bit late on kingcricket@gmail.com. That'll come in a second.
And there's no run there again. Kadri just tucking Budinger up there. Can't get anything on that. This has been good over from Hamid Kadri. Beat Rishi Patel in the flight in the second delivery and has kept it tight, but there's 1 more left. And Budinger can only play that down to long off for 1 run. I think that's 4 off that particular over. And so there from Hamid Kadri, 2 overs, none for 10. Or none for 11, I should say. And that is the end, I think, of the 15th. Yes, the end of the 15th over. Leicestershire 106 for none.
So Dan, thank you very much for your email. Good day, guys, he says. Tuning in from Brisbane, watching my mate Bays work his magic. You've heard of Bazball, this is Baysball. Daniel, thank you very much for that. Great to hear from you from down under. Well, I'm glad we've been singing his praises. He's been bowling really well on, I think you're with the pictures as well. Dan, you can give us your experience on what this pitch is doing. From what we can say, it's absolutely flat as a pancake, and keeping down to a 6 or below and over has been a real task so far. Basically has bowled well. This too, Budinger doesn't quite time this inside part of the bat, but he's still got it out towards the square leg boundary. Comes in the throw from Compton. They'll just get 1. So once again, where Budinger was really swinging for the fences, wasn't he, in the power play? He's certainly attempting to still, but Basie's doing a good job just restricting him at the moment, and Kadri at the other end as well.
There was me thinking it was the dulcet tones of Matt Cole that would get fans in from Brisbane, but no, it's baseball.
Yeah, it's absolutely. It's the star attraction. I think we know it's not true. Thank you, Michelle. That's short and basically. You drag right off stump through leg, and Stewart will field that on the leg side boundary. But again, it's just the one, and not really timed by Patel either. So 37 from him, 63 from Budinger. Update coming for BBC Radio Kent, and then I will make way and get Richard Ray back on. As much as we've been saying as these minor victories for Kent, the score is 108 for none. And so Leicestershire, by and large, are doing pretty well here at Beckenham. And Spacely bowls on the leg side, help down. Will the fielder get there? He will. So just a single. Again, looked like low part of the bat from Budinger. Basie's doing something out there. He's getting some movement out there, which is just deceiving the batters enough to stop the boundaries. Small victories for Kent, it must be said, but in this 16th over they'll take whatever they can get. A wicket will be very nice, but we really haven't seen any great sight of that. That's the closest, was the one that went over Joey Everson's head off the bowling of Kadri. Update come from BBC Radio Kent radio listeners as Baisley bowls to Patel, defends that, the offside, and there's no run. Fielded off his own bowling, high up by Baisley. They may indeed, Andy. We've been talking about small victories for Kent, that James Bazley, their Australian bowler, and Hamid Kadri, the spinner at each end now, have slowed things down. But Kent still haven't taken a wicket, so it is very much small victories for Kent at the moment, trying to put pressure on this opening pair of Leicestershire. Kent won the toss, put them into bat. The Foxes 109 for none at the moment, and make that more. It'll be at least 4. One bounce, I think, just inside the rope from Rishi Patel, who moves on to 41. Sol Budinger at the other end has 64. This is, as I said, yes, it's difficult for Kent out there. We know there is always runs here at Beckenham, but having won the toss and put Leicestershire into bat, they'd expect to put them under more pressure than this, I'm sure. In the 16th over then, Leicestershire 113 for none. Kent could do with a couple of quick wickets here, Andy. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. So Bazley, final ball of his 5th over, it's still only gone for 25. The Foxes 113 for none. Patel steps forward, attractive looking drive, but finds the man O'Riordan at extra cover. That's the end of the over, 113 for none. Budinger 64, Patel 41 here on BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio Leicestershire. I will leave you with Michelle St Patrick Hewitt, and he'll be joined very shortly by Richard Ray.
I'm going to do a bit of musical chairs here for a few seconds, but don't worry, I've got everybody here. And it is indeed. It is indeed, sorry, I'm back online here. Hamid Kadri, who will continue for the 17th over. Sol Budinger on strike. And he carves out on the back foot, beats the man in the covers, and they'll come back for 2 runs. Sol Budinger moves to 66 of 44 balls. Richard, you're back. How do you analyse this start from the Foxes here?
Kadri just bowls, and that's turned by Budinger 2 short backward square. Well, it's pretty spectacular, but they can't afford to let the momentum falter too much, these two, simply because the Foxes have so much sort of batting firepower to come. You know, a middle order of Ackerman, Hanscom and Mulder.
And well, that is dropped. Kadri induces the somewhat of a false shot from Sol Budinger all the way down to, that might be, can't pick up who it is on the long off.
It's been
boundary.
Stewart. Now whether it's still in,
it's not
I'm not
Stewart.
Sure. No, it's not.
And it was in,
Yeah.
and then popped out.
He got there, and having got there, should have hung on.
The following delivery by Rishi Patel is a dot ball there as he tucks NC on the side, fielded in the mid-wicket region, and there's no run there, but that should have been the first wicket. That's a big drop there. Kadri again, and again no run. Tight bowling from Hamid Kadri. He induced a chance, beat Rishi Patel in the previous over, and he's just had a drop off his bowling in this over. The danger man Sol Budinger has a life. And again, no run there. Rishi Patel drives that down to, I think that's Joy Everson at mid-off, and there's no run there. It's a good over from Hamid Kadri. Should have had a wicket. Doesn't get one. And Leicestershire 116 without loss at the end of the 17th over.
Missed out a bit there, Patel, didn't he? It was a full toss, that last ball from Kadri. Patel, in a way, playing the anchor role. He's at 41 or 56 deliveries.
Change of bowling
Budinger,
at the Beckenham end,
67.
making his Kent debut. We welcome Matt Parkinson.
Making his Kent debut, Parkinson. Now, because he's been connected with Kent for sort of a few weeks now of side, and then coming here on loan, I assumed that he'd actually played, but we are told it's his Kent debut.
Last time I saw Matt Parkinson was when I was with you at Leicestershire.
He was, yes, he's plying his trade at various counties, Lancashire, Durham and now Kent. Kent will be his full-time home from next season. But he's decided clearly his future lies away from his home county of Lancashire. So Parkinson, leg spin from the Town end or the Beckenham end to Sol Budinger. In he bounces and bowls, drops a little bit short, and Budinger clubs him straight to mid-off, and the catch is taken. This time, well, he went back, tried to club him over Alex Blake. Blake had to backpedal a little bit, but didn't get it all. Budinger raises his eyes to the heavens, and Matt Parkinson's first ball, which it has to be said was a little bit of a long hop. Rachel, well, so often you see them take wickets, don't you? And he did on this occasion. Just didn't get it all, Budinger there. Can't quite believe what he's done. But having gotten away with it in the previous over against Kadri, this time he doesn't get away with it. Blake takes the catch.
It's actually quite similar to the one that he caught the life on in the previous delivery. But Sol Budinger, he's very, you can tell by his body language as he walks off that he thinks he's given that away there. But all the same, still a very impressive innings at the top. Slowed down a bit in the last few overs, but 67 of 46 balls. He's laid the foundation for Leicestershire, certainly. And with Rishi Patel still playing somewhat of an anchor role at the top of the innings, it gives licence for the next few batters for Leicestershire to come in and play a similar innings, and it'll be Lewis Hill.
The skipper comes to the crease. He too has been in a pretty good touch this season. Batted very nicely against Surrey. Made 46 before being caught behind.
Yeah, he's been in good form, 200s in County Championship, 450s. And something I wanted to ask you actually when you were coming back on there is Leicestershire, is there benefit for Leicestershire in that they're one of the teams that haven't lost a lot of players?
Yeah, exactly that. They just lost, but they didn't lose many last season either to the 100. 3 last season, 2 this. Rahan Ahmed and Matt Parkinson's twin brother, Callum, are the only 2 who've got 100 contracts. So, if that was Matt Parkinson's first delivery for Kent, a wicket with it. Matt Parkinson's first delivery for Kent, and a wicket. Parkinson, can he make it 2 in 2? Bounces in and bowls. Hill looks to drive, doesn't really time it. Comes off a thickish inside head, bounces back down the pitch to Matt Parkinson. 116 for 1.
The sun has just disappeared behind the clouds somewhat.
Yeah, some quite heavyish clouds drifting over as Parkinson goes in and bowls. Back goes Hill, turns it out towards square leg. Takes the first one quickly, but no real chance of getting back for the second. He's off the mark. It's Matt Parkinson's home debut. He did play in the rain-shortened game against Yorkshire up in Scarborough. Back goes Patel, cuts the delivery off the back foot, slightly short of a length delivery from Parkinson out towards deepish extra cover. Baisley is the fielder coming in from the boundary out there. Patel takes 1. Brings Hill back down on strike. Parkinson sends Blake back from mid on to long on. In he goes and bowls, tosses that one up nicely. Nice bit of flight to that one. No real turn for him yet, but a good length, and Hill respectfully forward, pushing it back down the pitch to Matty Parkinson. Long off is now has gone back as well. Mid off gone back to long off. So worked out already that Hill likes to drive. In he goes and bowls, gives it some air again. Hill goes for the drive and is beaten by the flight, really, as much as anything. Well, bowl, lovely first over from Matt Parkinson, and it's made a difference. Just the 2 runs from it and a wicket.
Yeah, excellent home debut opening over from Matt Parkinson. And just to set some context of how Kent have slowed this game down a bit, or brought the game back a bit, at the end of the 10th over, Leicestershire were 80 without loss. We are now in the 18th over. Leicestershire are 118 for 1, so the run rate has fallen from 8 to 6.6. And it will be Hamid Kadri who will continue, 3 overs, none for 14. A drop off his previous over, and he's into Rishi Patel. Rishi Patel goes for the big pull, miscues it, doesn't find the fielder, comes through for 1. But again, it's another full stroke that Hamid Kadri has induced there. Bowling well.
When it is drop short, they're just finding it difficult to time the sort of pulls and punches away through the offside, the Leicestershire batters. So you would hesitate to say that bowling long hops may be the key to getting wickets, wouldn't you? That's a fair old risk, but...
we can certainly say pace-off has been more successful today. And Hamid Kadri into Lewis Hill. Oh, catches the leading edge there and skews into the offside. Again, 2 in 2 there in terms of creating false shots from the Leicestershire batters. Patel, then Hill. They did get 1 run though, I should say, skewed into the offside. And Patel back on strike and tucks that one into the offside, and there is 1 run again. So 3 singles, 2 false shots, 3 singles. Kadri will say that he's winning somewhat in this over. Into Lewis Hill. And Kadri fields off his own bowl in there, gets a round of applause. That'll be a dot ball. Lewis Hill still on strike. And he's back there and tucks that into the onside. They'll run the first one hard, but they won't be able to come back for a second. That'll be another single to bring Rishi Patel on strike. There's 1 more ball of Hamid Kadri's over to go. Rishi Patel on strike. He is 44 not out. 6 away from a half century. And he just leans into that one. Down the ground to long on, and there is 1 run, and that is the end of Hamid Kadri's 4th over. Leicestershire are 123 for 1 at the end of the 19th over. Rishi Patel continuing to play an anchor role. Doesn't need to do anything significantly different at this stage. Leicestershire will feel they're ahead of the game at this particular point in time.
Parkinson in past umpire Harris. Bowls, back goes Patel, pulls the short ball, and this time he has got it away, has timed it out towards deep mid-wicket for 4. That was a genuine long hop from Matty Parkinson, and unlike Sol Budinger before him, Rishi Patel got all of it, went back, waited for it, really, didn't try and club it too straight, and managed to get it away to deep mid-wicket for 4. 127 for 1. Leicestershire, no chance for Blake running around from long on. Parkinson is in better length, and Patel, having got his 4 from the first ball, can stretch forward and just push the delivery back up the pitch to Matt Parkinson. I think Matt's doing rather better on the hair front than Callum, who's kind of given up really, but Matty's still got a decent sort of, albeit a buzz cut, but a decent covering. Again, a little bit short. This time Patel goes back and steers it gracefully. He always looks a graceful player, even when he's pulling it hard out into the offside, and that is the single he needed for his 50. It's come off. Can you pick out the numbers on that scoreboard?
64
64,
oh,
65
in fact, 65 balls.
And important, as you say, a sort of anchor role really being played by Rishi Patel at the moment. Parkinson is in to Hill, who is forward. No, he calls as he just drops it out into the offside. 65 balls for Rishi Patel. I've lost my Wi-Fi at the moment, so my signal has gone down from the Kent Cricket office. So I'm going to have to go on to something else, so I've not got immediate access to a scoreboard. Parkinson is in and bowls, gives it lots of air, and it's slog swept. Top edge should be caught at deep backward square. Is Hill. Went for the slog sweep, didn't really put his full weight into the shot, top edged it rather, and it went a long way out to deep backward square, but more or less straight to deep backward square. Very straightforward catch is taken. Is that Stewart out there?
It was Grant Stewart, yes.
It was Grant Stewart who took the catch. Never looked like making a mistake, so Leicestershire lose 2 wickets fairly quickly. Both to Matt Parkinson.
Matt Parkinson, of course, proving the old adage that if you move to Kent, you can revitalise your career. I'm not sure. I may have just invented that one, but but the evidence is there on this home debut from Matt Parkinson. I think Loose Hill was a bit. What do I want to say here? He never looked settled in that short stay at the crease. There, it looked like he wanted to get on with it before really assessing what was going on. And gives another. I'd say gives that away.
The batter is Peter Hanscom.
Australian international Peter Hanscom comes to the crease. He too had a good day at the Oval on Thursday. 57 he made. A very calm presence, very experienced cricketer, all forms international. And nothing much seems to faze Hanscom. I'd be very surprised if he gave it away early, put it that way. Rishi Patel having a long chat to him. Parkinson, 1.5 overs, 2 for 7, making a spectacular impact on his home debut for his soon-to-be new county. I dislike the flight he gives it from time to time. He does turn it, albeit very difficult to turn it on this pitch. Turns it a lot, but flight as well is one of his main weapons, and he used it nicely there, tossed it up. Not afraid to give it some air. What will Hanscom make of him? Slip has gone in as Parkinson is in, gives it some air on that occasion. Hanscom leans forward, just strokes it out towards Compton in the covers, and there is no run, but there should be a nice warm round of applause for Parkinson. A ripple around Beckenham, just begins to pick up a little bit now. 2 for 7 for the Boltonian, 128 for 2 after 20, the Foxes.
Yeah, and just to give some context to that last 10 over spell there from Kent, the first 10 went for 80, the second 10 has gone for 48, and they've snared 2 wickets in that second section of 10 overs. So if we're going to call it phases of play, Kent will feel that they won that second phase. And Hamid Kadri will continue for his 5th overs. 4 overs, none for 19. He's played a big part in bringing this game back for Kent. And Rishi Patel leans into that for somewhat of a cover drive, but it's stopped in the covers. There'll be no run.
Gone darkish now, some sort of heavyish clouds.
Oh, and it's gone back, and there's the wicket. Again, Kadri deserves that. He really does deserve that. He should have already had a wicket in this game, and he's induced yet another full shot, and this time Rishi Patel can only push that one straight back to Kadri. He takes the court and bowled. Patel goes for an even 50, and all of a sudden Leicestershire are 128 for 3.
Rishi Patel caught and bowled Kadri.
And there's a bit of rain in the air as well.
Yeah, spitting a little bit. There's plenty of light cloud behind the dark clouds, but this has been a really good comeback from 116 without loss for the Foxes. Now 128 for 3, so 12 for 3 in recent overs. And Patel drags himself from the crease. Couldn't have been an easier caught and bowled really for Kadri, but again, a little bit. Sure, he wasn't at the pitch of the ball, was he? And he was at it too soon. Yeah,
hard hands at the pitch too soon, and straight back to Hamid Kadri. But like I say, I think Kadri deserves that. He's had a drop off his bowling. He beat Rishi Patel earlier on in his spell.
Patel's 50 of 67 balls, 6 fours for him.
And the new batter to the crease is Colin Ackerman. And he will join Peter Hanscom. I don't think Hanscom is yet to face. Oh, no, he's faced 1 ball, but 2 new batters at the crease without any score to their name.
They're having to start again, Leicestershire. Spectacular start, but just shows the head should never drop. A couple of quick wickets and it feels a very different game.
given the success of Matt Parkinson and Hamid Kadri have had, I wonder if Kent will ask Jack Lean in to bowl a few, but we shall see. Kadri in 2. Is it Hanscom on strike? Ackerman, sorry, on strike, and he is immediately off the mark, plays that into the offside through the covers for 1. Grant Stewart fields that.
Run out for 10 at Surrey. Ackerman, and he's won an innings of the competition so far this season. Turning for a third, was sent back rightly, and was adjudged not to have made it.
Kadri into Peter Hanscom. Oh, catches the outside edge, but it's all along the ground. It goes down to third man, and they'll come through for 1. Big ooze, but there was never really an opportunity there, but does catch the edge all the same. And it will bring Ackerman back onto strike. And there's no run there. Tucked into the tucked into the onside. Harry Finch tries to throw that to the fielder, but succeeds in only chucking it up in the air.
One of those when he just held on a bit long.
Had to run after his own ball there. But,
stay a bit low.
Bit quicker, bit lower. And nearly catches Ackerman out there, but again tucked into the onside region. No run there, so a wicket in the over for Hamid Kadri. Leicestershire are 130 for 3 at the end of the 21st over.
So they have to rebuild a little bit, these two now. There is plenty of batting to come, but they could do with something of a partnership. Now the Foxes, between Ackerman and Hanscom, just get the momentum back a little bit.
The ground staff are sitting by the covers. I thought it'd stop raining, but they have moved to the covers.
Parkinson is in, back goes Hanscom, pushing it rather than hitting it out into the offside, steering it out towards Compton, who's out there at extra cover, and there's no run. Parkinson spins the ball from hand to hand in and bowls, drops a little bit short. Hanscom goes back, doesn't try and club it, just tries to turn it past Kadri at mid-wicket. Stewart comes chasing in from the square leg boundary, gets there just before the retreating Kadri, and keeps it down to 2. Hanscom on to 3. Leicestershire 132 for 3. Crowd is cheered up a little bit, understandably. They were a little bit quiet previously. Forward goes Hanscom, thick inside edge as he stretches forward, as that one runs on to him. Runs out towards backward square. No run taken. Parkinson is in, bowls, driven from just outside off stump by Hanscom. Big stride forward, has the long off out there. Joey Everson, as I say, briefly of Leicestershire, played just the 1 game for the Foxes. It looked as though they were going to sign him full time. Chose to come down to Kent. I think he had some former colleagues down here. He was telling me when he came back up with Kent for the quarter-final, of course. Drops short there, Parkinson, but Ackerman had already stretched forward there, so he had to wait and couldn't really adjust. It didn't turn. Dot ball. Good bowling though still from Parkinson, keeping it tight. One way or another, in he goes, gives it a little bit more air this time. Ackerman waits, but stretching forward, gets to the pitch a bit, strokes it back up the pitch to Parkinson. Another good over it.
I'm going to leave
Just
you, Richard.
5 runs from it. Mitchell's disappearing, which probably means that there will be an update coming for BBC Radio Kent shortly.
A triumphant Matt Cole is returning to proceedings.
Well, since his absence, 3 quick wickets, so BBC Radio Kent will be thinking, or Kent listeners will be thinking, yeah, we don't want Coles back on commentary.
Yeah, sorry
no
about
wickets
that.
fell.
Working Richard Ray and Chelsea Patrick here from either end.
Kadri Kadri is in, turned, a foolish delivery off middle and leg out towards deep backward square by Hanscom. Single is taken. 1 for 22 now for Hamidullah Kadri from 5.1 overs. Parkinson 2 for 12. I beg your pardon, 2 for 10 from 3. Kadri is in, back goes Ackerman, turns it, a length ball, but it didn't really spin or come onto him too much. He was able successfully and comfortably enough to turn it out to deep mid-wicket. Where Ben Compton fields. Kadri is in, a bit more air on this occasion, just turning his wrists on that one as he walked into the defensive push Hanscom, and a little bit leading edgy. Back up the pitch it goes to Hamidullah Kadri, who is in and bowls, and forward goes Hanscom. That one does turn back in a bit. Very difficult to read whether it was an actual googly as such from Kadri. But anyway, it was turned towards mid-wicket and one is taken. Almost impossible really from this angle. Kadri is in, turns his wrists on that one. Does Ackerman, but turns it straight to sort of mid-wicket stroke mid-on. He's a little bit wide there. Trying to cover both positions. Kadri is in, and again Ackerman wristily turns it past mid-wicket. On that occasion, Alex Blake sort of tumbles to his right. No real chance of getting there. Ackerman picks up one. End of the over, 137 for 3. So, is that right?
Yes, yeah. Changed the complexion, those 3 quick wickets, isn't it, from 116
Very much so.
for none to current standing. And Parkinson on his home debut, taking a wicket with his first ball, 2 in 2 overs, and then 2 in 4 balls for Kent as Kadri took that return catch. I'll bowl now to Colin Ackerman, the Dutch internationals. A slip in as well. Kent on the attack at the moment, just scenting they might get. Well, it's Matt Parkinson that was saying, was adding 2 wickets to every score, wasn't he? Chirping in front of our effects microphone, and he actually did that himself in his first 2 overs. So, fair enough. He's backed himself up. Rolling over the wicket, the leg spinner driven back past him. Actually, a bit of a reach for Ackerman as he drove that one up to long off. It's Joey Everson with a throw coming into Parkinson, and just the single taken. Australian Peter Hanscom, such a classy player. Plenty against Surrey in their opening day win as well, or opening match win. It's just a little nudge into the onside. Kadri fields. It's a great bit of fielding, but the single was comfortable in the end. The quick release from Kadri perhaps made it look a bit more exciting than it was. The throw was never hitting the stumps. And Hanscom just putting his hand up there, maybe saying he called through Ackerman a little bit quickly. Sweep, orthodox sweep down towards Grant Stewart off this next ball for Ackerman. He takes a single off it. Again, using the long levers to reach way in front and drag that down towards the backward square leg boundary. 140 for 3. Parkinson just spinning the ball into his left hand. Don't need to ask Matt Parkinson twice where he wants his fielders. Jack Leaney was asking him, and he's pointing very pointedly, I would say, to where he wants everybody. Not afraid to call the shots. The spinner, 140 for 3. Bowling now to Hanscom, rocks at the back foot. That's a lovely shot. Deftly cut in behind square. He'll come back for a comfortable 2. 142 for 3 then. As we await this update for BBC Radio Kent radio listeners. Peter Hanscom just taking a moment to survey the field as Parkinson comes in. 2 wickets to his credit already. Waits for this delivery, Hanscom. Gentle nudge into the onside with a roll of the wrists. Kadri fields. 142 for 3 then at the end of the 24. Hearing about some congestion at the Dartford Tunnel. There's a novelty, listeners in Kent will say. It almost never happens.
25 overs bowled, the Leicestershire Foxes.
There we are. 142 for 3. Beckenham 5. Sorry, that's a very local concern, but you'll understand, listeners in Leicestershire and beyond, I'm sure. Anyone's heard the Dartford Tunnel will know there's problems there every day. Anyway, Kadri does continue. Update code for BBC Radio Kent listeners. Over the wicket he comes. Onto the back foot goes Ackerman, turned into the onside for a single. 143 for 3. Breakthroughs for Kent though, Andy. They were absolutely labouring with Leicestershire 116 for none in the 18th over though. Matt Parkinson, the leg spinner on loan from Lancashire, comes on for his home debut. His first ball, yes, he takes a wicket, getting Budinger for 67 caught by Alex Blake. His second over, he'd struck again. Lewis Hill going for 3, caught by Grant Stewart backward of square, and then 4 balls later, Hamid Kadri, not to be outdone, the Kent off-spinner bowling right now, took the wicket of Rishi Patel, gone for exactly 50. So Kent have struck back here. 145 for 3, still looks a very good strip to bat on this for Leicestershire, but just the run rate coming down a smidgen here as Kent exercise some control with the spinners on at both ends. 145 for 3, the Foxes here then after Kent have won the toss here at Beckenham and put them into bat in this one-day cup match. The defending champions, as I said, just dragging themselves back into this match right now. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. And 2 balls from the end of the over. Kadri 29 off his bowling so far, coming towards the end of his 7th. And spinners work so well for Kent at the moment. I wonder if they, I was going to say if they might turn to Jacklin, if Jacklin might turn to himself for some off spin, because there has been an understandable slowdown. Wickets always bring the run rate down anyway. Quicker from Kadri, just pops up off the bat of Hanscom. No danger there as it's gone all the way up to Nathan Gilchrist at long on. Eventually they come through for a single. 148 for 3, while Nathan Gilchrist has had a day to forget so far. He also dropped a catch in the deep, didn't he, as well as his first 3 overs going for 36. Otherwise, Kent have grabbed the game back a little bit after an opening salvo. 80 for none, Leicestershire were off the first 10 overs. As I said, 116 for none in the 18th. They were going pretty well, but perhaps on us even a bit more now, Richard, you say?
Yeah, very much so. I mean, and Gilchrist's drop, as it turned out, only cost 1 run. Budinger dropped on 66, went for 67, so he would have been very relieved. Nathan Gilchrist, as Parkinson is in and bowls to Hanscom, who leans forward. What he's done well, and just strokes it out into the offside. What he's done well, Hanscom, as you would expect from an international of his experience, hasn't tried to overhit the sort of poor ball. He's just made sure he's gotten it away for 1s and 2s, just trying to get going here. Goes back, just an example there really, didn't try and club it away into the offside, a slightly short of a length delivery, just steered it into the gap in the covers out to the sweeper on the offside boundary, takes his 1, jogs to the other end, moves quietly onto 13 off just 17 balls. Parkinson into Ackerman, who goes back, gets a similar sort of delivery. He too steers it out into the offside, just wide, sufficiently wide of Nathan Gilchrist to pick up 1. Gilchrist tumbles across to his right, sort of cover point to make the stop. That's, as you probably heard on the effects mic. 150 is up for the Foxes. Parkinson in, gives it some air. Love to watch a leg spinner who isn't afraid to give it some air. Forward goes Hanscom, just pushes it out into the offside. No run. Spectacular progress to the 100, which came up in just the 13th over. Less so since. Down the wicket goes Hanscom. Parkinson sees his coming, sees him coming, drags his length back. Hanscom has to cover up, pushes it out into the onside. Kadri comes running in from mid-wicket. No run, well bowled. Been a while since the last boundary. As Parkinson is in, back goes Hanscom and just almost plays French cricket with it. Drops it down into the onside, bat in front of the right pad, right in front of the stumps, and there is no run. So, just the 2 runs from that Parkinson over. He has bowled pretty well on home debut. 2 for 17, I think it is, from 5 overs now for Matty Parkinson.
So Kadri to continue. They may bowl him out here. 1 for 31 off his 7 so far from the City end. A couple of emails have come in on kentcricket@gmail.com. We'll get to those in just a second. Driven by Ackerman deep in the crease, but he engineers things as well. Also, you get a full day out. Atmosphere at grounds usually more child and senior friendly, he says, as well. As Kadri bowls, no harm done to Ackerman. He's fine. The concussion check turned into the onside. Kent listeners will know what phrase I'm going to come up with as the ball's flicked by Ackerman into the onside. It seems for years and years the governing body at 155 for 3 have thought that one-day cricket, that no one likes one-day cricket, but no one's told spectators around the county that the counties they don't, because they still come up in their numbers for these, and a good number here today as well. So I'd agree with you, Peter.
50 overs cricket, you mean the sort of...
Yes, sorry,
yeah.
Absolutely, yes. That, you know, it
The
may be a thing of the
club.
past and it's not very fashionable, but
No, it's
the counties still pack them in at these different grounds. Single taker, 156 for 3 at the end of the 27th over, by the way. 15 for Hanscom, 13 for Ackerman. Thank you, Peter. Absolutely, I'd agree with you on that.
Yeah, I would too. So 156 after 27.
Joey Everson
6 off it.
returning at the Beckenham end.
Parkinson being taken off, having taken 2 for 17 from 5 overs, going to keep half his overs in hand. Jack Leaning, bringing Joey Everson back on at the Beckenham end, also known as the Town end, the Pete, perhaps, no, Townshend. Yeah,
I don't know where Pete Townsend's from, actually. Is he from Beckenham?
he's a Londoner, isn't he? He's well, they all are, aren't they? The original Who?
Now then, having a look. Chiswick, yeah.
Chiswick, that's quite posh, isn't it?
It is.
West, is that
it's
West
the other
End?
side, yeah. But it's not too far away.
Everson is in and bowls almost a full toss, low, probably was just a low full toss in the end. Came back in towards Hanscom, who just on-drove it carefully. No great follow through from the Australian through the vacant mid-on area down towards Blake. Is in front of us at long on. He came in to meet it, just the single taken by Hanscom. Moves on to 16. Everson, very chest on as he runs in and bowls slightly short, and Ackerman will feel he missed out a little bit there. Tried to sort of chop it away, almost off the front foot, wristily. Hit it hard down into the ground, but more or less straight to point. And I think, as I say, we'll feel, oh good, blue sky is back, and the sun is starting to come back after a slightly dodgy looking sky for 3/4 of an hour. And in fact, there was a little bit of water in the air for a while, wasn't there? As Everson is in, length delivery just outside off stump though, and going forward, Ackerman thick outside part of the bat, angled it down towards wide third man. Gilchrist, the fielder, down there. 1 is taken. Ackerman moves on to 14. So these two just beginning to rebuild. I've added 30 now off 42 deliveries for the Foxes. Everson, elbows jutting, runs in and bowls slightly short of a length, and Hanscom had gone forward and couldn't really time it off the front foot. Thick inside part of the bat pushes the ball back up the pitch towards Joey Everson. Is that Leaning chatting away to him?
Yeah, absolutely.
At mid-off. Everson turns, runs in and bowls, again slightly short of a length, stayed on the back foot this time, and so able to work it down through mid-on towards Blake at long on Hanscom and take 1.
Very fluid run, Joey Everson, hasn't he? Comes in pretty briskly.
He's solid, isn't he, though? He's sort of very solidly built young man, and made a big impact since signing for Kent. Comes running in and bowls, again slightly short of a length. Ackerman this time stayed on the back foot, tried to work it down towards Blake. Almost got a little bit too much of it, and as a consequence hit it down into the ground rather, and Kadri able to run across to his left from mid-wicket to field. End of a perfectly decent over from Jerry Everson. Indeed, just the 3 runs. Was it 2 runs from it in the end? Is that 158 for 3? 159 for 3.
159, yeah.
159, so just the 3 runs from it. It's not actually that easy to
It's not.
pick out.
I'm glad you're saying that. It's just my
it
eyes.
Could have been me, but no, it isn't just me. You can see.
So Kadri will continue, and this, this will be. He's just got 2 overs left, 1 for 37 so far. Jim, thanks for your email. I'll get to that in just a second. Kadri to Hanscom, turns this into the onside with the spin, the right-hander out towards the square leg boundary. In from it comes Compton to field. Jim saying, thank you for the commentary. Great listen, though you waited for the waiting with bated breath for a bit of movement off the pitch, he says. You might be waiting for a while.
Yes, I was going to say, don't hold your breath.
Yeah, I was going to say, absolutely. Yeah.
Bait it by all means.
Yes. But
if you're holding it, you've got issues.
He may already have fainted, Jim. Who knows by now if he was holding his breath. As Kadri bowls to Hanscom, that the spinner's getting something out of this, certainly making it difficult for batters at the moment. Ackerman just looks like he's trying to free the hands a little bit. Jim continues as Kadri bowls, wristy again from Ackerman. That's the way to play him. Back got a square for a single. He says, any chance of syncing the voice and video, he says. Your commentary is 3 seconds ahead. That was some time ago, so the email's taking a while to get to me. Listeners, apologies.
Often refreshing does it, doesn't it?
Does it?
If people do it on their computers.
Refreshing,
we have found a quick refresh.
Driven back past Kadri, but no run there. I think he might have got a hand to that off his own bowling, so getting the thumbs up from the streaming team that it should be fine. Many will be saying it's the first time I've ever been ahead of the game in my life, but here comes Kadri. Just a gentle nudge into the onside, the farming a single there, but by no means the hemorrhage of runs that we had in the first 10 overs from a Kent point of view. Blake fields, and that is the end of the over. 162 for 3. Hanscom has 19. Ackerman has 15. But thanks for your kind words, Jim. Glad you're enjoying the coverage. This game has an interesting balance to it now, I think. 162 for 3. Feels like Ackerman and Hanscom are waiting to accelerate to me, Richard, but they've got all sorts of time here. We're only, 29 overs through the piece at the moment.
You tend to double the score after or theoretically, that has it that if you double the score after 30, if you've got wickets in hand, you won't be far away, which suggests about 340 might be Leicestershire's target. Everson is in, bowls Foolish, is on driven, can't get his hand down to it, might have got his hand down to it, but didn't go particularly quickly down behind the stumps at the non-striker's end. Leaning got across from mid off to field, and there was no run. Hanscom just checks the bottom of his bat, it's okay, no cracks. He's decided. Sun comes out again, down the wicket goes Hanscom, but then waits for the delivery and steers it behind square on the off side. Bit of room, a bit of distance for Gilchrist to run round in front of the permanent temporary stand over there. And as a consequence, Hanscom can pick up a couple. Does it have a name, the stand one? I'm just wondering whether there's a sponsor's name. I can't see one as
I don't
such.
think it has been named, actually.
In front of the Palace Indoor Centre, Crystal Palace Indoor Centre, short and pulled by Hanscom. Everson, he should pick up maybe even 4 there, and it is going to be 4. Blake had a long way to run from long gone round to deep mid-wicket, couldn't quite make it, and Everson looks down as he walks back to his mark, a little bit cross with himself. Hanscom has been in there long enough now to pick up the length pretty quickly, and did so on that occasion, his 31st delivery. He moves on to 25.
Yeah, no sponsor's name, no ceremonial name. They're all named after former Kent players, of course, at Canterbury.
Everson is in, better length, but just outside off stump. Just waits for it. Hanscom guides it deftly down to third man. Jogs the single. Moves on to 26. Leicestershire just beginning to pick things up again a little bit now, after losing 3 wickets for 12 runs. From 116 without loss to 128 for 3. Everson is in. Ackerman 2 guiding the delivery. From Leicestershire's point of view, for some little time, 12 from, which was also
46 bodies here since came there. Right on that, but this Hammy Country's last over, and he just one of the fielders slightly finer on the leg side behind square. I think there might be a Reardon. It's near him. In fact, he fields now, so it comes back. No, it's Baisley. Beg your pardon. Just couldn't see him on a pillar of the marquee there. But, so well, that fielding tweak worked in some ways. Baisley got his hand to it and has thrown it back in. So just a single. And this is Hanscom working the ball into a similar area of Kadri. It's fielded by Compton, comes square of the wicket to field. And another single. I wonder if they might just have the opinion they can just see Kadri off for this last over, and once that threat has then gone from that end. It's slapped past him though, really good stop. That is Joey Everson at mid-off. They come through for a single, and it was hit a lowish trajectory there. Jack Leaning is warming up. The Kent skipper. It's Kadri bowls. Oh, full toss. High one as well. Almost caught Hanscom by surprise, but not that much. Has he got a boundary there? No. Gilchrist fields, and they come back for 2. What's happening in those last couple of balls? Partnership is 51 now. As these two
50 partnership.
Move the score along.
62 balls.
It is indeed, yeah. 33 for Hanscom, 18 for Ackerman in 31 minutes from that. 179 for 3. And they are taking a single of this penultimate ball of what looks like, yeah, should be the end of Kadri's spell after this ball. Richard Ray off to do an update. St Patrick Hewitt will be rejoining us. And with the Foxes, 180 for 3. Kadri, and I don't know what he wanted from that delivery, but look, frustrated, but his hands in the air. Wanted a wicket off his last ball, of course. Every ball's a wicket-taking ball. 181 for 3 then at the end of that over. 31 gone. Kadri finishes his 10-over spell. And we're getting the Only Fools and Horses music for no reason I can think of, but some people might be singing along. 1 for 47, I think, Kadri at the end of his 10, but important wicket taking the third of that one, getting rid of Rishi Patel at a time when 3 wickets fell in short order, but he's gone, and Jack Leaning comes on at the Beckenham end, brings himself on. A spin seems to be working. Everson taken out of the attack after conceding 12 off the previous over. And St Patrick Hewitt here to commentate on it. And 50 partnership, almost, I'm saying, imperceptibly between Ackerman and Hanscom, building it classy.
Barely noticed it. Jack Leaning in to Ackerman, who is on strike, and there is no run off the first ball. Yeah, I thought Jack Leaning would be used today. Once they'd seen the purchase that Kadri and Parkinson had got, it's a no-brainer here, and Ackerman leans into that one, tucks it into the offside. They run the first quickly. Once the second, they're not going to get the second. Kadri in off the boundary. There's a couple of leaves blow into our faces, and there's 1 run there.
I think the tent is securely fastened, as one of our previous emailers asked if we were in any danger of lift off here, but it's rattling around a fair bit. There's a good breeze out there now.
Hanscom on strike, and yes, I haven't seen Jack Leaning bowl in a while, and he's using what I call the Sunil Narayan method.
He is, and that's
ball is hidden behind his back.
I think that's very much this season for him as well. He's disguising the delivery as it comes in. So, not on this occasion though.
Ooh, polite inquiry.
Yeah.
Beats Hanscom on the outside edge.
Has that gone on with the arm? Maybe that one. Maybe it hasn't turned into the right-hander, but is he a mystery spinner now? Perhaps. Jack Leaning, I'll ask him about that later.
Yeah, because he's not doing it again. But yeah. Anyways, leaning back in, and Hanscom goes back and cuts, misses it. Finch misses it, and it's gone all the way through. I'll wait for the umpire to signal byes.
38. So Somerset against Worcestershire at Taunton. Somerset 166 for 3. Similar position to this in terms of overs bowled. 32 overs bowled there for Somerset. Sussex 132 for 5 against Northamptonshire. That one at Wantage Road, Northampton. And the other game, Derbyshire 177 for 2 against Glamorgan at Derby through 32 overs as well there. Stuart bowls, and Beckenham trying to get on the front foot, but driven into the offside Blake Fields. And spoiler alert if you are watching the Women's World Cup, because it's a result I think it's worth mentioning. So here's the spoiler alert. Put your fingers in your ears if you don't want to know. After this ball from Grant Stewart, I'll be telling you what's happened. Here's Stewart to Ackerman, driven into the ground, or chopped into the ground the offside, but still a amount of pace. Kadri's throw comes in, they take a second. In the end, it's not a risky one, it's not a great throw from Kadri, and they do get through for the 2. Ackerman moves on to 22. So that spoiler alert, there was the USA, the defending champions in the Women's World Cup, are out on penalties against Sweden. 0-0 after extra time. Netherlands beating South Africa in the other.
There was
round
also
of
some
16
VAR. There was a VAR situation in that game.
Was there? All sorts of excitement. Looking forward to watching that on the highlights. This one's pulled away by Ackerman. Single taken. No spoilers here in that we do know England are playing tomorrow at 8:30 against Nigeria, but it's been a tournament that's been more full of shocks than I would have expected, certainly.
Most definitely.
Which actually bodes, I think, really well for women's football.
I've just come back from Jamaica, and suffice to say, the island there is in great celebration over what they've achieved.
Yeah. Here's Stewart over the wicket to Hanscom, run down to backward point, and they'll take a single to Marcus O'Riordan. And 188, 90 for 3, but it just shows that perhaps the international teams are just getting closer to each other, which is just great for the excitement of big tournaments like this, where the USA have dominated for so long, but the traditional powerhouses maybe.
Germany are out, USA are
exactly.
out. Yeah,
just getting closer to the rest of the teams. So England, I think, got a real chance. Over the wicket comes Stewart then to Ackerman, who cuts that away beautifully. Just bisects the 2 fielders back with a square on the offside, and that's 4 more runs. And this is an ominous partnership from a Kent point of view now, and perhaps a glorious one already for Foxes fans. 194 for 3. Felt like we had a brief flurry of wickets, Machel, and now Leicestershire holding sway once more with this partnership.
Yeah, so the third set of 10, Leicestershire added 56 for the loss of no wickets, and it feels like they're laying a foundation for the back 10. You feel Kent need another wicket here just to break momentum as they approach what's coming up to the final 15 overs. And it will be Jack Leenan who will bowl his second over. And Hanscom on strike. He tucks that into the onside for 1.
I mean, you already called it to start. You know, they're going to make 300 here unless Kent do something extraordinary. But how many more can they get, I suppose, is the...
Oh, here comes the Sunil Narayan delivery from Leenan, and Ackerman is able to tuck that fine on the onside for another single.
He's all mystery, is Jack Leenan.
And Leenan, again, hiding the ball behind his back. What magic will he conjure up here? And it's a dot ball. You must ask him about this.
Yeah, I'm going to, don't worry. It looks like he's really varying those deliveries as well. That one looked like he was through mid-wicket. Is that going to be saved? It is. Good work from Nathan Gilchrist in the air in the end to stop it going for 4. They come through for, was it just the 1 in the end? Got him pretty quickly. 205 for 3. Sorry, it's a 2, wasn't it?
Yeah, just that previous delivery, just reflecting on it, Joey Everson was kind of in no man's land though, because he was neither, as you say, he was neither long off nor mid off, and then kind of got caught out as a result. It just over the crossbar.
Yeah, it just carried him, didn't it? Yeah. Good news for Leicestershire though, and he's had a couple of those, Everson, today. No fault of his own, just carried him. But Stewart then to bowl to Hanscom's on 47. And cuts that away. Good stop by O'Riordan at backward point now. Matt Parkinson in front of us, having a chat to Jazz Singh, the 12th man. Having done a great job with his bowling so far, Parkinson, for Kent. I wonder if they might bring him back into the attack to try and buy a wicket here. He's going into the circle now. His chat has to end as he's brought into the circle. Hanscom surveys the field as he sees Jack Leaning dispatch himself to the mid-wicket boundary. So, third man up. When he go full here, good length delivery, just turn to inside the circle at mid-wicket, so Leaning has to make the long run in, and it's just return. And the stats back up what we're seeing with our own eyes here is Peter Hanscom is a class operator, and these two, so much experience between them. Kent really could do with a wicket here, and well, I'm not psychic, I haven't got a line to Jack Leaning, but Matt Parkinson is being called back into the attack. I think this makes sense to me.
Yeah, 100%.
They need to buy a wicket somewhere.
Yeah, at this stage, they need a wicket. You've got to go to who looks like, or who is the most likely wicket taker. You call Matt Parkinson an attacking bowler, a wicket taking bowler. He's got 5 left. It's just, I wonder how they're going to use his 5 though. How many of them do they want to save for the final 10? Gilchrist has only bowled 3, Basie's only bowled 5, Eveson's only bowled 4, so it's going to be interesting to see how they allocate the remaining overs.
Yeah, they've got used 7 bowlers so far, but as you say, they've got permutations, it's just how they run through the rest now.
So Parkinson into Pete Hanscom, who's just reached his 50. Hanscom has pulled that, and it's 1 bounce and 4. 1 bounce and 4 down to the boundary, and it's a bit of a long hop there, and Hanscom has, given the form that he's in, he's latched straight onto that, and there was no one patrolling the kind of deep mid-wicket region, and
had some
helped
hang
himself,
time, didn't it? But yeah, absolutely.
Parkinson in again. This one's a bit tighter. Hanscom's on that a bit early, chops that down into the ground. There's no run there. Leicestershire 216 for 3. Peter Hanscom is 57 not out of 53 balls. Hanscom waits on Parkinson again, and this time he skips down the track and guides that to long on for 1 run. That will bring Colin Ackerman on strike, who is on 31 not out. Barely noticed him reaching 31 not out, but again he's got there without any real trouble. Ackerman rocks onto the back foot, plays that through the covers for a single. And there are 2 balls remaining of this Parkinson over. This is his 6th over of the day. Back to Hanscom, who's on strike. And again, it's kind of like the lofted drive again to the mid-wicket region. There's no one round there. Alex Blake comes round to field that. Did they come back for 2? I believe they did.
They did. And there's a sort of vain cry of catch, but they're farming that area. I mean, they're leaving that area, the gap, because the natural spin takes it away from the right-hander, so that should be a risky shot, but yeah, it's a very well done off the first ball of the over, and off that one as well. And
it's a similar kind of shot. This time it goes more square.
Against her?
Yes, and it is indeed a Baisley.
Thank goodness, as I've already broken Grant Stewart for Jack. Definitely. I missed your tweet early on. Apologies, Andrew Japan. He says Baisley looks like a handy addition to Kent's Aussie Beefcake Club. Love that, Andrew. Thank you very much. Who are we including in that, I wonder? Here's Baisley to... it's just an idle wonder. Flicks this into the onside, takes a single. Baisley's been pretty accurate. His friend Dan's listening back in Brisbane. At least he was, certainly. I don't know if the time prohibits you doing that, getting into the early hours there, but his 5 going for 25 that he's bowled so far. Just a single off that ball. Yeah, I don't know, Andrew, if I want to go into this territory, but Grant Stewart, Aussie Beefcake, I think probably. Michael Hogan also. He is... I mean, you didn't ask, Andrew, but I'm obliging anyway. Single taken up to mid-off. They'll go to 2-2-4 for 3. Matt Quinn doesn't qualify, being a Kiwi, but
well, if
Antipodean.
Yeah, I was going to say
Beefcake
Antipodean. If Ben Lister is is of the
true.
beefcake tradition,
He looks
then
like a
it can
sturdy
be
fellow. Certainly. There we go. That's single taken there. 2-2-4 for 3. Baisley bowls, and just accuracy again. Good stop. Tumbling stop by is that Joey Everson out at wideish mid off? I think it is. It's driven hard by Hanscom, but no run off that one. All sorts of wires being run throughout this tent. There's a lot of cable in this place, isn't there?
Yeah, there is.
From all of us, yeah.
That's why we'll never float away, because it's tying us down.
That's probably true enough. Baisley goes just into the pitch with that one, but it's been treated into the offside. Can Stewart get there? He can't. The long offside boundary, longest part of the ground really, out through extra cover there for Hanscom, and that's a great shot, and the partnership's now standing at 101 between these two. So they're at 229 for 3. Baisley had been economical, but they're just starting to open up against him here, and with Hanscom and Ackerman both, well, solidly in now, this is a difficult task.
It's the point I was making to Rich earlier on. Hanscom and Ackerman have had very good seasons, county championship. Leicestershire have barely lost any players, so...
Yeah, this is a strong batting lineup. Goes for a long handle there. Chance of a run out. Would need to be a direct hit from Blake, I think, anyway. Ackerman was back into his ground, but yeah, Hanscom went for that one into the onside of a foolish delivery. Didn't quite time it, and Blake got the ball quickly, but no run there. But yeah, I think particularly, it looks like, and no disrespect to their bowlers, but their strength is slightly more towards the batting, isn't it?
Yeah.
And they really are proving how good they are here. 229 for 3 on a pitch, if you're just joining us, that batters will love to bat on, put it that way. So Kent struggling to take victims. They've taken 3 so far. Baisley hoping he can break this partnership soon. Hanscom, and oh, lovely shot, makes himself room, and he's absolutely delivered that through the offside along the ground. That is a graceful shot, great foot movement, making himself room, and more or less back and across, but a drive into the offside. I think there have been some lovely shots, but that might be shot of the day for me. 4 runs.
Yeah, straight along the ground, absolutely full control. He's looking in imperious form today. But then I said that, Sol Budinger, I said,
Yeah.
you know what, there's runs on this track to get his best score of in this day cricket, and he gave it away somewhat. But Peter Hanscom does not look like he's in the mood to give it away.
Feels like he almost moved round that delivery, didn't he? Decided where he was going to drive it on a pitch which is giving the batters a little bit of time against the seam bowlers. It looked like he had 20 minutes, half an hour to decide where to put that shot, and gracefully put it through the offside. Lovely. So,
Yeah.
thinking caps on again for Kent.
Frustratingly for Kent, Hanscom seems to be identifying where the gaps are and playing exactly where those gaps are. But Matt Parkinson is back on for his 7th over of the day. 6 overs, 2 for 27. He will be hoping he's certainly got a few more wickets in his locker before he bowls his full allocation. Leicestershire are 2-3-3 for 3. 37 overs have been bowled. And it will be Colin Ackerman who is on strike. He's on 34 not out from 41 balls. And that's tucked into the onside for 1 run. Unfortunately, as opposed to earlier on where I was willing to say, yeah, 1s and dots is what Kent are aiming for, now it's kind of wickets. Wickets and dots.
Yeah, absolutely. These two are looking so well set, and obviously powerful as well. They need a wicket.
Again, they may run the first one hard. There is no one in the mid-wicket region. They're able to come back for 2. I think it's Alex Blake coming in off the boundary to field that. Kent have spread the field for Peter Hanscom, who is actually in the 70s. He's 71 not out from 60 balls. Had not even realised he was in the 70s.
Yeah, it's a good innings, this one.
Actually 73 not out. My mistake, 73 not out from 61 balls. Hanscom back on strike for Matt Parkinson, and he may have driven it down the ground. He beats mid-off. I think it's Joe Everson diving at mid-off. He beats him. It was just in the air a tiny bit. I think it died on Everson at the last minute, and it skips off the turf and down to the boundary for another 4.
Yeah, no excitement from the bowler or the other fielders was there. It suggests that, I mean, it was hit with some force, wasn't it? It was absolutely flying, and as you say, just dipped to the ground before I think it got near Everson.
Parkinson in again, and Hanscom rocks onto the back foot. It's through the gap, beats extra cover, beats Joe Everson at, or bisects extra cover, I should say, and mid-off, and it's another 4. All along the ground. No one's getting near that.
And Jack Leaney was trying to anticipate which way he was going, absolutely flat-footed. It was hit with such power, he wasn't getting to it anyway.
Back-to-back 4s, Parkinson in again. Hanscom this time forward and just dabs that into the onside. Parkinson's going to have to run and field that himself. And there is 1 run there. Yeah, the final ball of the... No, 1 more ball left of this over.
It's great for Leicestershire, isn't it? Because Parkinson comes on. They've not gone into their shells, these two. They've started to attack him. They want to knock him out of the attack as well, make it even more difficult for Kent's captain, Jack Leaning, thinking about who'll bowl the next overs.
Final ball of Parkinson's 7th. Tucks Ackerman up a tiny bit, but he's able to negotiate that and drive it down to mid-on, for 1 run. And Leicestershire moved to 246 for 3 at the end of the 38th over. And as Matt Cole says, Jack Leaning just got a bit of thinking to do here about, as I said, how he manages his resources heading into the final 12 overs of the day. Will be James Bazley, though, who will bowl once again.
Yeah, this is pretty terrifying stuff, isn't it, at the moment for Kent? Just thinking what they might make here. I mean,
Leicestershire should be looking at 350 minimum.
Yeah, absolutely. I was thinking 400 would be extraordinary from here. Maybe not extraordinary, but that would be a real go. They'd have to go at 10 and over, wouldn't they, to make that? But 10 plus and over. But yeah, 350, as you say.
Anything under 340, and Kent would take that as a win, I think, at this stage.
Yeah, I think you're right. Fewer than 100 from here. But Bazley attempts the ramp, does Ackerman, down the leg side, and misses it. For once, he doesn't look very graceful, Colin Ackerman there, but dot ball then. And huge clouds coming across us. Got a great view here, panorama, as we look from the commentary tent here, across towards the city end. But fortunately, only just a short, sharp shower, which didn't take the players off. Is that going to be caught? No, it'll fall short of Nathan Gilchrist. In the end, it was a sort of round arm pull from Hanscom, a slower ball from Bazley. He waited for it and mishit it, and Bazley seems to have the happy knack, I won't call it luck because I'm sure it isn't, but of just getting these batters to miss time on occasions. Nothing that's threatening their dismissal, but enough to keep the runs down, and that feels as much as Kent can do at the moment. 2-4-7 for 3, just waiting and seeing if they can get a mistake here into the offside. Oh, that is imperious from Peter Hanscom. It's a rising delivery to the offside, and he has just smashed that through a wideish long off extra cover. I'm not quite sure how you play that shot. It's so near the body and coming set up to us. It's not a bad delivery from Bazley, but that has been treated. The 250 is up.
It's like a tennis forearm smash. So
that is a
forehand smash, I should say, but there was no risk in it. No one was stopping that.
It was absolutely grounded, close enough to the batter to make no difference to the fielders. This is flicked off his pads wristily up towards mid-wicket, and there's a single. 2-5-2 for 3. But this must be a day when as a bowler, and someone like James Bazley, who, I'd say, troubled them, but he kept the runs down in his opening spell. You look at a shot like that and think, well, where on earth am I supposed to bowl to Hanscom and Ackerman at this point? but that's because I'd lose my head very quickly. They made a sterner stuff, these professional athletes. Here's Paisley to Ackerman on the full, Yorker length. Ackerman does well to deflect it out to mid-wicket, and they'll take a single. So Paisley, as I said, he's bowled 1 or 2 just wide of the batters, but otherwise he's bowled pretty well.
Yeah, he has, and yet he's gone at 6s.
Yeah, absolutely. His figures don't suggest that, and they won't. In in a week's time, you might think he's taken a bit of tap here, but none of it. That one is taken on the full. Gilchrist is underneath it, takes it long on. And that actually low full toss has worked. Hanscom does go, and he goes for 87 here. And at last for Kent, they have another wicket. It was handsome from Hanscom that innings. 87 he goes for, caught by Nathan Gilchrist off the bowling of James Paisley. 2-5-3 for 4. Sighs of relief maybe for Kent, but this partnership has been a big one between these two. 125 the partnership has been ended by that wicket.
Yeah, and it almost echoes what you said about a minute ago. Paisley, to be fair, deserves a wicket. I think he's bowled better than the figures suggest. I think that unfortunately on this track you're going to travel a fair bit, even if you bowl with relative control, and I think that's a wicket that rewards his hard work. And crucially for Kent, it brings in a new batter. Well, as they announced, Vian Mulder. It brings in a new batter which might at least stem the flow of runs heading into the final 10 overs before Leicestershire try to reassert themselves.
Yeah, it's very much Kent's job to try and make that change of batter pay, isn't it, with Mulder coming in though. But as Michelle was saying there, what did he get against Surrey? 67 not out in short order as well. Finished off the T20 with 83 against Notts. He's a
proper all-rounder.
Yeah, he's a proper all-rounder. Had a short spell at Kent actually, his first time he came over from South Africa. But Leicestershire have definitely seen the best of him as he's matured as a cricketer. And there we are, I'm giving him a massive build-up. After my update, I'm going to go off commentary. We know what happened last time I did. So I think everything points to him getting out very cheaply.
Matt Parkinson into Colin Ackerman, and it's a dot ball to start. Ackerman kind of reached for that one, didn't get all of that. And Parkinson able to field off his own bowling. There's no run there. This is the final over before the final 10, so the 39th over. Or is it the 40th? In fact, this is the 40th over. And Ackerman goes for the sweep and scuffs it, but is able to get one. Goes fine enough for him to get one. And that brings Vian Mulder onto strike to face his first ball. How quickly will he go after the bowling? This is the question. How long will he give himself before he starts attacking? So Parkinson into Vian Mulder. Darts one in, and Mulder just tucks that into the onside and is off the mark with a single. Leicestershire 255 for 4. You would assume Jack Leading will ask Matt Parkinson to bowl out today. As he comes in once again, this time to Colin Ackerman. Again, Ackerman drives that down the ground to the long off boundary. It's Joey Everson's. I feel like I've said Joey Everson's name a lot in terms of in the field.
Yeah, he's been. Yeah, he's in the danger positions, isn't he, in terms of balls flying to him.
And this time again, Vian Mulder tucks that into the onside. They'll run the first one hard. Grant Stewart, and they will get the second. Grant Stewart is no slouch in the outfield, but they're able to come back comfortably for 2.
I guess actually danger positions is the wrong way of putting it, isn't it? It's the focus position, isn't it? That he's there because he's a great fielder, but yeah, just hasn't fallen for him. But that's because Leicester have been batting so well.
Parkinson once more, final ball of the over, and Vian Mulder rocks onto the back foot, runs through for a quick single. Jack Leaning fields that, and that's the end of the 40th over. Leicestershire Foxes are 259 for for 4. We are into the final 10 overs of the innings.
Yes, they made 85, the loss of 1 wicket in those 10 overs. So an acceleration from the previous 2 sets of 10, and in fact more than the first 10 when they were going 80 for none. So yeah, of those 4 sets of 10 overs, that acceleration might be slowed down, but said via Mulder, I won't say it's almost set up for him, but you think of a batter like that coming with 10 to go, gives him freedom to swing through the ball.
Looks like it's Nathan Gilchrist coming back.
It is indeed, yeah. Expensive to start. He's had an injury-hit season and is trying to re-establish himself in the side. And I won't say he looked wayward to start, just looked a little bit off to start, I'd say, Nathan Gilchrist, and that's all it needed, really, with the power play, the field all in, and Buttinger and Patel batting so well at the top. But this warms up, bowling it to Joey Henderson at the far end, the city end. So Matt Parkinson takes his selection of drinks from Jazz Singh, the 12th man, on the boundary here. All got personalised bottles, haven't they? Gilchrist just asking fielders at Ben Compton to go slightly wider at the long leg. And so pushed forward by Mulder. Single run up very gently to mid-on. Blake has a trot in from long on as it's just checked back past the bowler for 1. 260 for 4. The Foxes here. So we start this final 10 overs.
I don't know if we mentioned it, but a good crowd here today.
Yeah, it's been really good. I think generally the One Day Cup has been good. Updating our radio listeners now. Driven up too long on once again. Gets to Alex Blake quicker this time. Yeah, they've just taken another wicket, and it was an important one as well. Peter Hanscom, the Australian, going for a handsome 87 and 125 partnership with Colin Ackerman, the Dutch international, who's still out there. He has 41. Vian Mulder, who spent a short time here at Kent, the South African, but has really established himself in county cricket, at least at Leicestershire, is at the other end. He moves on to 6 now. He is a very powerful batter. They come into the last 10 overs of Leicestershire's innings here at 262 for 4 now. It's a big total. Leicestershire will be pinpointing 350, maybe more, on a pitch which has given plenty of runs to these batters. Kent have struggled at times to make breakthroughs. Matt Parkinson did brilliantly on his home debut here, taking a wicket with his first ball at Beckenham, and 2 in his first 2 overs. A flurry of 3 wickets then at 128 for 3, but the Foxes re-establishing themselves here. 263 for 4. We've got full commentary online via the BBC Sport website and app, with the Foxes going strong here. Kent still to bat though, and a pitch that gives plenty of runs, we think, to the batters. Every chance the Spitfires can make it 2 wins out of 2. So join us online for the rest of the commentary here. We return to you, Andy. The Foxes 263 for 4, Leicestershire. Run throw coming in from Matt Parkinson there. 264 for 4 Leicestershire Foxes, as Nathan Gilchrist toils for another breakthrough. But they were looking for, 8 and over here gives them, around about 340, 350, doesn't it? So maybe that's par for from here for Leicestershire, you might think. It's good delivery from Gilchrist. It's like he's settled into this over more. Is that 6 ones? It may well be. Well, that's not a terrible thing for Kent at this stage of the proceedings. 265 for 4 indeed. A single taken off each ball of the Gilchrist over. I'll make way for Richard Ray to join Michelle St Patrick Hewitt. I think, are we going to do the dance here? So I'll stay on just for a moment. Richard will come in for Michelle. Is that the way it works? That's right. We dozy-do, we do a brief foxtrot, and hope no one gets hurt as Matt Parkinson settles in for this next over. And he's going to come in as we change the headsets to bowl his first ball. Ackerman rocks onto the back foot, single taken into the offside. Gentlemen.
It'll be 350 will be a minimum target for the Foxes And as Matt and Machel have been saying, that may be no more than par on what still looks a pretty flat track. Matt Parkinson, who has bowled very well in the circumstances, continues from the Beckenham end. Bounces in and bowls. Beautiful flight to the delivery. It's fullish on off stump, driven by Mulder, who takes a sort of quick steps as he runs down the wicket, but it will be just the single as long off comes in to meet the ball. Ackerman 44. Mulder is on 8 as Parkinson is in, and Bowles drops a little bit short on that occasion. Back goes Ackerman, cuts it into the offside but hard down into the ground, so fairly comfortable stop in the covers. It's usually Carter there, and it is. So just the singles okay as far as Kent are concerned. It's the boundaries that they want to restrict, obviously. Parkinson is in, Mulder goes back, well, waits for it, just sort of waits on the back foot, turns it out towards mid-wicket. Could have been 2, they might have taken on Blake as he came running in from the deep mid-wicket boundary, a long way out there, but he got there quickly and managed to keep the 2 South Africans down to 1. Still just the singles as Parkinson is in. Back goes Ackerman, turns it into the onside again. It will be just the single, however, as running around from deep backward square is Marcus O'Riordan. It is just the one. Jack leaning, Kent skipper out in front of us at wide-ish, long on as Parkinson goes in. Forward goes Mulder, looking not really sure what he was going to try to do there. Rehearses an attempted reverse sweep, but it wasn't the shot he played. He didn't really quite know what to do with that delivery. Ended up sort of working it back down the pitch off the front foot to Parkinson, and a pretty decent over from Callum Parkinson. Just the 5 runs from it. 270 for 4 after 42. So the last 3 overs just been singles basically, and Kent, I think if you offered them that now going towards 50, they'd definitely take it. Yeah. Good restrictive bowling.
Most definitely, and they're in the back of Mulder's mind and Colin Ackerman, they'll be identifying what are the overs to target. Certainly the back 5, but be interesting to know how happy they are with just going for singles at this moment in time. And Nathan Gilchrist back in, and that's slapped down the ground by Colin Ackerman to long off. There'll be another single there. Ackerman moves on to 48.
They do have one huge hitter waiting in the pavilion in Louis Kimber.
Which is why I'm wondering when they'll say, right, let's attack, because we know what we've got. Gilchrist back in, Van Mulder on strike. Mulder goes, well, walks down the track somewhat, misses it completely. Through to Harry Finch, there'll be a dot ball there.
And that suggests that Mulder is kind of aware of the need to crack on, and that
yeah, we haven't had a boundary in 3 overs, so an attacking shot is coming in this over at some point. Gilchrist into Mulder, and there is the attacking shot. Mulder dances again down the track, goes to the pool, and it's a magnificent attempt, but I think it's Grant Stewart out there. No, it's not Grant Stewart actually. It's
James Baisley. Yeah.
He got one hand on it. I think it almost ricochets off his fingertips and out. It was a good diving attempt, but that was the attacking shot I was saying was bound to come in this over. And I think they ran 2 in the end for that. And Mulder remains on strike. Will he continue? And again, he dances down the track. This time, cuts through the offside, and that's fielded by Grant Stewart. And there's a single there. So an intent shown by VM Mulder, and possibly a foreshadow to what is going to be happening from this point onwards. It's just one wonder when Colin Ackerman will start attacking though. He's only hit one boundary in his 47 thus far. Not sure singles and rotating the strike is necessarily the main focus at this point, but
if someone is teeing off at the other end, it's okay,
yes,
isn't it?
yeah.
But he's the kind of the senior player of the partnership at the moment.
Gilchrist to Ackerman, and there's a bouncer. Will it be called? Nope.
Oh, it
It
has.
is. Yeah, it has been called.
By the square leg umpire, so on height, rather than, yeah, there's the height, so it's not a free hit. It's not it is just the 2 and another delivery.
Bit of a pause there. I thought he was going to get away with it for
Yeah.
a second. So Gilchrist back in. That one was called on the height. Bowls Fuller this time, and Ackerman plays that down the ground. And there'll be 1 run there. He moves on to 48.
This has been much better from Gilchrist compared to his opening burst, hasn't it?
Yeah. A much tighter line, less room for the batters to free their arms. He's making them have to chase the ball if they want to, or invent a shot, I should say, if they want to score big. Gilchrist in again. Van Mulder's on strike. And he does go for the big swivel and pull, and it's gone
all the way
flat for a 6. We'd seen it, I think, 2 or 3 balls earlier when Van Mulder went for the big pull shot. That one was nearly caught. This one, well...
Was that my fault, Kent supporters? Apologies about that. Leicester supporters applauding me back in the East Midlands, saying how well he had come back. Got that one wrong, and Mulder took full advantage.
And that was actually the end of the over. And the Leicestershire Foxes are 283. 283 for 4 at the end of the 43rd over. Van Mulder moves on to 18 not out from 14 balls.
So in the end, 13 from the over. Parkinson, his last over, comes in from the Beckenham end, cut by Ackerman. Couldn't quite get his hand to it at backward, but did get a hand to it, slowed it down en route to towards the offside boundary. In comes a sweeper. Ackerman picks up a couple. That's his 50, I think. And as Mate was been saying, just a single boundary in it, and I make it 59 deliveries. But it's been it was a very important partnership with Hanscom, for sure, because they were in trouble for a short while. In goes Parkinson, bowls, attempted sweep, thick bottom edge, I think got on it. It went very fine down towards fine leg, and get away for consecutive boundaries then is Mulder, who is beginning running away and go away. 1. So Parkinson just coming in for a little bit of punishment in his final over. Turn, just walks a couple of steps before getting into his run up. Down the pitch goes Ackerman again. He can't really get it away, almost over, sort of cooks himself really, almost yorks himself, then squeezes it out towards deep mid-wicket. Leaning runs in from long on to field. Ackerman takes 1, keeps the strike. End of Parkinson's final over. 2 for 64 from his 10 for Matty Parkinson, which in the circumstances, given a flat wicket, I think he'd be okay with that really.
Yeah, I think that's you'd accept that, particularly because of the 2 wickets in the column. You'd certainly accept that, given how much tap everyone except Hamid Kadri has taken today. So yeah, it's fine day's work from Matt Parkinson on his home debut.
Grant Stewart returns from the City end.
So we're in. There's 6 overs remaining. Leicestershire are 296. Sometimes hard to read that board.
It is a little bit, isn't it? I wrote down 295, but you could be right.
I think it's 296 for 4. Colin Ackerman on 52. Van Mulder has sprinted away to 27. And it is Grant Stewart in to Ackerman, who, again, I mean, he's timing the ball in so much as he's able to get singles, but he's not timing it well enough to get any big shots, boundaries. But he doesn't have to at this point. Van Mulder is seeing it well.
26 off the last 2 overs, courtesy basically of Mulder, really. He was was charged onto 27 of 16.
I mean, Colin Ackerman may well say my role right now is to just get VM Elder back on strike, so I'm doing my job.
Yeah.
And Grant Stewart is into the said VM Mulder on 27 of 16 balls. Mulder is able to tuck that into the onside for 1 and brings Colin Ackerman back on strike. 298 for 4 for the Foxes, 2 away from the 300. I think they're still looking at 350 here. I think it should be, I should say, looking at 350 here.
I mean, and however flat the pitch, that puts scoreboard pressure on the side batting second, doesn't it? You're always conscious that you need to score at 6 or even more and over.
Stewart into Ackerman, and that is a wide, and you'll have to reload that one. Colin Ackerman sensibly leaving it alone, and that's another added to the score. I can certainly understand if Grant Stewart is trying to toy with the wide line, but not if he errs that much, and that will be. In fact, he's played it. Colin Ackerman, sorry, has tucked it fine enough past the man at what, short fine leg, and that will be the 300. Will be the 300 for the Foxes. They move on to 302 for 4. The previous one going for a boundary.
A polite rather than enthusiastic round of applause, as you'd expect from the home crowd.
Stewart in again. This time Ackerman tries to slap one through the... Sorry, not 200, sorry. Just... Auction 32 is actually 36. Sorry, did not add on the 4.
19, 4 and 6. Basie is going to have a go from this town end, the Beckenham end. Didn't realise as you walk around the ground you can see the radio mask at top of the park over there very clearly, very sort of familiar sight from so many
angles of London.
Yeah. Baisley, very tall man, is in. Slower ball, but it's over pitch and it's driven hard by Ackerman, but only as far as as Everson, I beg your pardon, at long off. A few more dark clouds coming around. You can hear the wind getting up underneath them as well. It's actually quite cold out there in the wind when the sun's in. It's nice in here because we're out of the wind in the tent. Baisley. Must be 6'4", 6'5", is in and bowling, driven pleasantly by Mulder. Didn't put his full weight into the shot, but timed it really nicely, and then he indicates with his left hand as he jogs down to the non-strikers end that he should have gone for the lofted hit. Cross with himself, Vian Mulder, for taking one when he feels he should have tried for more. Doing a good job for his side at the moment, though. 314 for 4. Baisley turns. One of those who likes to stop at the end of his mark before starting off and running. Good Yorker, dug out well by Ackerman. Bounces out towards Leaning. Think about a second. Mulder turns but sees that Leaning has already reached the ball, so have to settle for one. So singles from each of the first 3 balls of this Baisley over. Good from him. 46th of the Leicestershire innings. Tosses a ball from hand to hand, ready to go now. Runs in and bowls again, full, again driven very hard by Mulder, but just means it gets to Everson even more quickly, basically. Long off, and again, just the single. Good from Baisley. Not giving the Leicestershire batters an opportunity to get underneath the ball and loft it, and no width either. And with long on and long off both posted, it's going to take a very good straight hit between them, and that is another full ball, and again it's long on who gets to the ball. Ackerman tried to give himself a little bit of room on that occasion, and he peers down at the bottom of his bat. Probably heard it in the effects mic. Sounded a little bit tinny. Good bowling again.
Yeah.
From Baisley. singles from each ball of the over so far, and if you can finish with a similar delivery, then that'll be an over very well bowled in the circumstances. 317 for 4. Baisley is in and bowls. Mulder does loft it in the air, but it is going to be straight out too long off. Bounces well short of Everson, so well bowled. James Baisley, singles from each of the deliveries of the over, and you would very much take that in the circumstances. Leicestershire after 46 overs, now 318 for 4. Ackerman has 61. Mulder catching him pretty rapidly. There's 38.
Yeah, I think Jack Lean on there. 8. That's his 5th 4 of his innings. 5 4s, 1 6, and he moves on to 43 not out.
Yes, drifting too far down the leg side. Mulder swinging hard, thick inside edge, but fine leg up on the edge of the circle. No chance.
Again, Mulder, does he get that
ball.
fine? Yeah.
Yeah.
He's again, Stewart's radar's off there, and Mulder just helps himself to another boundary on the onside, and
50 for Mulder.
Yep, there you go.
Already. Wow.
No, have they got that wrong? I thought it was on 43. Have they?
Yeah, they did. They were a bit premature there. He's on 47 now.
So Mulder moves to 47.
Scoreboard operator getting ahead of himself or herself.
So back-to-back 4s. Wayward deliveries there from Grant Stewart, and Van Mulder has helped himself to the previous 2. What does Grant Stewart have now? This time it is a bit tighter, but Mulder drives that through the offside, and they'll run back. They'll run hard for 2. 10 off the last 3 balls. Mulder moves to 49. So although the scoreboard operator was a bit premature in bringing up the 50, Mulder is 1 away. 49 from 26 balls. Is this better than his knock at Surrey? Or not better in terms of score, but certainly a better strike rate?
Yeah, yes, in a way it has. I think Kent have bowled slightly better towards the end. Last couple of deliveries accepted, and Surrey managed.
Mulder advances down the wicket. It doesn't. Oh, there's a wide there. Doesn't matter that he misses it, as Grant Stewart will have to reload that. The noises you can hear on the effects mic is the wind threatening to blow someone in this Thames away. Grant Stewart will have to reload that one. Like I say, this is his final ball, provided it's legal. His final ball of his 8th over. Mulder on strike. Again, Mulder goes through the offside. He's bisected well. He's not even bisected. He's just beat the man at extra cover, and that's a fantastic 50 from Via Mulder. He's on moves to 53 from 27 balls. The former
won't have that much longer to use his bat. Comes jogging back. Ackerman. He's almost been caught by Mulder. Mulder's on 57 now. Ackerman has 65 of 70 balls. If Mulder had been there for 70 balls, he'd be miles past 100. Yeah. Baisley is in. Bowls. Mulder goes back and drives off the back foot out through mid-off, down too long off, where it is fielded by Everson. There's the violence of that shot, and it shocked even Matt alongside me.
I was going to say, I've been out queuing at the chippy for the most time since it was last on the microphone, but just watching in awe at Ian Mulder's just the power and place when it was hitting has been...
and it is sort of correct as well. Yeah. There's something very correct about it as Baisley is in. Gets a slower ball. Mulder picks it high over mid-wicket. Bang! Almost onto the balcony of the indoor school stroke sort of cricket centre.
Oh, it has.
There. Oh, it has. It was on the balcony, and it has been returned from the balcony. So that was a good 12, maybe 14 feet high over the ropes at deep mid-wicket, and Mulder goes into the 60s now. 64 for him. He's only 1 behind. No, Ackerman's on 70. Oh, was that Ackerman? Oh, it was Ackerman.
It was Ackerman,
I
yes.
beg his pardon. It was Ackers. I'm so used to Mulder doing that. In fact, it was Ackerman. Well, it was a beautiful pick-up by Ackerman. His first maximum as in goes Baisley. Bowls to him on the legs. Clipped down to a long leg for 4 more. So Baisley, too, has been hit off his line and length, and 10 off the last 2 balls of the over. Brings up the Foxes 350 off 48 overs. So power to add, 2 overs to come.
Yeah, this is a brutal assault from Leicestershire, and well, you get everything in hospitality, obviously, including the ball delivered to you on the balcony from Colin Ackerman.
Also the Century Partnership in a fairly spectacular style. 353 for 4.
Chris on the email saying no video on the picture stream. I've been getting it, Chris. Maybe that's on YouTube, but it's certainly working on the match centre on the club's
intermittent.
Intermittent. Thank
yeah,
you very much.
mine has
Apologies.
been stopping from time to time.
We are at an outground here, ladies and gentlemen. As said, they've been striving to get you the pictures since way before we arrived, around about 9 o'clock this morning. But yeah, at the moment it's on. So, Chris, apologies from those trying to get the pictures to you. They're doing their very best. But as I say, I've said before, you don't want me in charge of the pictures. We just about get the audio done. I can plug in one wire and dial a number. I can do that, but we've got real experts with the pictures. So Nathan Gilchrist from the City end, and
18 off that over from James Baisley. They've done his figures no good at all.
Complimenting me what a good line and length he bowled, Baisley, but absolutely right, Rich. It looked like he was shaken off it just from the assault from the 2 batters there. Gilchrist has to try and settle into his work here. 1 for 67 from Baisley from his 9. Gilchrist was wrapped the pad as Mulder just swipes across the line. Yeah, it's a leg by. Looks frustrated with himself. There's consternation in my voice because that's a real rarity of this whole innings, that a swing and a miss. But a decent start from Gilchrist. A dot ball. Do anything for dots at the moment, Kent. But this is going to be a hearty total to chase here. 354 for 4.
Yeah, and the big hitter hasn't had a chance at the crease. Louis Kimber.
Oh, good point.
Sitting chafing at the bit, I'm sure.
He's got. As the deliveries count down, there's 11 more. Matt Parkinson is pushed down to deep third. They bring the man in at square leg. I'm going to go Fuller here. He does indeed. Yorker length. Good delivery actually from Gilchrist. Thinking about 2. There's a bit of a gentleman's excuse between Marcus O'Riordan and Hamid Khadr in the outfield, but still I don't think there was a second there in the end. So Mulder comes on to strike. So
probably the right man in the circumstances.
Little victories for Kent. It's just one off the 2 balls.
Mulder's strike rate is 200 now. 58 off 29.
That's powerful stuff from the South African, who, as I'm sure you mentioned, had a brief time at Kent. First time he came over from South Africa, but that's a shot. That's up in the air. It'll be 1 bounce before it gets to Jack leaning. No acrobatics needed from the Kent caps in this time. It gets to him on the long on boundary, and it sounded like it was a funny sound coming off Mulder's bat. I wonder if he has got a small crack in the bat. He hasn't replaced it since he was looking at it, but he's hit it hard nonetheless. But just the single. So 2 off 3 deliveries in this penultimate over of the 50.
Did you manage to get your chips in the end?
I did, yeah. It took a while, but it looks very nice. It's cooling gently in the back of the tent now. It's Gilchrist again. Yorker length from Gilchrist. He had a tough first 3 overs back in the Kent side after injury, but this is much better. I have to say, just a single off that. So 3 off the over so far with 2 to come.
Yeah, his first 3 overs went for 10, 7 and 19.
Yeah. I said he is a very, very good bowler indeed, still in his early 20s, but has an injury-blighted season this when he... Oh, that one's a full toss, low full toss, and that's gone high though, and that'll be 6 just to the left-hand side of the big open stand in front of the scoreboard there, and 6 runs, a punch of gloves between the 2 players, and Ian Mulder has hit that very hard indeed, and he's just striving for that length, isn't he, Gilchrist, looking for the Yorker length ball after ball, but that low full toss was treated with some venom.
Yeah, each time we say one of the Kent bowlers is bowling well, they seem to just lose it slightly.
Yeah, just it's going too short on that one. Again, that's a Yorker length. Mulder has whipped that up too long off. It's a better delivery from Gilchrist, and it sounds ridiculous, but what's that? 9-10 off the over.
I've got. Is that
Was it more than
364?
that, actually? Yeah.
I've got 11 then.
It's 11, sorry,
it's
off the over.
364.
I don't think he bowled that badly. There was one error.
Just that one bad ball, yeah.
Of course, it was a leg bye at the beginning. I was counting that as the dot ball. But yeah, 364 for 4. It's been punishing for the bowlers out there. And a big total set by Leicestershire. And more to come. 6 more deliveries. Who gets the questionable pleasure of bowling this last one?
James Bazley.
It's going to be Bazley.
Would appear.
Yeah.
He's
on 67
yeah, that's not too horrendous
in the context.
Yeah, 6. Well, I suppose once it gets over 7, it's probably more than you'd prefer.
Spinners have been the cheapest in this.
Indeed. In goes Bazley and bowls a good Yorker, and Mulder can only drive it back down the ground off the back foot, almost waiting for it. Leaning comes into field from long on. 1 is taken. Mulder onto 67 off 34 balls. Ackerman 77 off 74. He's got himself over 100 now. It's been sort of well paced in that respect from Colin Ackerman, and it's been an important innings from Leicestershire's former skipper, who is departing the Foxes at the end of the season, heading north with Callum Parkinson up to Durham, who look certainties to go up. We're playing First Division cricket next season. In goes Bazley, chopped out into the offside off the bottom part of the bat. I don't think it was a bump ball. I think he was trying to hit it high and straight and rather lobbed it up. He looks down at the bottom of his bat. Bazley looks a little bit disappointed that the fielder couldn't get there. No chance of getting there for Everson.
I think that's Jack leaning in front of us, grumbling to the Kent coaching staff that the catches just haven't fallen this way. He's pointing this way and that. That one falling in front of Everson, but you make your own luck, I think, in this respect.
Another good ball, though, from Bazley, who is in to Mulder, who's clipping him high out to deep mid-wicket, and he's caught. So, in the end, Mulder blazed very, very brightly, and not too briefly as far as the Foxes were concerned. Hasn't managed quite to take it to the very end. He goes for 67 of 35 balls. Bazley has a little bit of reward, his second wicket of his spell, and in the end a fairly comfortable catch at mid-wicket. But and there's the catcher, was Alex Blake, but no great celebrations from Kent. They know that it's going to take some chasing down, however good the pitch may be. Here at Beckenham, you can be sure they'll have a darn good go, though. And Louis Kimber comes to the crease. Well, he's not going to be facing, so he may not actually face any deliveries.
I was going to say he's got 3. Oh, he should be facing.
Oh, he should be, because they don't swap, do they, anymore? I can't get used to that.
No, I know exactly what you mean. They did cross, but he will be on strike, and he's got 3 balls. There we are. There's 18 to be had.
Absolutely. Giving him the big build-up, the odds are now he'll hole out, won't he? 35 balls, 8 4s and 2 6s for Vian Mulder. Which isn't his name, it's a sort of combination of his 3 names, Vian, which I think is right.
Is it right?
Yeah.
All right.
Check that. Bazley is in to Kimber, who is hitting high and long, but he should be caught. Oh, it isn't. It is a 6 off the first ball. He just got enough on it there, Louis Kimber, and this is what I've been saying, really. Perhaps they could have done with him a few overs earlier, Louis Kimber. Not that they'll be too disappointed. I suspect the Foxes with the score they've got. So 6 from his first ball for Kimber. We were sort of semi-joking about 18 being available to him, but I wouldn't entirely bet against it if Bazley's going to let him get underneath it in that way. He was striving for the Yorker, he pitched it a little bit too short. 372 for 5. Baisley in again to Kimber, who is again underneath it, this time out towards deep mid wicket. 1 bounce for 4. So, Louis Kimber, you've let yourself down, you've let your team down, your school down by only hitting it for a 4 instead of a 6 second ball. He was spectacular at the Oval. Kimber hit it all over South London, and he's doing so again now. Different area of South London. 10 off the first. He's only 2 balls. 1 to go. Last ball of the innings. 376 for 5. Baisley is in. Kimber is driving like a bullet straight back past him. Can lean and get there. He didn't get there. I thought he was going to. Reach down with his left hand. It crosses the ropes. Louis Kimber has 14 off 3 balls, and Leicestershire's innings is done. 380 for 5. That will take, even on a good pitch, Matt Coles, a bit of chasing.
Yeah, that's what Leicester have imposed on Kent here, and the worry for Kent supporters will be the scoreboard pressure to go at that kind of lick. How do you make your innings from here? It's certainly a challenge for Kent Spitfires. Leicestershire have taken every advantage. I feel almost like it's a difficult toss to win on this pitch. Is just how do you make that decision? Bit of moisture perhaps remaining in the pitch from the rain yesterday. Certainly Leicestershire didn't have any quandaries or quarrels with the pitch. They've made a fantastic total here, 380 for 5, and we've seen some gorgeous shots, we've seen some bludgeoning, we've seen some brutality from Vian Mulder occasionally, and Peter Hanscom as well, and Kimber right at the end. Icing on the cake perhaps. I mean, momentum is the magic word in sport these days. You'd think 6-4-4 of the final deliveries. Leicestershire the Foxes will go into the dressing room very happy indeed.
It was a spectacular fight.
Introducing the players as they come out, and Leicestershire Foxes in their and red kit, and Kent, the batters in the light blue shirts with the dark blue swirls, flecks, channels, something like that. Dark blue trousers. Anyway, I'm Matt Cole, alongside me, Mashal St Patrick Hewitt. Of course, Richard Ray is with us as well from BBC Leicester. 381 Kent need to win here at Beckenham. We had a short shower during the interval hour, but actually things have cleared again, so it couldn't really have come at a better time. But this will be fascinating if Kent take this deep, but it feels to me like Leicestershire get a couple of wickets in the power play. They can make things very difficult with all that scoreboard pressure. Massive innings from Leicestershire. The scorers are being readied here. Vian Mulder. He's not doing the Stuart Broad there, is he? Has he just changed the bails round? He's done something. Was there a marker just behind it? There's two slips in anyway. No, surely not. Maybe he has. So O'Riordan faces the first ball. Oh, got shape. And it's beaten the batter. Well, we didn't see much of that, Michelle, in the Kent innings. That's why I'm sounding so astonished. He's got a bit of lift and a bit of movement off the pitch, it looks like that.
Well, there was a short, sharp shower in the interval, maybe that's done mysterious things. But,
indeed so. That was, good ball to start. It's Wright who's opening the bowling here. He's just run down towards a backward point. Marcus O'Riordan makes safe and solid contact with that one. It's Chris Wright. Right, saying signed for Leicestershire this season, but is hugely experienced bowler, particularly in white ball cricket, T20 and one day. He's just going to adjust his field here. The two slips stay in. It's Ben Compton takes strike, a century against Scarborough. Against Yorkshire, at Scarborough I should say. As he faces right now. Ooh, is there an edge there? No. A shout from backward square from Budinger, I think, there. But no, didn't get anything on it. Ben Compton, known for his patient knocks in red ball cricket over the last year and a half, but has been really important to this Kent side as well in anchoring innings when things are going wrong. They may need a good deal of attack as well as a ready platform here. As Wright bowls to Compton. They squared him up a little bit, I think. There, hasn't he got the bat inside the delivery there, through to the wicket keeper. It's a good opening over so far by Chris Wright.
Yeah, do you know, it's not that I would say that all of a sudden the track's doing anything, but I think it's that thing that happens where you look at the board and you've got to get 3-8-1, and scoreboard pressure suddenly has you playing a lot more tentative than you overthink what you're doing because of the scoreboard pressure, I should say.
Yeah, it's a good call. Chris Wright to Compton. That one did square him a little bit, but he's got bat on it into the offside, and both Ben Compton and I think his coach said about Ben's efforts at Scarborough. I mean, he put on 219 with Joey Everson, a record for Kent in the fifth wicket in list day cricket. But they both conceded that he needs to do better, Compton. I'll put that into context in a second. Oh, playing a miss there. He looks at, let's see there. Wright is getting the ball to do something we haven't seen before. Michelle said it might be that we just had a little bit of rain. It's just spiced up this wicket a little bit. But it was his runs or lack of runs, his strike rate in the last overs, so in the last 10 overs, that they were concerned about, both player and coach.
Yeah, he went at 75 for that 103, which in the let's call it as it is in modern day cricket, you ask questions about it.
I mean, he basically held the whole thing together when they were struggling. I think at 49 for 4, they needed him to dig in with somebody. With Everson, gave Everson a platform to hit that fantastic 136. But yeah, it was the progress then towards the latter overs when he needed to. O'Riordan faces this. That's a smart looking shot into the offside on the back foot. That'll be at least 2, just 2. But both at their point being, if he's going to be there in the last 10 overs, needed to accelerate.
You have to accelerate, yeah.
Just couldn't find a way to do it. So they've been working on that as well for his, in the latter innings. But
although the flip side to all of that is a win's a win.
yes, it is indeed. Yeah. Yes, it's more comfortable job, isn't it, trying to adjust things.
Mulder back in.
It's all right. Straight into your over. I've got so excited. Yeah.
And anyways, there's no run there. That one kind of thuds into O'Riordan's thighs, and you can't get any purchase on that. And there'll be no run.
But they're always working on something, cricketers, aren't they? Let's face it. It's from Ben Compton's point of view, he's had an emergence from the Nottinghamshire second 11 for years and years to the centuries hit for Kent, and a century last week as well.
Mulder again, and O'Riordan rides the kind of lift, a bit more lift and bounce from the opening 2 overs, as you say, than the Kent bowlers seem to get, but he tucks that into the onside. There's no run. Yeah, and I guess it's as you say about Ben. I guess it's hard. It'd be interesting to see what he thinks about it, but the pressure for a modern opener now in cricket, people are expecting you to do things that might be outside your game. Mulder back in, and again, kind of draws O'Riordan into somewhat of a false shot. A polite inquiry to the umpire. There's nothing doing there, but certainly hurried O'Riordan up.
Yes, it's almost too much bounce there, isn't it, for an LBW decision? It's coming off. It's not even much back of a length. He's got some good bounce though. I think height would have been an issue or whatever there, but as you say, it's beaten him. It's giving opener something to think about.
This time he leans into that drive and is straight down the ground by Marcus O'Riordan, and that's going to be 4 runs. Welcome 4 runs for him. For Kent, it's the first boundary of the Kent innings. O'Riordan moves to 7 and Kent move to 7.
Yeah, it's a crisp shot indeed.
I was just looking at Ben's, just off the back of the conversation we're having after this. I'll come back to after this ball. Mulder back in again. Final ball of his over, and O'Riordan onto the back foot, back down the ground to the 2 mid-on who's rushing in. There'll be no run there. And at the end of that second over, as my papers all go flying, at the end of that second over, Kent at 7 without loss. So the Ben Compton point. So his last year in the victorious Royal London Cup campaign, Ben averaged 38 across the 10 games, but also at a strike rate of 75. So I get it. I get why there would be an inclination to want to up it somewhat.
I think again last year there weren't many, from memory, weren't many chases like this for Kent. There weren't many of these huge chases, and so at times it really was important for him to say, it's just, I use that word again, lay down an anchor for Kent and let the other players play around him. But on that occasion, it's situational, isn't it? At Scarborough, when Everson had gone, Compton as the man in needed to kick on at that point, as well as whoever was at the other end, getting to the latter overs, and just didn't. But as you say, a win's a win. It feels like we're all being, me and the coaching staff, just laying into Ben Compton. He only got 103. Here's right to O'Riordan, all playing at miss. Was an edge. He's gone. He looks just down disappointedly. Doesn't even bother looking up to umpire at the far end. He knows he's gone. I think it's towards the bottom of the bat, but the outside edge. He's gone following one from right, who is getting the ball to move away from the right-hander, and O'Riordan goes early, and this is the fear for Kent and the hope for Leicestershire. Early wickets, putting loads of scoreboard pressure on Kent, and he's gone. It's 8 for 1. O'Riordan, having made 7 of those, just followed that one outside the off stump. It was going wide-ish. He's nicked it behind, and Kent have lost their first wicket.
Marcus O'Riordan caught Hanscom, bowled right for 7.
Yeah, he goes for 7 of those 8, and it'll bring Will it be Jack Leaning coming straight out at 3? It will indeed be the Kent captain. But Reardon goes. As I say, it's the balance of hope and despair from the two sides there, really. Leicestershire exactly what they wanted in the opening overs, to get rid of at least one of the openers. If they can get, for me, if they can get 2 within the power play, they've got a real hold on this game.
It's a bit of a nothing shot though, because yes, Chris Wright is getting it to do a bit, but if you're gonna chase it, you've got to go 100% into the shot. It was kind of like, effectively, it was a bit of a tentative poke outside the off stump, almost. You're asking to nick off in that circumstance, as opposed to if you go after it, you get a thickish edge, flies over the slips, whatever it might be. So yeah, Kent up against it early as the 3rd over.
Yeah, I agree. It feels like how this pitch has played. If you're going to be going outside the off stump, I agree. You need to be flashing hard and trying to smash that ball through backward point, maybe. But it was much more of a sort of tentative opener's shot, if you like. And so Jack Leaning settle here, 2 slips in behind. Easy game from the commentary tent, isn't it? With Wright coming into him now, and Leaning defends that stoutly back into the offside, and there's no run. So the 2 slips in. The boundary fielders are Rishi Patel, who's just to our right in front of us. He's our buddy, as Matt Parkinson was in the Kent innings, perhaps. We might come over for a word. And for Jack Leaning, a deep square leg as well. Those are the 2 boundary fielders. So 2 slips. There's a point cover, mid-on, mid-off. There's a fine leg as well inside the circle. That's a good shot from Leaning. That's perfectly timed. I think he's turned that into a low full toss, has he? Oh, that's not gone very quickly. I don't think the rain slowed it down that much, but perhaps just not hit with that much force. Nicely timed, though. And they will take a briskly run 3, Leaning off the mark. Second ball. Looks like a someone getting an alert on my laptop. I do apologise, I shouldn't be distracted by that. Just hoping it wasn't to close down or anything like that. I was trying to look at the score, but the analysis right to Compton. He's beaten him there, I think. Oh, he's just got inside the line. Perhaps we should give Compton the benefit of that, because he does keep very compact, but Wright won't be too worried about that. Another dot ball for him. And for Kent, this is a difficult opening, I would say, for them.
Yeah, they're going to just have to negotiate. It's all right to negotiate the early overs and obviously the big scoreboard pressure, but keep wickets for now.
Right to Compton, just a push back at past the bowler, and they'll take a single. And will that be the end of the over? It is. Unfortunately, can't see the total. He's just drifted off the screen there.
12 for 1.
12 for 1, thank you very much, yeah. Sorry, I can't really see that on the scoreboard.
No, it's not on the scoreboard, but my quick calculations tell me it must be 12
there we
for
go.
1.
We've been counting. Where will that end? It's all got very sophisticated in the marquee here at Beckenham. Welcome wherever you're listening. BBC Radio Canada, BBC Leicester. It's Matt Cole and Michelle St Patrick Hewitt with you at the moment, with Richard Ray, of course, from BBC Leicester with us as well. Kent chasing in total 3-8-1 to win, are 12 for 1 of 2 overs.
VM Mulder to return for the 4th over, and he'll be Ben Compton face him, and he tries to tuck that into the offside, but that's fielded in the covers, and there'll be no run. And as Matt Cole was saying, Ben will be wary that if Jack Leaning doesn't get off to a fast start, he can't also afford to dig in either. So it'll be quite interesting to see where Kent are at the end of the initial power play. Mulder in again. Again, Compton onto the back foot and just dabs that into the ground. There'll be no run there either.
Yeah, very different pitch at Scarborough, but Reardon went for 2, Leaning 14, Blake for 4 and Finch for none. That put them at 49 for 4, but they eventually made a 282 for 9 there. But yeah, I mean, looking again at the Kent batting, there is batting there that can be explosive. Everson, Blake in the middle order, leaning even at the top.
And Mulder in, and Compton tries to turn that one. Thought he was trying to maybe turn it a bit fine. He doesn't beat the man fielding. What, just square leg? Sure, no, is it a really square leg?
Yeah, just
short
behind there, I
backwards
think.
square
Yeah.
leg. Either way, no run. It's another dot.
I think this is a good opening salvo from these two Leicestershire bowlers. Compton does not look comfortable on this pitch so far.
Mulder once more. Again, Compton can't beat the man in the covers. And it's the 4th consecutive dot of the over.
Yeah, good start from Chris Wright.
Leagues of 10 ball, they won. I'm about to say when you're defending 380, but when you've got 380 on the board, it's the exact start that you want.
Yeah.
Mulder in again, and Compton fends at that one. It lifts a bit more bounce in it probably than Ben Compton expected. And again, he played inside the line, but it looked like he kind of aimed at a kind of tentative poke at it. Uzanars in the outfield, but again, it's another dot. 5 dot balls in this Vian Mulder over.
Yeah, real strong start by the Foxes this, isn't it? As you say, 380 is a big total to be defending, in inverted commas, but bowlers are doing great at the moment.
Oh, and again, a bit of lift, a bit of movement, a bit of bounce. Again, Ben Compton may well say, well, actually, I played inside the line of that. I knew what I was doing, but either way, it's a maiden over. and
the first one of the match as well, and cast our minds back all that time to when the Leicestershire openers were out there, and we were almost, from a Kent point of view, we were lauding a single dot ball. That 6 in a row from Vian Mulder is a real test for Ben Compton. So, and this will be a severe test of Kent as well here. That's the end of the over then. So, by dint of it being a maiden, is it still 12 for 1, Mash?
It is indeed. It is indeed. The scoreboard seems to be on like wide.
I think it is.
It seems to be on some kind of like wide print. You know, when you expand, you zoom in.
I think it needs zooming and slightly placing to the left, and it's on the drift to the right there for us. So, dot ball. So if anyone could do anything about the scoreboard on the far side,
yeah, it needs to be recalibrated.
Everyone's doing their best. It's 12 for 1. The manual scoreboard. I can see if I throw myself more or less bodily out the tent, I can see that one as well. So now they're saying in the tent, I have to count. Come on, that's never going to work. Right bowls to leaning, flicks that off his pads. That's a single, so that should be 13 for 1. I'm learning. To fine leg, throw comes in. It's a beautiful big patch of blue sky there. Some rolling cumulus clouds, the big fluffy Cornwall ones, I think, with hints of grey.
Indeed.
And a jet makes its way lazily across from City Airport, but I suppose it's probably going very, very fast. It just looks like it's in slow motion going across. Beautiful scene here at Beckenham. It's awesome. A push and run by Compton. Dive at the end there shows how close that was.
Bad throw.
It was, I would agree, absolutely. Just got caught in the hand, I think, the fielder there.
Dragged it.
Almost hurried it. Probably just, yeah. I'm wondering if the pickup wasn't quite clean. Felt like, as you say, felt like a drag, but yeah, it shows perhaps a little bit of excitement or tension out there for this Kent pair. Certainly Compton, who just doesn't seem to have settled yet. I like him really. He's on 3, leaning on 4. Wright's bowling up a storm. 2 slips behind him. That's nice from leaning. That is just a gentle lean into the shot in the onside. And he takes a comfortable 2. That's more the sort of way that Leicestershire started batting for me, when Patel was just farming those 2s around the ground, wasn't he? Looking in any great stress, but Kemp hoping leaning could do the same for them here.
Just think I should point out that Kent will be in Beckenham again next Sunday, at home to Middlesex.
Absolutely right. Week today. So that's nurdled off the pads by leaning. Is that Leg by, there we go. Yeah, I thought he might have had a little bat on it as it went to the onside, but no leg by. So the Spitfires move on here, but at no great pace, considering what they are hoping to achieve here. At home to Leicestershire, 17 for 1 in the 5th here. Wright, who already has the wicket of Marcus O'Riordan gone, caught behind of the bowling. And this one just, well, gets a little bit in the air from Compton as he plays it off his thigh pad. Single taken, and 6 off the over. That'll be about right. 18 for 1 off 5 then. That required rate pushing up to 8. We have seen from the blistering batting of Messrs. Budinger, Hanscom, Mulder, Ackerman.
The whole word, that's the whole batting line.
Yeah, I just realised. How many wickets did they lose?
5.
Just the 5 then. Kimber as well. That it is possible to move on pretty quick here, but Kent will need to get a move on sooner rather than later.
Mulder into Compton, and Compton kind of loses his shape there. Takes one hand off the bat, tucks it into the onside. Really struggling to, I don't want to say time it, but he's not having it easy out there. Certainly, the line and length from Mulder and Chris Wright has tied Ben Compton down. Certainly, I mean Jack Leanin is 6 off 6, but Compton is 5 off 16.
I don't think you're far off. He just looks a little bit out of sorts, doesn't he?
That single has brought Jack Leanin back onto strike. He's patting down the pitch there, getting rid of a few gremlins he may have seen. And Mulder into Jack Leanin. Indeed, defends that one. It's forward into it, but defends it out into the covers. It's no run. Just mindful, or wondering how mindful the Kent opening bats. Obviously, Marcus O'Riordan has already departed for 7. But there's only been 1 boundary in these first 5.2 overs.
Good point.
Mulder, and once more to Jack Leanin. Leaning onto the back foot and guides that. That may have enough to get to the boundary. No, it does not. Run the man on the third man boundary. I'm not sure who that is at this moment in time. I'll have to get my binoculars out. But he's able to run round and cut that one off for 2.
Yeah, I can't see either. Honestly, gentle listener, it's a long way across this field. We're at ground level, and actually, with his green trousers, he's slightly camouflaged.
Back into Lean again, and that one hurries Leaning up. I'm not sure he even knew where that went. He looked to his right, but actually went to his left into the onside. And that's probably the best indicator thus far of how much trouble these Leicestershire seamers are causing the Kent batters early on in the innings. I think Leanin also took one hand off the bat as well with that delivery. Mulder once more. This time Leanin leans into it, but again can't beat the man. Extra cover. And there's no run there. So VM Mulder thus far, if I just bring up his figures early in the piece, 2.5 overs, none for 8. 1 maiden.
Yeah, that's what he did with the bat. He's not having a bad day.
Last ball of the over, and is it going to be? Nope, there is no signal from the umpire. That's legal. Leanin doesn't look happy about it. He's got the teapot poles out. He tried to go for he's still looking at the square leg umpire, wondering what on earth that was about. Your call on that, Matt Cole.
I don't know. I would say this, whichever side was batting, I don't know how Jack Leanin was supposed to hit that.
He definitely wasn't happy about that call.
I think it rose very sharply, which maybe caught the umpire. Well, I mean, they're square of the wicket and we're not, but
he's still disputing it with the with the umpire.
Yeah, I mean, they gave a couple against Kent, and which I thought were very fair. It's just not hittable. But there we are. Yeah, short of a step ladder. Anyway, right, continues. Ifs and buts for Kent. Leicestershire carry on with the bowling. Oh, it's another great delivery. That one's come back, hasn't it, from outside the off stump, and almost cut Ben Compton in half. So that one has come back. The keeper's take it down the leg side. That is a great delivery.
Do you think the rain showers had? It wasn't that.
I'm wondering,
it wasn't that
yeah,
much,
but no.
Based on how much zip they seem to be getting off the track, maybe it had a tiny.
Yeah,
I'll say tiny.
There was a short delay before they could get the covers on. I think they were waiting to see if it would blow over, but yeah, that's just run down to third for a single. But whatever it is, these Leicestershire bowlers on top of Kent here at the moment. And the score at 22 for 1. Both the batters going out, Leaning and Compton, doing a bit of gardening, looking suspiciously at the pitch. And
it may be there's a specific area of the pitch that is causing it to misbehave slightly,
yeah.
and their accuracy is on point.
Seems to be getting some movement. I'm not sure how much he's got in the air. That's a good shot by Leaning, and that should go for 4. Indeed it is. Back foot driven, 4 runs through the offside. That's a lovely looking shot. He goes on to 12. And Spitfires on to 26 for 1, coming towards the end of the 9th over. Now I know this is seeing behind the curtain here, but I'm absolutely no idea when you and one of us is supposed to make way. But Richard will probably tell us. I should think it's so right to 34. Who's in charge here? I think it's supposed to be me, which is why things are going to pot. It's a single out towards square leg, end of the over, and Spitfires on to 27 for. No, it's not the end of the over. Sorry, we're short of that. Beg your pardon.
It may be now, Matt.
Rushing through.
I think we came on at 2:40. But
I was going to say, because if we're through nine overs, we're probably half an hour in, aren't we? Yeah. I'll semaphore to Rich at the end of this over when you do the commentary, and it's a pull away from Compton. He's not timed that again. It's high on the bat, and they'll just get a single.
Richard is currently on the boundary rope coaching Leicestershire through this opening spell.
Yeah.
Salvo.
He's like, push this one just outside off stump. It's going well. Absolute expertise there from Richard Ray. He does look like he's the head coach there, doesn't he? Standing behind the scoreboard, which has his back to us. Even Rishi Patel, a little bit of coaching there. Rishi, on your toes, mate, on your toes. Here's right to Leaning. It's caught him amidships, that one. Rises up and hits him stomach if not chest high. He looks accusingly at the pitch, but that's the end of the over, and Leicestershire in charge here, 28 for 1 off 9. Kent looking for another, yes, 300. I had to check that twice. 353 runs from 43 overs to win this. The required rate already above 8, and that looks like a bit of an ask.
A bit of ask, but Kent's still very much in this game with 1 wicket down. And yeah, they'll certainly want to. I mean, one more. What? Is this the 7th over? Yeah, end of the 7th over. So 3 more overs until the end of the power play. The worry is Ben Compton looking out of sorts at the moment. But mouldering to said Compton, and it's another dot. So Ben Compton is 6 off 20 balls.
I mean, I am one naturally to fret, to be honest. I mean, Kent were 49 for 4 against home, so and they won that one with a double century stand. So, but it's not by any means as fluent as Leicestershire started. They were 80 for none, weren't they, off the 10 over power play? And Kent are struggling here.
Mulder, who's been on the money thus far, Ben Compton's able to tuck that. Should come back for 2. Yeah. Jack Leaning initially appeared to not want the 2, but Compton tucked that squarish and was able to run through for 2. A welcome 2 for him.
Yeah, more convincing shot for me as well. Yeah. That's timed, isn't it? He's not played it with any aggression, but it's tested the field and not quite got to the boundary.
Mulder running in. Oh, well.
After that.
Compton goes for the drive, doesn't get anything on that. Anything on that. Goes through to the wicket keeper, and again, Mulder's on the length. Him and Chris Wright, I should say. Starts in questions of both Jack Leaning and Ben Compton. Score, as Matt Cole has said, 30 for 1 Kent. Mulder into Ben Compton. This time Compton's able to tuck it down to third man, and then run through for 1. He moves on to 9. Still somewhat slow going here though for Kent. 231.
Consolidating Richards doing a half date for Radio Leicester. They've got other football team as well in Leicester. Is that right? Yeah.
So, some say 4 chance, but Mulder into Jack Leaning, and Leaning guides that delicately through the covers. It doesn't have enough to get to the boundary, but it does have enough for 2.
Premier League champion. You say someone should have mentioned that, surely. Was that in the news? Yeah, they're playing today.
And as much as I say the Kent batters have struggled thus far, Jack Leaning is actually on a runner ball 15. It's the struggles at the other end that are more pertinent. But Mulder back into Jack Leaning, last ball of the over, and Leaning. Well, I thought there was possibly one in that, but drives it down the ground. He calls out wait. He does not come through for a single. That's the end of the over. Kent are 33 for 1 at the end of that 8th over. If you hear me pausing ever so slightly, just making sure my maths are right. 33 for 1 at the end of the 8th over. Jack Leaning is on 15 from 16 balls. Ben Compton is 9 from 23. And VM Mulder and Chris Wright in the opening 8 over spell have kept this very, very tight.
Yeah. Tom Scriven with a fielding there, the all-rounder, and Wright is going to continue. And, well, really, why not at this point? Absolutely no reason to take it these off. They're going pretty well. Is that James Taylor just in front of us? Then?
It's Alfonso Thomas.
Yeah, they look very much like those two. There's every reason they might be as well. One bounce, as this one's opening the face, Compton. One bounce, the man at a gully now. Is that Colin Ackerman there? It might well be. Actually, no, Ackerman's at first leaf. It might be Hanscom, actually. Sorry, Hanscom's wicketkeeper. What am I talking about? Ackerman's at slip at the moment. See who's at the gully, but never mind that. Is a dot ball right to Compton. Compton worked off his pads again, and he'll take a single. Will they look for 2 here? No, not risking it at this stage, and that's probably about right for Kent. You look and think that's a push for 2, but I think these two, they probably both think at this point, well, at least one of us is going to need to be around for a long time.
Yeah,
here.
Definitely.
After losing an early wicket, not making the best perhaps of the power play, or not making as much of it as Kent did. As Wright comes in, one wicket to fall so far. Leaning, just he has to adjust the shot there into the offside, and there's no run as it's fielded by Louis Kimber there, who was in for a brief time. 3 balls, but made 14 from it. It was quite exciting stuff, though Richard Ray was decrying the fact that he missed out on 2 of those shots. I mean, he hit a 6 off the first one, the next 2 were only 4s, so. But he would have been exciting if he'd been in for a while on this pitch, I think. As Wright bowls to Leaning, that's a lovely shot. Angles that away, but again, I don't think it's going to go for a boundary, is it? Or is it? Fielder striving there, will just get there from Jack Leaning. And boundaries, as you said, Mash, have been few and far between for Kent, haven't they, in this power play so far?
Yeah, even that one was nearly got hauled in by the three men chasing after it.
It's just the 3rd boundary of the Kent innings so far. In the 9th over here, they are 38 for 1 now. So they made 80 did Leicestershire, going an 8 and over through there. Leaning again, just hurried by that ball from a right. He mimes a sort of pull or flick into the onside, but he had to end up defending that one. So Chris Wright again, just pinning him down to the crease there. I suppose the temptation is for, particularly Leaning, because he likes to play attacking shots, his might be to get a little bit antsy here, but maybe if there's a little bit of early zip in the pitch, he needs to see it off. That's down towards third man. I thought he'd edged it for a moment. I think that's a legitimate play. Perhaps went a little bit higher than he wanted, but it's gone for 4 down through third. And he's worked it down there, and that will be end of the over. At least a boundary off it for Leaning, who scores 2 off that over from Chris Wright. And Spitfires move on to 42 for 1 from 9 here on BBC Radio Can and BBC Leicester.
Yeah, in any normal circumstances, actually 42 for 1 from 9, whilst not expressed, you'd say, well, you know, setting a solid foundation to kick on. But we must remember at this stage, Leicestershire were 80 for none at the end of their 10. So unless there's a big over here in this final over of the power play, via Mulder into Ben Compton, and he guides that down to third man. They'll run the first hard. They cannot come back for a second. Compton moves on to 11.
Wright was on that quickly in the field, wasn't he, and threw it back in. And as you say, no chance for the second there.
Mulder's been very good in this opening spell.
Yeah, you can tell he's a proper all-rounder.
Yeah.
He's smashing 67 from 35 with the bat, and very economical spell to start with the ball as well.
Into Jack Leaning, who that's a very good shot. He should have enough, I think. No, it is actually pulled in. It was back down the ground, and it's actually very good fielding. I think so.
Yeah, I don't think this outfield has slowed down. It won't have done appreciably from that short shower we had, but we suggest that Leicestershire are just testing Kent a bit more.
Yeah.
At least the timing isn't quite as fluent from Jack Leaning, even given how good he is. And Leicestershire, hence they are keeping the runs down. It's going well for them at the moment.
Back into Leaning, who got 2 on that previous ball. This time he's forced into the defensive prod push. No run.
Yeah, very good start. I think, notwithstanding the 80 that Leicestershire score, this feels under par from Kent anyway, I think, doesn't it? Going at sort of 5 and over for 10 here, but under a real test.
Back into he's beaten him there. They've gone and he's been given. Jack Leaning is not disputing it. He's walking off.
Well, he's given the umpire a look.
Well, he's actually just given another look. So maybe Jack Leaning did slightly dispute that one. I thought it just kind of, I was about to say split him in half, but I didn't detect an initial edge. But everybody went up. Mulder went up immediately.
Yeah.
The wicket keeper went up immediately, and the umpire had no hesitation in saying that Leaning had nicked it.
The umpire's out there, and as we've seen from a number of DRS decisions in their test matches, that batters don't always know when they've hit it, or they've not hit it when they're reviewing things that they've hit. So, but certainly you can understand the frustration from Jack Leaning here. 25 he's gone for, leading his side, but it's 45-4-2 now, and for Leicestershire, whatever Jack Leaning might think of that, whatever Kent might think of that, are in a great position, the Foxes here, aren't they? Getting rid of the Kent captain for 25, 45 for 2 inside the power play. And as I said, I thought 2 wickets inside the first 10 overs. I'm not saying I predicted it, but 2 inside the first 10 for me gives Leicestershire a real. I mean, obviously they, even at the turn of the innings, 380 is a massive total, but you take 2 wickets in the power play for not very many, and suddenly this is a really tall order for Kent. Blake comes in at 4. Now, if he gets going, he can be absolutely
So I should just come back and say,
I beg your pardon.
Yeah,
not an edge and an LBW. Then
there was me thinking it was 4 caught behind.
Me too. I apologise.
But it was
listeners.
they've actually said
LBW.
that it was LBW, which I still need to see on the replay.
You want to see that again? You reassess what you've seen in terms of it flicking the pad. But
I
there we
genuinely thought they were appealing for caught behind there, but
I thought so too. There we go. Well, hard for us to be critical of the umpire or the batter when we were looking at a different mode of dismissal. What we do know is Jack Leaning is definitely out, and 45 for 2. It's a difficult start for Kent.
And it's Alex Blake, the new batter on strike, and starts with a dot, defends back down the track to Mulder. But either way, it's worth pointing out that irrespective of whether that was given LBW or whether we thought it was caught or an appeal for caught or not, Jack Leaning still didn't look happy, regardless of whichever decision was made there. I hadn't considered LBW as one of the options.
I hadn't either. It looked like it bounced quite a lot, but there we are.
Anyways, Mulder into Blake. Blake considers, kind of pushes that to mid-on, considers a run, but aborts at the last minute, and that will be the end of Vian Mulder's over. Vian Mulder's bowled 5 overs and 1 maiden, 1 for 16. And to be fair to Vian Mulder, irrespective of whatever decision was given, he has bowled a fantastic opening spell. That opening 5 has really tested the Kent batters in all kinds of ways.
Yeah, as you say, when we mull over the decision, even though we talked about that quite a lot in that last over, what's really sobering for Kent here is that even if Jack Leaning was still in at the end of that over, they're a long way behind where Leicestershire were, and it's an awful long way to a win here. So from a Fox's point of view, and I'm sure Richard Ray will say that when he comes back onto mic, this is a great position for them. So new bowler to come on. This is Josh Hull, left arm, fast medium. Just at 18, Josh Hull bowls now to Compton. Tries to get into that one immediately, standing and delivering to a ball just off the back of a length. Tall Josh Hull.
I was going to say very high action. I need to see him come in again.
Is he 6'6"? Looks like he's. Who else is on the field that might compare to him? We've got stats on him. 6'7".
6'7".
Armour.
Yeah. How tall was Alan Mullally? That's the first person I can think of.
Not far off that, I would say.
First person I'm thinking of when I'm seeing left armour 6'7".
Josh Hull then. Teenage bowler to Compton now, just drops it behind square on the offside. The fielder scampering in to try and make the run out. Won't quite get there.
I think when Richard comes on,
Sam Evans,
it'll be interesting to talk about Josh Hull here. It's an interesting action because if you look at his run up, he almost stops before. It's like a staggered kind of run up. It's almost like he's stopping just before he delivers the ball. So a lot of it is in the arm action just at the end of his delivery. Suggests there's a lot more pace they could probably get out of him.
Yeah, it's come out of their academy. Unsurprisingly, I suppose, for 18. That's why he's playing for Leicestershire now. This is his second List A game, so second one-day cup match. Flicked off his pads by Blake. He'll just get a single down to Rishi Patel, who fields at fine leg there. So yeah, Josh Hull 1 for 52 against Surrey in that game. Played a few T20s for Leicestershire in the Blast this summer as well, 5 of them. But his stats a bit early to show any sort of pattern, but we'll just see what we got in front of us. You say just a little slingy action, a little bit with the left arm. They come through for a single there as Compton gets off strike, Blake gets on. It's certainly Alex Blake's nature to swing and swing hard. He can be enormously destructive. I think the only criticism over his career, and perhaps why he's not been playing red ball cricket is his ability to take an innings deep from this sort of position, and this is an opportunity for him, you'd think, on a looks like a decent batting wicket to perhaps do that. So he nudges that past the bowler, or actually loops over the 6'7" of Josh Hull somehow. Having hit the ball into the ground, they come through for a single, but just taking the ones and twos at the moment, Kent. Looks like they've decided, I suppose, if they have a good, well, I don't know, good 20 overs at the back end of this, Kent, anything is more or less possible from what we've seen on this pitch. But at the moment, Leicestershire look like they're in charge. Hull bowls 2. Compton down the leg side, that is a wide. So 1-2 the total. Ball's relayed between the red and green shirted fielders.
I'm considering your take it down to the last 20 overs thesis that you've just
50 for the Kent Spitfires.
And, yeah, am I way off the mark there?
I'm
How
just-
many will they need by the time they
yeah,
get there?
I'm doing permutations in my head. I'll come back to you.
That's why it's Hull to Compton. Back straight back at the bowler. Fields of bowling. End of the over. It's 50 for 2. Kent Spitfires are way off. They need another 200 and scotch that. They need another 331 to win, don't they? It's a big old total they're aiming at. So that's one of the reasons you're here, is for your ability to actually put some sort of sense into what I'm saying as a target. I'm making way, I think, now for Richard to join Michelle on the other commentary with Kent 50 for 1 here at Beckenham.
At the Beckenham end, Roman Walker.
And there will indeed be a bowling change, so it's a double bowling change. VM Mulder is to be replaced by Roman Walker. Kent are 50 for 2 after 11 overs.
Roman Walker coming on at the Beckenham end. Bowls fullish to Compton, who just pushes the delivery out into the offside. Struggled a little bit with the ball, Walker, against Surrey at the Oval. Has only just sort of come back into the first team picture, the Welshman. A lot of ability. Not at the moment found any real sort of consistently good form. Perhaps this with a game in which he does. He's certainly got the ability. Runs in and bowls. Slightly shorter of length this time. Leaning forward is Blake. Just playing it out into the onside on that occasion. It was Blake who faced the first ball of the over as well. Apologies about that. Confused by there being 2 left-handers at the crease. A lot of sort of darkish clouds around, but plenty of blue as well. And they're moving fairly quickly, the dark clouds. So if there are any few more spots of rain, they will be brief. Walker is in, bowls, and looking to turn it on the onside. Doesn't get anything on it. And it bounces off out inside. There is a run again, so decent start from Walker. The rate required. I won't even try to calculate that one.
It's just approaching 9s.
9s, good man. You got it on? Is it
Yeah,
up on the?
I'd love
okay.
to pretend I made that right, just
Yeah.
through quick calculations.
I would have said, yeah, I can work it out, mate. No worries. Walker into Blake, who is forward, and he's going to take on Scriven, who gets to the ball fairly quickly. He's quite smart over the ground, Tom Scriven, but it was a good call actually from Blake in the end. He didn't overhit it, just pushed it towards Scriven, who was a little bit back at the deepish mid-off towards the edge of the circle. The young all-rounder came in quickly, but although he got to the ball, got his throw away, Blake had made his ground comfortably by the time the ball actually went over the stumps. He moves on to 3, brings Compton back down on straight in, and bowls clipped in the air, could be out. Brilliant catch! Oh, outstanding catch at mid-on by the captain, Lewis Hill, who sprinted across to his right, flung himself to his right, and got one hand underneath the ball just as it came down, just off the ground, and that is another huge breakthrough for the Foxes. Ben Compton goes, he'd got himself in 13, but well, got a little bit of a leading edge, and that Walker delivery popped up and the catch was taken.
Yeah, it's a brilliant. I'm not even sure. I'd even say that brilliance, not enough of a superlative for that particular catch. Lewis Hill taking that just as it was about to hit the ground, almost like fingertips and clawing it in before it grounded. It looked like it was just about to die on him. And that brings an end to Ben Compton's innings. And I mean, we have to be fair there. Ben was struggling. He was struggling to time it out there. Had been tied up by Vian Mulder and Chris Wright up front, and Kent in all sorts of trouble. 51 for 3.
Trying to have another look at the Jack leaning leg before.
The new batter is Harry Finch.
Difficult one. I don't know if you've. Let's have.
I haven't seen the replay yet.
Okay, let's have a look.
Both myself and Matt thought it was given out for caught behind. We hadn't even considered LBW was part of the equation. I mean,
I don't know. Did quite a lot, didn't it? They've got a lot more movement.
Yeah.
Whatever you think of that, LB, it did a bit.
Yes.
And the fact is, Leicester have got the ball to move much more. Whether the sort of little shower we had during the interval spiced up the pitch, I don't know.
Do you remember with the shower break that initially it was raining and the covers weren't on?
Took a while,
and
didn't they, to get on?
Then it really started raining, and then the covers went on. So I don't know if that's spiced things up a slight bit.
It might do, but they've certainly got movement that wasn't apparent in during the Leicestershire innings, that's for sure. So Walker, that will give his confidence a bigger boost to pick up a wicket in his first over. Captain did him all sorts of favours there. Hill sprinting across to his right. So Finch comes to the crease, looks around him, sees all men out on the leg side and everybody up on the off side, pretty much. Walker is in 2. Finch bowls slightly short of a good length on the off stump. Finch is careful in defence, dropping it out into the offside. Walker's first over, a successful one then, 1-for-1 from it. And the Foxes, well, if we thought there was going to be a little bit of acceleration once the power play was done and the field was spread a little bit, it hasn't happened so far. 2 overs have been bowled in it, and just 6 runs have been scored from those 2 overs, just the 1 from that one and another wicket.
Yeah, no one in the Kent team is yet to come to grips with the track thus far. Even Jack Leanin, who hit 25 or 23, was caught in 2 minds with quite a lot of the deliveries as well.
Ooh.
And this first ball from Josh Hull moves away from Alex Blake.
What do you think of Hull from what you've seen of him? Because Leicester's coaches are really excited by his possibilities, his potential.
You can clearly see the raw materials there. I don't know if you heard me when you came back into the booth. I was saying just as he approaches the crease, he almost loses a bit of his pace, and there's a lot coming through with his arm at the last moment. I wonder if there's more pace to extract, and he's back in again. Blake tucks that into the offside for 1. So there's a lot coming with his arm at the end, but it's almost like he's, almost like a triple jumper or a long jumper. Just as they approach the board, they slow down ever so slightly. I don't know. I need to see him a bit more, but you can clearly see. I mean, 6'7" pacer. I mean,
he's still a teenager. He was playing schools cricket this time last year, which must have been, as I say, fairly terrifying if you were at the other end. Yeah. So this huge chap comes in, bowls 80 odd miles an hour, swings it, moves it, bounces it. They've tried to use him as an enforcer on a couple of occasions, and he hurt his back doing that, but he's okay now, touch wood.
Into Harry Finch, and almost seems to hurry Harry Finch up a bit there. But there's no run there.
But he does swing it.
Yes.
He does swing it at a lively pace, and he has got some good bounces in him, so he's certainly one of the young stars of the future. Leicestershire are hoping sort of form the foundation of the side going forward.
And the great thing with like a scoreboard of 380 is it allows him to just bowl, get into his work, in again to Harry Finch. Harry Finch is able to guide that past the man at point. Rishi Patel runs round and fields that, and they come back for 2. Was that Kimber at pointers?
The Beckenham crowd is quiet.
Yeah, well, they haven't. There's only been, I think, 3 boundaries to cheer. Josh Hole in again. Harry Finch on strike. Oh, beats him on the outside edge. Harry Finch looks down at the track, says, "Was that your fault?" But he was genuinely beaten there. As Richard says, Hole, you can clearly see, has the ability to swing the ball. The left arm pacer in for the final ball of his over. Oh, and that's
what
taken.
a catch.
I think that is
what
taken.
A catch.
And yes,
Brilliant catch.
It's been given.
He got underneath, and then no question that was taken cleanly.
Harry Finch almost stood at the crease, I think almost bemused that that it's out. It took the under edge, and it's a fantastic diving catch to the left by Colin Ackerman. And
keeper, no?
Sorry. Hanscom, sorry.
Yeah.
By Hanscom, the keeper, sorry. And Harry Finch has to depart. I think he was shocked at that.
2 brilliant catches, actually, in the last 3 overs on the part of Leicestershire. Hill diving away to his right, getting his hand underneath it. Hanscom diving away to his left, getting his gauntlet just underneath it. And, well, makes a huge difference, doesn't it, when the catches taken. A couple went down in the early part of the Leicestershire innings. Catches in the outfield, admittedly. We'll have a look at that once that one.
That might have been a better catch than Lewis Hill's, to be honest.
It was really good because, yeah, I mean, it's swinging back in, but even so, bottom edge at that pace, and great stuff from Hanscom.
Another one-handed screamer. We've seen 2 one-handed screamers by the Leicestershire fielders, and Hanscom and Lewis Hill in a competition to outdo one another. If you're not watching on the stream, do go and try and watch that particular grab there by Peter Hanscom.
As soon as it comes up on the replay, we'll confirm what our impressions were, that it was a sensational effort on the part of the Australia international.
And do you know what I'd say is sometimes people say, okay, Kent 54 for 4, scoreboard pressure has done that to him. I wouldn't. No, I don't think it is. It's good bowling. it's good bowling that's done this. It's nothing to do with chasing 381.
Walker to continue from the Beckenham end, the town end. In he goes, and bowls driven in the air, just wide of the diving backward point. Budinger can't get there. Right at third man. Makes the stop. Blake picks up a couple. But it was a little bit skewed off the outside edge, and it was in the air for quite a way. Budinger, an elastic bandage on his right arm, dived away to his right at backward point. Don't think it would have carried anyway. Well, I don't think it did carry anyway. Walker is in and bowls. Blake is forward and then lifting his bat to Joey Everson. Briefly, as I say, of Leicestershire for one game. Blocks it out into the offside. Blake. Everson rehearses a few shots. Played very well in the quarter-final defeat of Leicestershire by Kent. Joey Everson last season. Here we go. We can have a look at the replay in a second after this delivery from Walker. He is in, and it's blocked back down the pitch on the offside. He's going to have to hurry there. Scriven gets to the ball quickly and throws, but well judged run by Blake. Yeah, great pickup. Possibly didn't have to dive quite as far as we thought, but bottom edge, and it was clean, no question about that.
Is that why Harry Finch was staying at the wicket?
I think, yeah, he was just waiting for confirmation.
Right.
Yeah, I don't think he had any real concerns about the fact he'd bottom edged it. You could almost hear it, couldn't you, click around the ground, echoing around the ground. He just waited for confirmation it had carried, and it had. Walker is in. Everson spars away outside off stump, misses. Slightly short of a length delivery. Might have held its own off the seam, but not the greatest shot Joey Everson has played in his hugely promising career. Again, maybe it just did straighten a fraction, and Leicestershire continue to find something in the pitch that wasn't apparent throughout their innings. Walker is in. Forward goes Everson, pushing out into the offside. Rishi Patel is the fielder in the covers. There's no run. Interesting field, this sort of split field. Everybody out on the onside, even for the new batsman, except mid-on, and even then Scriven is on the edge of the circle. All the fielders on the leg side on the boundary, all the fielders on the offside, with the exception of one sweeper at extra cover.
Looks like a bit of kidology out there.
You reckon?
Yeah.
I'm going to bounce you. Walker is in. Bowls short outside off stump, spars away Everson, and he's gone, caught behind. Well, bounced on him, left him, perhaps. Again, he threw his hands at the ball and got the top edge. Through it went to Hanscom, who's picked up his third catch of the innings, and Kent in disarray, you have to say. They are 57 for 5, chasing 381 to win, and it would, as they say, be a good one to win from here.
Well, Matt Cole told me he saw a similar perilous situation in Scarborough, so unless somebody's about to play a fantastic innings, I think Leicestershire may well have this one.
Joey Everson caught Hanscom, bowled Walker for no score.
But yeah, as I was saying, the ball before that delivery, the reason why I say kidology is like you're almost, by having only 2 men on the onside, you're almost saying, well, there's your runs. Get into the batter's head. Next thing you know, right, you're nicking one outside the off stump.
Very early in his innings to be playing that sort of shot, though, attempting to smash it away through the offside. How many balls did Everson face? I think that was just his third delivery. So somebody's got to get in, and once you do get in, well, Leicestershire demonstrated you can score very quickly, but you've got to get in first. You've got to have a little bit of a look. Hanscom and Ackerman particularly showed that, didn't they? They built carefully before exploding into action.
Head on over to the Greenwich tent by the pavilion to collect your prize.
Well done, Andy. If it's one of the one-day cup shirts, though, I won't be overexcited. I suppose it's signed, isn't it?
Sorry, Josh Hole. You know those moments when you get caught up actually watching the cricket yourself. Yes. Josh Hole there back into the attack, and draws an ooh as he almost traps Alex Blake on his crease there, but they run through for a leg bye. One is added to the Kent total. But yeah, further to your point you're making about you have to get in, I think all the Kent batters have struggled to time it, to be honest. They can't get in because they haven't timed it well. They're finding this bowling hard to navigate. Josh Hole back in, first ball for James Baisley. He defends it out into the covers for no run.
Leaning looked as good as any, didn't he, really, in the relatively short time he was there for his 25, but as you say, other than perhaps him, they've all struggled.
Leicestershire, of course, having defeated Surrey handsomely, easily, chasing 326, sorry, in 42 overs. As Hole comes in again, and he gets Basie driving outside his off stump, and Basie gets nothing on that. He's lucky not to edge it. No run.
326 it was.
326, yeah. Chasing 326 in 42 overs brings a certain level of confidence, which they've just carried on into this game, blazing 380. against Kennan. I mean, if you're going to post a score, 380 is up there in terms of defendable. Josh Hull, who's got a bit of swing, a bit of movement. And again, Baisley going after that one outside the off stump, and I guess it echoes Richard's point that, I mean, even James Baisley, this is only his third or fourth delivery that he's facing, and just trying to crash one through the covers, got nothing on it. James Hull asking all the necessary questions though. That left arm angle posing some difficulty for the Kent batters. This time James Baisley defends on the front foot, no run again.
Required rate now well over 9. Probably is slightly in the back of their minds. You just got to forget that, really.
Yeah.
And get in and then think about it once you've got some sort of idea of the pace of the pitch and what the ball is doing.
Last ball of Josh Hull's third over. This time Baisley does get into it, creams it through the covers. There's a dive in. No.
Oh.
Parries it all round the post and into and over the boundary line. I thought, who's that on there?
Kimber. Louis Kimber. Super fielder.
I thought Louis Kimber had actually hauled it in, but I think in attempting to, he actually parried it over the boundary for, well, I think that's only Kent's fourth boundary of the innings. And James Baisley gets off the mark. Kent are 62 for 5 at the end of the 15th over.
At this stage, after 15 overs, Leicestershire are 106 without loss, so puts the sort of task facing Kent in context. They've also got to think about net run rates and things like that to a certain extent, haven't they?
Yeah, you
a
can't
little bit careful.
Can't just surrender. You've got to try and bat the 50 all the same.
Walker is in, driven down into the ground and over Ackerman at extra cover. In fact, it's going to run away. Scriven is after it, gets there and manages to drag it back, so it'll be 3 instead of 4. Good work by Scriven, saves a run. Blake moves on to 10 into double figures. 62 without, I beg your pardon, 65 now without loss. Without loss for 5. They wish. Of course, what happened to one of the scoreboards? Yeah, the electronic scoreboard. The blue strip has gone which we thought was obscuring the totals, but I still can't see a total on it. So I'm having to look at 2 different scoreboards. I don't know about you. I can see the batters. In goes Walker and bowls forward calmly. Is Baisley pushing out into the gap in the covers. In off the ropes comes Vian Mulder. 1 taken.
Yeah, there's no score on that scoreboard.
There definitely isn't, is there? It's not just me. You would have thought that was quite an important element of the scoreboard, but whether it's just doesn't fit quite, I'm not sure. So you always go back to the manual scoreboard, which is sort of 50 yards away to the left. Walker is in, bowls onto the legs of
Alex
Blake. Maybe inside edge, think inside edge. Waiting to see if umpire Harris makes a signal. She doesn't, so it was an inside edge and pad. Saw the ball trickling down towards fine leg. Blake on to 11. Baisley has 5. Just need to build partnership now. Just stay together. 4, 5, 6, 7 overs. See where you're at. Walker is in, bowl short and pulls out of it. Baisley got in position to hook it away. Didn't do so in the end. Let it go past his right shoulder, swivelling, but with the bat sort of tucked away. So I guess you'd say decent bouncer from Walker. Been with Leicestershire now, this is his 3rd season. He's promised to break through on a number of occasions without quite managing to do so. Goes in and bowls edge just short. There's an appeal for leg before. He's gone. He's been given leg before. Well, Looks somewhat nonplussed there, James Bazley. He was a biggish stride. And whether it hit him outside the line, we'll have a look at the replay as and when it comes up. But umpire Harris sends James Bazley on his way, and Walker has picked up a 3rd wicket. Bazley leg before for 5, and Kent are 6 down for just 67.
Another LBW decision, another Kent batter departs, and yeah, James Bazley. I thought he'd have definitely gone far down the wicket, but like I said, until we see it on the replay,
big old stride, wasn't
it?
Which usually suggests he might have got outside the line, and then the ball sort of bounced once before going to Ackerman, who's at slip. But in fairness, Walker went straight up for the LB.
Yeah, everyone did.
We will have a look as and when the replay is posted.
New batter is Grant Stewart.
James Bazley looked, as I say, if not plussed, definitely non-plussed.
Yeah. Yeah. The momentary pause to understand that.
Really? As though to say?
Yeah.
Really? Yes, in umpire Harris, whose finger raising is very, there's no sort of, nothing held back about it. She puts her finger up high above her head and leaves it there. You're in no doubt about the decision. 67 for 6.
Well, Grant Stewart likes to biff the ball, so we're going to see some boundaries now, or about to see another Kent batter depart very quickly. But 67 for 6, Kent all at sea here.
Walker. What do his one-day best is? I shall have a look-see. Wow. Grant Stewart.
He's on 3 for 9 right now.
Yeah. Well, Grant Stewart prepares to face him. Walker turns. Stewart's ready now. In he goes and bowls. Slightly inside edges. He comes forward to that one, so maybe it is still moving back in a little bit. Roman Walker. In List A cricket, his best, well, can definitely say he's beaten it, because it was 2, believe it or not, 2 for 51. So he's got career best List A figures. Not that he's played many games coming into this season, and this is just his second. He'd only played 5. Picked up 4 wickets in those games. So good day for Roman. And given Wales beat England, hammered England really yesterday, you'd think this is a pretty good weekend one way or another. He's a keen rugby man.
Josh Hole into Alex Blake, who has looked busy at the crease. Alex Blake always looking to rotate and get things moving, but no one has stuck around with him. And that first ball he tucks into the offside for no run.
The only question might have been, was it outside the line, but it did come back.
I mean, there was that momentary pause, like I say, from James Bazley. Josh Hole back in to Blake, and Blake lays that one down to mid-off. But again, there's no run there. Yeah, it came back a long way. But yeah, I don't know if...
Another look?
Yeah, man, you see again, see if James Bazley was slightly outside the line.
That was the only question for me. Well, back foot, back pad, actually.
I think that's out.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
That's out, yeah.
Yeah. Hit him on the back pad.
Josh Hole. And Alex Blake is able to whip that one on the onside for 1. In fact, they're coming back for 2, and yeah, it's good running there from Alex Blake and Grant Stewart. A welcome 2 added to the Kent total. They moved to 69 for 6. But like I say, almost with Josh Hole, and you were talking about Roman Walker, good time for them to bowl and get into their work. And if it's a case of them developing and showing, building on the promise they've got, can't ask for a better scenario to bowl in, as Josh Hole. Ooh, some lift and bounce.
That was it. That's you see there. That's sort of what he can do. This boy.
Left bounce movement, short of a length, beats Alex Blake.
And it was sharp as well.
All ends up.
Sharp.
That was even sharp for Peter Hanscom to take, much less Alex Blake to get an edge on it. It's no run. It's no run there. Hull again. 5th ball of this is 4th over. Alex Blake onto the back foot. Can't beat cover. I think that's Ackerman at cover. Extra. Is that Ackerman? Yep. And there is no run there. As I say, Kent from Ben Compton through to the batters currently at the wicket. Everyone has really struggled to get purchase for their shots. Got to really, really time it to get anything off these Leicestershire bowlers. Josh Hole, last ball of his over. Again, onto the back foot, dabs it into the onside Alex Blake. There's 1 run there, and well, that's peculiar. They could have run a second. Was that Ramon Walker? Ramon Walker came in, tried to kick the ball onto his thumbs. Meanwhile, Peter Hanscom had rolled in the field. I'm not sure, maybe he'd lost his footing as the ball went past Peter Hanscom, but the Kent batters did not take advantage of a potential second run, and the score is 69 for 6 at the end of the.
He kicked it at the stumps from what, maybe 15 yards away, something like that. Got a good connection, in fairness, but goodness. Well, as I say, he likes his rugby. He doesn't mind some football. He's a North Walian Roman Walker. Ball in hand now. Runs in and bowls. Slower delivery that waits for nicely there, Blake, then just dabs it out into the offside and calls for the quick single and completes it comfortably enough. Yeah, Wrexham sort of is his team, so again he's had a good time of it of late.
He's loving life.
He is. He is. He'd like his cricket to be going better, but it's going well enough today. Justifying his place in the side. He got a bit of tap at the Oval against Surrey on Thursday, but as I say, enjoying it here. Goes in and bowls edged, ooh, just wide of the reaching Ackerman at first. Slip off the back foot by Stewart. He was fending away really there, and I don't think it was exactly where he was looking to place the ball, and he indicates to Blake that there's plenty of bounce in the pitch for these Leicestershire bowlers. Fending or pushing away from the body. Could have gone to Ackerman, didn't. Went wide of his reaching right hand. He went under the covers, so there's going to have to be a certain amount of... actually, the covers look quite hard to get under there, don't they? But yep, they've managed it. They've managed it one way or another. Josh Hull, he's tall enough, isn't he, if he can reach underneath, to get quite a long way. So 4 to Stewart. Slightly fortuitously to get off the mark. Kent 75 for 6. Now in the 18th over, Walker turns, runs in and bowls down the leg side, helped on its way nicely by Stewart, or was it bit pad, because it went actually quite slowly to long leg in the end. It was possibly a combination of the two, certainly some bat on it, no signal from umpire Harris. Usually when if there's no pad, it usually goes a little more quickly than that, down towards a long leg. Single. Stewart on to 5. In goes Walker, bowls to Blake, who defends out into the offside, into the gap in the covers. Running in from the cover boundary is Louis Kimber. Nice side arm throw into the gloves of Hanscom. Single taken. This is what Kent need to do, really, just rotate the strike, get together, get a partnership of some kind going, and then just see where they're at after 25, then 30 overs, something like that. Build some sort of base. Walker bustles in and bowls. Stewart hits high and long and straight for 6. Lovely shot from Stewart, picked up and lofted. Well, you said, Mitchell, that he loves to put bat to ball, and he did so in some style there. Defiant blow from Grant Stewart.
yeah, that's the first genuine biff of the Kent innings, and there's an argument to say somebody should have tried something like this a lot earlier, just because the Leicestershire bowlers haven't. No one's counter-attacked. No one's forced them to have to bowl differently. They've all been able to just get into a rhythm. So this may not be the last attempt you see from Grant Stewart to whether to launch it out of the ground or to hit a boundary. Yes, they've got to build, but you've also got to try and get bowlers out of their stride somewhat. As I now put the curse on him.
Walker is in to Stewart, short, cut off the back foot out to the sweeper on the extra cover boundary. One is taken. Mulder, the fielder out there, throws on the bounce. Oh, and it's a no ball as well. So, free hit coming up. Walker hit very much out of his stride then by Stewart. He didn't knock the bails off, has he? Yeah, free hit as well, as I say, and the bails have been replaced by umpire Harris. First front foot no ball of the match, I think. Can't remember a free hit for Leicestershire. There were a couple of no balls on height,
yeah,
but I'm not sure there was a front foot no ball. So wheels have momentarily, hopefully from his point of view, come off as far as Roman Walker is concerned. Having picked up 3 wickets, he's now gone for a 6 and then bowled a front foot no ball. So in he goes again to Alex Blake, and he gets a good Yorker who almost squeezes through onto the stumps. Really good delivery in the end from Walker. Gets himself, to a certain extent at least, out of trouble. End of his over. Exciting one, 86. So, right, so 16 from the over. Is that, yeah? With the 6 and the no ball, yes, it really was.
Yeah.
So, by some considerable margin, the best return of the innings as far as Kent are concerned. 86 for 6 after 18. Mitchell departs. Matt Coles had been watching with his eyes closed, presumably, at the back of the box. In horror, that is, not because he's having a quiet kip. He's back with us.
It's the way I used to bat, Richard, so I'll carry on with my eyes closed.
Well,
yeah,
young Mr. Watts is a cricketer of some repute, isn't he? He's a proper cricketer.
Yeah, he can play a bit, that boy. It's Hull bowling. It's worked into the offside by Stewart, or rather up to mid-off, and there's no run.
Does Radio Kent have a team as such, or are you invited to join celebrity games?
No. Oh, crikey, no. I've just seen a Twitter address which I think is Bats 11 doesn't bowl. That would definitely be me.
That's his Twitter handle, is it?
Yeah. It's not Ben's. No, I was going to say it would be mine if I had a Twitter address. I much like that one. Is Hull beats Stewart outside the off stump. I mean, you've just got to give this to the Leicestershire bowlers, haven't you? Because this isn't a different deck to the one that Kent were bowling on.
They're getting.
It's got shape, proper shape. Yeah,
absolutely. They've had movement all the way. All the way through.
I can't imagine that shower during the interval did that much damage.
We were kind of speculating what might have done, but the first ball that Wright bowled of the innings swung.
Yes, yeah.
And it just didn't swing for the Kent bowlers at all.
No. And this looks like on the way to a heavy defeat here for the Spitfires, unless they do something extraordinary. 2 big hitters at the crease, but Hull bowls to Stewart now. Bottom end of the bat. It loops up to it's dropped at mid-on. And I was just about to say goodbye to Grant Stewart. He was more or less walking to the boundary, to the boundary rope there, exit stage right. And who's that been dropped?
I'm afraid I think it's the captain, Lewis.
Is it
Hill, unless it was Ackerman running across.
No, it's Hill.
But I think it was Hill who took a sensational catch earlier in the innings. He's dropped an absolute goober.
That was looping up to him. Left outside the off stump, this one by Stewart, who might want to leave a couple just to have a think about. So I'd imagine mentally you've turned off after that. He's on his way out, but no, he somehow stayed in. I don't think that's necessarily going to save Kent, obviously, but he gets a life.
I'm not sure Josh Hull will see the funny side for a while.
Right. Do you get to, if you're 18, do you get to glare at your captain after that?
I think you're entitled to after
so,
that,
yeah.
but don't at least look askance.
Raise an eyebrow,
Yeah.
maybe, at that, the early stage of your career. Bowls now to Stewart, midships. Again, that sort of delivery, which is really tucking up the Kent batters, just didn't seem to be there when they were bowling Leicestershire. Dominated with the bat, 380 for 5. Kent in all sorts of problems here. Are 86, 87 for 6 now, sorry.
Up to that point, it had been almost a perfect performance, hadn't it, by Leicestershire? But
blemish-free.
That, I'm afraid, has to go down as a definite blemish.
I think most of us would have backed ourselves to
I wouldn't
to
have
take
minded
that one.
one. Yeah.
Maybe not in front of a crowd, but his hole to Blake, and that is, well, that's the double-handed backhand, that one, isn't it? Swung up through long on, and that shows the power of Alex Blake. It's close to his body, but he's smashed that away for 4. Almost felt like in anger, Alex Blake, it might be, with the way that this game's working out. 20 for him, 13 for Grant Stewart. As I said, they're big hitters, but they're running out of batters here, Kent. With 6 down, they're way off here. 19 gone on BBC Radio Kent and BBC Leicester. Kent chasing 351 to win. Yes, 351 to win. And
Well,
no, sorry, not 351.
381.
381. What am I talking about? I'm trying to make it easier for them. It still sounds like a lot of runs. 381 to win in total.
so another 290 needed off 31 overs. Walker is in to Stewart, who hits high out to deep mid wicket for 6.
Indeed, so.
Oh, gentleman in the crowd could have made an attempt, but he shied away. But it was that was sat up nicely. And Stewart, well, will he make Leicestershire pay? Almost certainly for that miss by Hill. He's going to hang around for 10 overs or so, and he's going to do plenty of damage. Whether he can possibly do enough to drag Kent back into the contest remains to be seen, but they're keeping the slip in. Walker is in. Stewart hits high up into the air again. This time he could be caught at third man. Hull himself is underneath it, and he takes the catch. Walker, the bowler, young Hull, can now go to his captain and say, that's how to do it. Skip. He went running in from third man. Stewart, well, didn't do too much extra damage. Got a sort of top edge that flew high to third man. And the all-rounder, bowling all-rounder really. No, he's not. He's a proper all-rounder, is Grant Stewart, and he'll be disappointed, having had a life perhaps, to get out in that fashion.
Yeah, Hull runs underneath it, takes the catch, and Stewart goes off shaking his head. Next in for Kent.
Walker continues to improve his best ever list A figures.
So Hamid Kadri will come in next, Nathan Gilchrist and Matt Parkinson after them. But it really feels like a question of when, not if, for Kent now. Leicestershire honing in on victory and what could be a massive one. Should the net run, can I say net run rate, even in the second game of the tournament? But you never know, do you, what might split them? And it's tight at the top, isn't it? 3 from 9 that qualify for the knockout stages.
It is. And obviously you want to finish top 2 to get a home quarter-final. Sadly, disappointingly, the final this year is at Trent Bridge. I know that's a fine ground, don't get me wrong, but finals should be at Lords, shouldn't they?
Last
All
year
finals.
as well, wasn't it? Yeah, it's a nice place to go, but
I'll share with you. I mean, obviously, once we went out, I didn't take too much interest. Where was the final?
it was at Trent Bridge last year.
It was
as
Trent
well,
Bridge
yes,
against.
And as you say, it's a test ground. No disrespect to it,
No,
but
but
it
quite
just
have the grandeur.
feels like a slight to me as well.
It does
for
to the competition. Exactly that. Yeah.
From the governing body, it's just a terrible look.
Given that Eton
Unless
is
that-
played at Lords.
Yeah, quite.
You can-
Unless
One Day Cup.
that is the intention for it to look like demeaning, which would be rubbish. But there we are.
Walker is into Kadri, who is sparring away outside off stump, and I thought for a minute he'd edged it straight into the hands of Hanscom. Didn't get any edge on it, that is. He was sparring away and missing. Amidullah. He tends to live and die by the sword as well with the bat in hand, doesn't he?
He does
Seem to
indeed.
recall.
Likes to back away and
Throw his hands at
pull,
it.
whatever, yes. So, yeah, I think in this situation he almost certainly will.
Walker looking for a fifer is in and bowls, and Kadri puts our words back in our mouths by defending perfectly competently off the off stump, off the back foot into the offside.
He's played some mature 4-day knocks, but as I said, I think in this situation, I mean, the required rate is creeping up anyway, so you're going to need a miracle.
It's well over 10s now, isn't it? Yeah, that isn't going to happen, I don't think.
Or
but
9.5,
not now.
Yeah.
Walker is in. Kadri, no foot. Sorry, I'm not. But absolutely zero foot movement. Just sort of wafted at it outside the off stump, as if he wasn't really that interested. Pushing a sort of fly away. Didn't get anything on it. To Hanscom it went. A sort of shot that will not make Hill think he maybe is making the wrong decision at having Ackerman at slip. Walker is in and bowls. Kadri off the back foot, plays it firmly into the gap in the covers out towards Vian Mulder, who's the sweeper. Out there on the offside boundary, one is taken. End of Walker's fifth over. 4 for 32. His figures, Kent, after 20 overs, are 98 for 7. Leicestershire after 20 overs, 128 for 2. Is that right? They had a sort of a slightly bad time, didn't they, for a while? The Foxes, from 116 for none.
Yeah,
after
120 for
17.
3 they were, yes, yeah. So lost 3 wickets in the space of 4 overs, 3 overs in fact, yeah. Sounds like an exasperated shout from a Kent fan there, rather than a jubilant one from a Leicestershire fan. Hull comes over the wicket, left arm to Kadri, just to deflect that into the offside. And they're fielded by Sol Buttinger there. Always very impressed by any player that will take the number 1 shirt. I always think that's bold, isn't it?
It demonstrates a certain level of confidence, doesn't it? Self-belief, perhaps. Or is he trying to convince himself? You know,
maybe. I suppose he's an opener as well, so you
yes,
can
he is.
say
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
it's a shout there. No, I'm liking a bit of that. Here's Hull to Kadri, swing and a miss almost as an afterthought there. He's miming the cut, but he's missed that one. Is it some good bounce from the 6'7" of Josh Hull through the wicketkeeper. Harry Podmore had one for Kent while he went and asked him about. I said, "It's bold, Harry. It's a bold statement." He said, "Well, 23 wasn't available." As if that was the explanation.
Of course.
So,
of course it was.
Daniel Drummond has 23. Wanted
Right.
23. So
did he say why he went to 23?
I think it's that number, isn't it? It's the Jordan number, isn't it? 23. I think then David Beckham after that. Michael Jordan first.
Oh, right.
I think
Okay.
set that. I think that's why. That's
I
why
was,
so
I thought,
many.
I was
want
thinking
23.
Chris Jordan then.
Oh, was yeah.
Sorry, I
oh
didn't
no, absolutely.
make the Michael Jordan.
I think it was Michael
connection
Jordan
there.
originally,
That one
and
was just pushed out into the offside by
sorry. Oh, it's cricket
by
going on.
Kadri for one.
I'm on a search.
He's got size 14 feet, I can tell you that.
Thank you very much.
Josh
There we
Hull.
go. Yes,
that
23. There we go. That was
Okay.
Michael Jordan's shirt.
Right,
So
okay.
David Beckham took it on, and then it became a sort of fabled shirt number. It's down the leg side. It's a wide as well, and taken by the wicket keeper. So I did a little lap of the ground. There was there's applause for the 100. There we are, Kent supporters. I think some of them ironically clapping that. The 100 is up. Yes, there's some gentle cheers or even jeers there, but yeah, 1 or 2 grumbles from some Kent supporters about A couple of umpiring decisions here, but I'll very much make the point that Kent have not been at the races in this innings, decisions or not. Here's Blake into the offside. Oh, he's gone for the run. Is he going to be run out here? Direct hit might have done it from Sol Bunninger, but he's got back into his ground anyway. There's no run.
Mitchell and I had a look at the LBWs, certainly the
Yeah,
latter
the
one. And
Mulder.
it wasn't a, yeah, the Mulder one was an
sorry,
interesting
yeah.
one, but the latter on James Baisley off
Right,
Walker,
sorry, I didn't see that one.
actually was a better decision, I think, than it looked, if that sounds
Yeah.
odd, because they actually hit him on the back pad.
I think, yeah.
My initial thought was that's hit him outside the line, but it hadn't, because it had hit the back pad. So the front pad was slightly outside the line, but hit him on the back, and it was moving again.
Hull over the wicket too. Blake as a top edge, as the fielder in with a chance of that. They're not. One bounce, saved from going for 4. Good work in the outfield in the end from Tom Scriven, I think that is, throwing the ball back in. They come back for 3 rather. I thought it was going to be the end of Alex Blake for a moment. And actually the Mulder one, movement again from Mulder. My second look at that, you know, your first look, and I'm thinking, I don't see how that's out LBW, but actually looking at it, he's doing a business, isn't it? It's actually swinging into the pads towards offside.
Yeah.
And yeah.
I think both decisions are defensible, if that makes sort of sense.
Oh, absolutely.
When you see the replay.
As Hull bowls to Kadri, and it's just clipped into the onside for a single. Blake has 21, Kadri has 3. Is that the end of the over? And that's yes, it is indeed. So Kent are 102 for 7 now, way off their desired target of 381. But it kind of shows to me and reinforces that your first look from here is nothing like an experienced or even a fairly newish umpire, an umpire Harris. Their look at that, and you look at it again and think, absolutely, you know, I can see why. Yep. And you're given a millisecond to make that decision with a replay.
Walker is in from the Beckenham end, bowls outside off stump, forced away off the back foot by Kadri, nicely timed, wide of the diving point. Hull has to run around from third man to deep backward point, gets his throwaway on the bounce to Hanscom, but Kadri picks up 2 and then just stretches his right hamstring a little bit, quad perhaps, just crouches down, just not used to running 2s perhaps. Smallish man, compact at the crease, as in goes Walker, bowls to him, he clips him in the air through mid-wicket off his toes down towards deep mid-wicket. Louis Kimber comes in, picks up, throws low and flat on the bounce to Hanscom. Kadri takes one, and again he just stretches his, it's his left knee or calf, isn't it? That's a sort of calf stretch. Don't want him injured for the rest of the competition. I think he's okay.
Kent have had a real run of injuries.
Have they?
Terrible run, yeah. The last championship match they were without 10 first team picks.
Walker is in to Blake, goes back, turns him off his legs down towards long leg. Hull. The young giant comes in and fields, gets his throwaway on the full to an appreciative Hanscom. And again, Kadri is just down on one knee. Seems okay.
A calf or something, or
he just felt a little bit of cramp perhaps, or a twinge or something when he went for that second a couple of deliveries ago. We had an injury in the Surrey game. Ben Folkes picked up a knee niggle, short edged for 4 from Walker, outside off stump, sparred away, and he rehearsed it as a ramp. Hamidullah Kadri, it wasn't the shot he played, he was trying to cut it, got the top edge high over Ackerman at slip down to the third man boundary for 4. So he goes into double figures onto 10 off 11 deliveries. Blake has 21 off 28. Kent onto 110 for 7 as Walker is in to Kadri, who stands up tall and plays it very firmly and pleasantly away through the offside in the gap towards Mulder, whose throw is not taken cleanly by Hanscom. It bounces away behind him, bounced just in front of him, didn't do the wicketkeeper too many favours, and Hanscom looks slightly reproachfully distant Mulder out there on the offside boundary. Mulder just raises his right hand in an apologetic gesture. Walker is in. Blake getting a delivery again on the legs. Again he leans and waits for it and clips him away towards deep square. Mulder comes in again. The throw is just short of Hanscom, who tries to take it one-handed and chuck it onto the stumps. Doesn't take it cleanly. It bounces behind him, having thumped into the glove, and is cleaned up by Budinger. End of the over. That is Walker's 6th. Still got his, well, obviously will always have his one-day best figures in this game. 4 wickets, previously 2. 113 though is the score after 22 overs.
Join in front of the pavilion is the place to be at the end of the match. The new Kent cricket poster will be available.
Maybe not the time to make that announcement. It's implying that the end might not be too far away. But
the promoting Kent players signing autographs at the end of the game.
Don't go, folks.
It's all good. Ian Mulder returns. I was going to say they're looking for a breakthrough. They've had so many of them, almost spoilt for choice.
So Walker's spell, 6 overs, no maidens, 4 for 43.
Yeah. Remember this day for a bit, I'm sure. Driven into the offside by Kadri. That's an attractive stroke from the young off spinner. Comes back for 2. Just looking at his county championship return. He scored decent runs actually in this competition last year for Kent. Down the order did Hamid Kadri, and got himself 72 against Surrey in a losing cause in the championship. He's got a couple of 30s I think as well, so he's not a mug with the bat to come in at 9, but this will be beyond most professionals you'd think. This chase here, it's not even a chase I don't think at this point. That's beaten him as it shapes away from Ian Mulder through the wicketkeeper, no run.
Hindsight is a wonderful thing, but I suspect Leicestershire probably wishing they'd picked Uttam Ramji now. He's a young leg spinner who's come in for Rehan Ahmed, another teenager, and with this sort of total, this sort of position have been ideal for him to have a little bit of a bowl.
Mulder bowls to Kadri. That gets lift and it gets the edge and it's through to the wicket keeper, and Kent are 8 down. And not long now, you feel, as Kadri goes. It's another beautiful delivery by Mulder, who's got all sorts out of this surface. Hit a blistering 67 from 35 balls, and now has himself 2 wickets with great economy as well. Started this 1 for 16 off 5. He has a 2nd wicket as well. If you were choosing a player of the match, dare I suggest him as a candidate. Kadri goes, steam coming out of his ears. Kent 8 down. And sorry, I should say they're 115 for 8. As Kadri is gone. Just looking for his total. He's gone for 11. And we are in the 23rd over of the contest. And Kent looking like it might take us all for an early finish at this point. And Leicestershire are thrashing the defending champions here. I'll have a lot to think about after this one.
I don't think it's not a question of revenge, is it really? After losing in the quarter-final at Grace Road to Kent, who went on to win the competition in some style. But Kent season, Kent has certainly been here before. I was talking about that 400 odd for Durham here when Kent put them into bat, and it's feeling a little bit deja vu all over again. But the scoreboard pressure imposed by Leicestershire, just bowled very well, batted very well. They fielded very well apart from that one drop catch. They've absolutely dominated this one as Nathan Gilchrist comes in to bat. Mulder 2 for 18 off 5.5 overs. Bowls as a slip in as well for Gilchrist. On the back foot, defends it at the offside. Budinger fields, and there is no run. So Gilchrist just looking around the field here. A peremptory look for him.
Alex Blake is 24 not out off 30 balls, which is pretty conservative for him as a rule. Mulder waits for the field to change on both sides. They're putting boundary riders out. Forward of square. Gilchrist drives, sort of thickish outside edge really, down to a backward point. Patel fields, and they'll come through for a single. And yeah, giving the international cricket sign language for it's doing something off the pitch to Alex Blake there. I think Blake probably realises that by now. So
it'd be very interesting to see what both teams say about the pitch afterwards, because it has looked like a different beast, hasn't it?
It really has looked like and Mulder 2, Blake, that's absolutely done him. In fact, it's come through down leg side, a leg side take from Hanscom.
How did that not bowl him?
I have no idea. He's basically got everything inside it, Blake, but it's gone over middle stump, I think, straight through to the wicketkeeper, and there's no run. But obviously, given that Leicestershire have exploited whatever is in this pitch really, really well, you could say more. Maybe Kent having a bad batting day, but for none of their batters really to be able to time the ball in this second innings, whereas in Leicestershire's innings, from ball one, Patel and Budinger were going really, really strongly. As you say, it'd be fascinating to know, could a short shower have done that much to the pitch? I wonder. But whatever it is, Leicestershire are winning this one. I'm not sure what the win percentage was. It Crick win viz, whatever.
Right.
They're winning this one, I would say.
I would agree. Well, Walker's been given his chance to get his 5 for is in and bowls, and it's defended off the stumps by Nathan Gilchrist out into the offside. Dot ball. Mulder has been impressive. He's an impressive cricketer. 2 for 19 from his 6 overs to go with a brutal knock, frankly. That really did give the Leicestershire late part of the innings momentum. Walker bowls, and forward again goes Gilchrist out into the offside, into the covers where Rishi Patel fields. He has started the competition. This is, I can't think of a match last season in this competition when Mulder didn't perform, and the same has been true so far this season as well. He's a brilliant county all-rounder, really. High quality. Walker is in, outside off stump, and is he caught behind? Yes, he is. Gilchrist threw the bat at it. Hanscom went up straight away. Walker has a 5 for. Gilchrist looks disappointed. The reaction of the keeper and slips, they were immediate, and Walker likewise, that the edge was there. And the 9th Kent wicket has fallen. 5-4 for Roman Walker.
Yeah, so remember today, that'll be a fantastic return for him. For Gilchrist, it's a quick return to the dressing room, and this game all but done here on BBC Radio Kent and BBC Leicester.
5 catches for Hanscom as well now. I'll make it 5.
Yeah, it must be getting close to. Yeah, Everson went to
I'll check that record as well. I suspect if the last wicket falls quickly, it'll be a record margin of victory in this competition. Best part of nearly 300 runs at the moment.
A win for both of the Foxes this afternoon, is that right?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah. The Footy Foxes 1-2-1.
I mean, not really as emphatic as this one, to be fair, is it?
No, I think they had to come from. Hopefully, I haven't spoilt all the Leicestershire listeners who've been
you are
saving that one up for the highlights.
You are on BBC Leicester, so I think it's fair to say you're allowed to say it contemporaneously, aren't you?
Indeed. I hope so.
But I know what you're saying. I was going to watch it later.
Well, I marched across to past the press tent to where the Leicestershire marketing boys were sitting. A good win for City. And there was a collective roar of fury. They'd been trying to keep the result quiet. I said, come on, chaps, you would have surely heard. You wouldn't have gone back without hearing. So Walker, 5 for 43 from his 6.5 overs. Can he make it 6 for? Well, the man coming out to stop him doesn't have a brilliant record with the bat, Matty Parkinson. Callum, of the two, I think even Matt would admit Callum is the better, more adhesive batsman. Walker in past umpire Harris bowls, and Parkinson shows me that I don't know what I'm talking about by stepping forward and executing a perfectly solid forward defensive push out into the offside.
You talk about Vian Mulder, about what a great county all-rounder he is. It all smacks of the your thoroughbred overseas player at a club side, doesn't it? Comes in number 4 or 5, smashes 67 off 30 balls, and then opens the bowling.
Walker is in, ball short, edge caught, and the game is over. Bounce took the edge, and it was fended by Matty Parkinson straight into the hands of Colin Ackerman, and Leicestershire have won in some spectacular style. All out for 116. If you take that away from 380, what sums do we get? 280 minus 16 is 264. 264 runs?
That's exactly right.
I believe is the margin of victory, and that by any standards is conclusive.
Indeed so. Is that a 6th catch for?
It is a 6th wicket for Walker and a 6th catch for Hanscom.
Yeah, we might be looking at records certainly for the Leicestershire wicketkeeper, as you say, probably a record win over Kent, I'd imagine, this form of cricket. And as you say, a 6 for Walker, and well, absolutely dominated Leicestershire here. I can't think of a sort of 10-over spell when Kent really got themselves back into it. You might argue 3 quick wickets around the 18th to 21st over of the Leicestershire innings, but apart from that, I mean, it's been a parade, hasn't it, here? Hanscom with 87, 67s for Budinger, and a brutal one from Mulder. Ackerman also starring with 78 not out from 75 balls, and then 6 for 43 for Roman Walker, 6 catches for Peter Hanscom, Mulder among the wickets as well. It's been a very good day out at Beckenham, I'd suggest, for the Foxes, Richard Ray.
Yep, 2 wins out of 2 away from home at Surrey and at the champions Kent. Leicestershire could not have asked for a better start to the competition. Next game at home on Tuesday against Nottinghamshire will be another serious test of this Foxes side, but at the moment they look pretty strong in this competition. They're finding a way, they've got confidence, the batters are in good nick, and the bowlers were pretty good in this competition today in particular as well. And well, Leicestershire supporters will be daring to dream.